breath, take it in from my pulse, begin to climb. It's a passion deep inside. No one can hold me back today. Drop the beat, let it flow, let it soar on high. Release me from these chains. They're never gonna stop me. Haters better back out of my life. I step up, make my name. Never gonna stop my chance to shine. Hit my mark, I am a flame. Burning boldly, illuminating. I'm gonna take control, hit the top. No one's gonna hold me back no more. It's my destiny, and you can never stop me trying to full control. It's my life, they can't hold me back no more. I know who I am, I know who I'm gonna be. On your screen while you stream, hear me all around. Let my vibe grow on the ground. Feeling my flow, it's a brand new sound. Hit the floor, shout it out, I'ma take the bow. My body's there for charge. Don't ever try and stop me. Haters better back out of my life. Your darkness will not play. Never gonna stop my chance this time. I'm heating just like a flame. Burning boldly, illuminating. I'm gonna take control, hit the top. No one's gonna hold me back no more. It's my destiny, and you can never stop me trying to full control. It's my life, they can't hold me back no more. I know who I am, I know who I'm gonna be. In full control, it's my life, leading just how I want to. The time is mine, and I know that I got to. I'm gonna take control, hit the top. No one's gonna hold me back no more. It's my destiny, and you can never stop me trying to full control. It's my life, they can't hold me back no more. I know who I am, I know who I'm gonna be. Take control, hit the top. No one's gonna hold me back no more. It's my destiny, and you can never stop me trying to full control. It's my life, they can't hold me back no more. I know who I am, I know who I'm gonna be.
Looking sexy, looking fly. Come on, baby, dry your eyes. Looking sexy, looking fly. Come on, baby, dry your eyes. Looking sexy, looking fly. Come on, baby, dry your eyes. I'm walking through the night, and when you get inside, I wanna dance with you and make my dreams come true. I'm walking through the night, and when you get inside, I wanna dance with you and make my dreams come true. Looking sexy, looking sexy, looking sexy, looking fly. Come on, baby, dry your eyes. Looking sexy, looking fly. Come on, baby, dry your eyes. Get on your feet, move to the beat. Just feel the heat, that's where we need. Get on your feet.
Hello and welcome. My name is Daniel Zippy Salmon, or Zippy on the mic, and we are here for round 2 of the Sim 3D Sports Car Series, live from Mount Panorama, Australia, more affectionately known as Bathurst. This track is usually home of the V8 supercars, but today we're going to see a variety of some of the finest metal the iRacing service has to offer. We'll be seeing a multi-class battle with LMP3, GT3, both a pro and amateur class, and with GT4 machines closing up the rest of the field. Let's take a closer look at the track. So as you can see, we've got Bathurst here. It is about 3.84 miles or 6.21 kilometers. Nice mild track temp at the minute at 20 degrees Celsius. We'll see how that goes and sets off. As you can see, there's a couple of straights there near the start. You've got the mountain straight that's going to lead into Griffins, but that's all very well and good, but I think it's really going to be colourful, certainly, especially with the multi-class cars, as we're going to get more into the S's and stuff like that, and definitely trying to maintain a really good exit speed out of Forest Elbow and then onto the Conrod Straight. Let's take a look at the championship as it stands right now. So as we can see, you currently got 8 LMP3 contenders with Sim Racing Grid Phoenix leading the field right now. Only one event in, so there's still, there's not too much of a battle going on with some, but as you can see, they're starting off to a good start with Gourrier there in second with the 25 points, Stage 1 Racing with 20, but then it starts to get a little bit closer there. You got Huge Ass White with 16, Eagle Speed Academy with 14, and then 2 long shot racing teams, both a conventional and a UK team there with 12 and 10, with Stage 1 coming up the rear with 8 points. And take a quick look at the GT3 Pro Series as well. A lot more contenders in that one. There's a little bit more to fight for. And you can see, obviously, there's quite a bit of a spread between the whole field right now. We've got 18 listings in front of us. So RPM Racing currently dominating on 55 points. FTR Esports Black, 45 points, with Art Sim Racing 2 up in 38. As we go through the rest of the field, you can see, it's kind of close, it's kind of spread out, but certainly as you head down towards like 9th and 10th, the battle starts to get a little bit closer, It's not just the battles up top, it's battles in the middle of the field as well. And then as you head down a little bit further there, you've got like FTR Esports White, Art Sim Racing 1, RPM Racing Blue. You can see the gap gets even closer, so after one event, there's still a lot to play for. Take a look at the GT3 amateur standings as well. A few less in this class, but nevertheless, they got the other GT3 cars to play with as well. 11 Temps Racing Team, they're first on 35 points. Arctic Racing close behind them in second. A little bit of a 10-point gap there. Squadra Veloce by Fastlane Motorsport there in third with 20th. And then as you can see, again, the points are really close. FTR Esports really well represented in the Sim 3D Sports Car Series. They're there in fourth with 16 points, with Digitrax behind them in fifth. And we'll take a look at the GT4 as well. 11 teams in this class. As you can see, it looks like 35 points is the magic number for a race win. Huge Ass Gold demonstrating that perfectly there in first place with the 337 car. Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab. They're there in second with Huge Ass Blue. Another well-represented team there, like the Huge Ass Blue team, brand, organization. You get the gist of it anyway. They're there in 20 with 20 points. Just Samsung GT4 in fourth, with DX Droid Sim Racing by Lightroom in fifth. And you can see as well, the rest of the field still quite close together, but I'm looking forward to how the race pans out, and we'll see how these points come near the end of the race. We're going to take a quick look at qualifying now. Now, these guys here at the Sim 3D series, there's a lot of different cars on the track, so they don't actually send them all out in once. It is a staggered qualifying, so you'll get the GT3s, they'll have their time, the GT4s, and if I remember rightly, actually, it goes GT4s first, then the GT3s. I believe they share. The pro and amateurs do not get isolated from the track. It's all about the speed difference there, but then the LMP3s, they get going last, and that's who we're watching now. If I'm not mistaken, we are watching the Sim Racing Grid car, the Phoenix. You see the car number 23, currently driven by Dan McFarlane. Now, he had a really good drive last month. He was at Daytona, or he was all at Daytona. Absolutely fantastic race. I think they got caught in a little bit of an incident, but at the minute, he is out and he is on the pole, setting an absolutely blistering time right now of a 157.373. 6 tenths over the rest of the field. Have a little quick look on board. on the next lap. Have a quick look with him on board. You can see he's just going down the Conrod Straight, if I'm not mistaken, right now. Fastest part of the track, certainly. And as he's going to go down there, he's going to go through the Chase and then into Murray's. Certainly, I did a little bit of test driving with the LMP3 yesterday, and I can't even hold a candle to these guys. Like, I found the car it's quite rigid as well. It's certainly going through the S's and through like the upper section of the track as you climb that elevation. So hard to get the car to stop, but perhaps we'll pick a different car. You know, we'll go along with someone else. As Dan McFarlane, he's going into the pits now. Who we got here? Goyo Motorsport, the 39 car, currently driven by Akram Zinorn. I do apologize for any names pronunciations. Please don't hold it against me. But as you can see, he goes around turn 1 there. That's called hell, ironically. We'll see if certainly a lap on turn 1. We'll make our own decision if it's hell. And he's heading off down the mountain straight now. Going to be a good passing opportunity for the guys here, but currently in qualifying, not top of his priority scheme. But I do wonder if he's going to get a chance to put a lap in. I'm not too sure if the qualifying will let him finish or if it will bump him through, but he's certainly going to try anyway. He's going to see if he can improve and potentially get that first place as he comes through the cutting now. Really, that going through there, I found I had to brake early just to get the car slowed down and then carry some momentum all the way up the hill as he goes around Griffin's. And he's when I was testing it, I found that I could actually go flat through here, and as you can see, he's really working the wheel hard. The downforce of these vehicles definitely beneficial in this area. Now, trying a low downforce setup did not have the same kind of grip levels. Going through this section here, about 145 miles an hour. Absolutely insane. You can't do that speed on a highway, and if you can, let's just hope it's in some place in Mexico, because it's not necessarily encouraged by local law enforcement. No, drive safe, guys. But this particular section here, as he heads into the dipper, I believe he's through the S's into the dipper. So hard to get the car slowed down there, and the thing is, you need to brake early and then try and carry as much extra speed as you can through the Conrod Straight. Sorry, that was Forest Elbow back there. Through Forest Elbow onto the Conrod Straight. Carry as much momentum as you can, because any mistake back there, it haunts you for the rest of the time down the straight. Currently, at the minute, he is doing the best pace he can. He's currently about 9/10 up. Hoping he can maintain it across the line. I'm not sure if it's going to give him the lead, but he's certainly trying. It looks like he is going to be able to finish this lap. Can he keep it clean as he goes down to Murray's corner? Definitely want to get the best exit speed you can. He tucks it in tight. Another thing I found as well, they don't like the curves too much as this really unsettles the car. Has he done it? He's done it at 157 flat. He takes the lead from Dan McFarlane. The new pole sitter, well done, Akram Zinorn for Goya Motorsport, the number 39 car, and that concludes qualifying. Fantastic drive, leaving it right till the very last lap, the last corner, to secure that pole position. So our pole sitter for the LMP3s is, as you've just seen, Akram Zinon for Goya Autosport. I'm so sorry. Goya Autosport in the number 39 car, with Dan McFarlane taking second with the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix car, the 23. We then got Stage 1 Racing coming up there with the 72 car and then the 83 car as well. They got 2 cars on the second row. That is a good place to be. Potentially some team tactics coming in as well. Great technique if you can do it, because certainly, especially as well around Bathurst, passing is so difficult. Unless you're on that mountain straight or the Conrod Straight, passing is so difficult. So certainly with the multi-class, it could be very, very beneficial if you can work as a team here. But then we've got Eagle Speed Academy there in 5th with Huge Ass White alongside him in 6th, with Longshot Racing UK up in 7th. Just getting a couple of quick views of the track there. One thing that you don't always get from the sim, and very few people I found are fortunate enough to have a motion rig, but certainly if I had one, this is one of the tracks I would most enjoy it with, because there is so much elevation change here at Mount Panorama. So much. Like, you can see there this excellent camera shot. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that's Forest Elbow. I recognize by the billboards. I apologize. as you go through Forest Elbow, like you're really dropping the car down. It's going quite a ways. I couldn't tell you the exact amount, but it is noticeable. And as you look at the left side of the screen there, you can just see that it's, you know, you're kind of coming off. I felt the car was very rigid as well. It's hard to get the car stopped. But here's our grid anyway. We're just going to go over this again quickly. Akram Zanorn, he is first place for the LMP3s in the number 39 car of Goya Autosport, with Dan McFarlane alongside him in second. Evo Linden, we're going to go with that for them. Van der Linden. I do apologize. I'm not going to try and get the flag because we know I'm going to get that wrong. I failed geography. I'm sorry, guys. Ivo van den Linden, he is in third with Stage 1 Racing with Hans Blanquet alongside him in fourth. Loic Lamol in fifth with Antonio Alvarez in sixth. Jamie Southwell, he's starting for Longshot Racing in seventh with Aubrey Kundal in eighth. As we take a look at our GT3 Pro Grid, I believe, with Taylor Bernard. Thank you. Taylor Bernard in first with Patrick Gannon alongside him in second. Miguel Torres and Chris Van Gut, they take up the second row for the GT3 Pro. Tyler Campbell and Emily Howe, they're the third row for the GT3 Pros. Trevor Anderson and David Flanagan right behind them with Cass Brinkhuizen and Elias De Vries. See, De Vries, that's a name I can pronounce. On the next row with Jens Goosens tailing just behind them. We go to the GT3 Amateur class now, I believe. Jonathan Germain in first with Glenn Grundelers. Glenn Grundelers. Tongue twisters. If we get $1 every name I get wrong, we can single-handedly raise enough money to cure cancer just from this broadcast alone. Jasper alongside him there with Thomas. We're going to just go to first names for a minute. Landon Patmore and Mark Baxter Jones. He's such a hypocrite. They're there on the third row with Paul Hendricks and Chris Neeson right behind him. Tom Minot there following at the end. And then we head to the GT4 field. We got Sven Demmel and Alex Coffard on the front row there. David Barraclaw and Ben Faulkner, British driver there on the second row. Albert Parrish and Fabio Baracco there in fifth and sixth. And we're just going to speed this up quick. Justin there and Austin as well. We're going to see as well, because anything like the first lap, it's going to be carnage. Onto a pace lap. Well, that's actually a good plan. I'm not too sure how these guys will do it. Sometimes in a multi-class race, they'll really intentionally spread out the classes just to give each other breathing room. Because certainly, as you head up the mountain, if you have one little accident, it's basically like putting the cork in a bottle of champagne. You can try it, but in the end, the pressure's just too much, and there's just a mess everywhere. Don't get me wrong, it's a lot of fun, but it's not necessarily the way to win the race. Just going to have a quick go back at the GT4 grid now. Give me another crack at that one. Sven Demmel in first with Alex Coffard in second with David Barraclaw and Ben Faulkner in third and fourth. Albert Parrish and Fabio Baracco in fifth and sixth with Justin Michaela and Austin Diltz on the fourth row there. Brian LeBlanc for Hugh Jash Blue in ninth, and Richard Rosado from Rosado's Motorsports. We got to interview him last week at Daytona. He is there in 10th. If I remember rightly, they are I think they're all I can't remember now. But I remember it's more of a patriotic team, and it was beautiful. These guys all teamed together. Apologize not remembering more. We'll have to catch up again with them later, but I do remember them, the Rosado team. Very friendly people. Hopefully they can have a better result. Qualifying in a 4-hour race, while it is beneficial at a track like Bathurst, I'm not sure how influential it's going to be, because if you have an accident, like certainly whenever I've done the endurance races here, sometimes I've actually intentionally not qualified, just so I can try and keep myself out of the back, not worry about getting rear-ended. If there is an incident ahead of me, just keep an eye out for yellow flags. Use attrition as a tactic to try and gain positions. Now, don't get me wrong, if you've got the outright pace, qualifying is a good plan. If you can get near the start of the grid, near the top of the grid, excellent, go for it. Try and have as less traffic ahead of you as possible. But hey, you got to play to your strengths and weaknesses. Excuse me. I thought I muted my mic then. My apologies. Epic fail. As they're just doing a one lap behind the pace car there. Currently, it looks like it's endorsed by Porsche, this one. You can see here they're going through these the higher part of the track there. This is where I think it's going to be incredibly difficult to make a pass. currently on board with the GT3 Pro class with the Brabham Esports GT3, the 162 car. I do believe as well these guys tie into the car for the season as well, so it's not like they have the luxury of switching. Some cars will be stronger at other tracks than others. Certainly last time I watched a Bathurst race, the McLaren was pretty dominant, but McLaren is not actually making an appearance here in this series, and I can understand why. Very demanding car to drive. You see the matching there, beautiful, I love that. The matching cars have huge ass, I can't work out which huge ass gold, huge ass black, my apologies. Gold and black. There we go. Ironically, gold and black, and neither of the cars are gold or black. They're yellow and blue. More of the Michelin theme there, but you know, I get the gesture there. So go back on focus on the race leader right now of Goya Autosport. Absolutely blisteringly quick qualifying time, but we'll see how long he can keep it. Certainly, watching at the last race at Daytona, Dan McFarlane, he was on it. Like, he's going to be one of the guys I'm going to be keeping an eye out for. Certainly, Ivo Linden as well. He certainly had some good pace, but it's not just about having outright pace, especially at Bathurst. And it's such a demanding track. That mountain section, like through the S's, up Sulman Park, through McClarmy Park, Skyline, through the S's, so demanding. Absolutely so demanding. And like, there's no forgiveness as well going through the upper part of the track. Like, if you make a mistake, there is nowhere to go. You are bouncing off the wall, you're taking damage, and hopefully they're going to take a tow. You know, you definitely do not want to try and recover if you're on the mountain. But they're going around the Murray's corner now. Going to head onto the start straight. Let's go racing, everybody. Come on. I think I'm a bit more eager than they are. The red lights are on. And the hammer's down. They're green. As you can see there, we got a new race leader already. Nope, Goya Autosport, he is still in the lead, trying to get single file as quickly as possible. We can see the LMP3s there are breaking away from the GT3s. I think that's very intentional, trying to leave a bit of space. The GT3 Pro class just going across the line there. Again, straight into single file. GT3 Pros and amateurs, I'm expecting to see a bit more side by side. I ask and they deliver. You can see 2 cars wide, potentially even 3 cars wide further at the back of the grid. Certainly if it was me, I'd be trying to get single file as quickly as possible, but this is a key drafting opportunity here as you head down the mountain straight. Definitely, if you want to make a pass, this is the place to do it. I'm certainly going to try and use that overspeed as much as possible and potentially try and get ahead going into the tighter parts of the track. You can see huge ass gold and black steaming ahead. Huge ass gold, he's running away like Miss Piggy in a slaughterhouse, just trying to break away from the group. He's currently, if I look at that now, if I can read the right standings, I'm not reading the right standards. I think he's got, there you go, 6 attempts. There's so many screens I'm looking at. 6 attempts he's pulled away from the field. Certainly, if he can start pulling away a second, certainly where he's got the 2 cars as well, a huge ass gold, a huge ass black, if they can pull away together as a team, this could be really strong points position. But we can see the field starting to spread out a little bit more. The LMP3 spreading out quite a lot. It looks like the closest right now would be the GT3 amateurs. It looks like Arctic Racing is keen. He's chasing the 226 of Squadra Veloce. And we've got potential passing opportunity here. Stage 1 Racing, are they having a little bit of a shot? See a huge ass car there, just with the yellow and blue. Huge ass, the Stage 1 Racing 72 car holding off huge ass blue, 37, but still single file right now. Let's take a quick look back at the GT3s now. Backmarker Racing, Razzle Dazzle. What a fantastic name. I'm seeing 2 temps here. Yeah, and you can see it on the screen as well. These guys are getting close, but gotta remember, guys, cold tires, they are not as much grip, and certainly where the track temp is only about 20 degrees as well, they're going to take a little while to fire up. You know, starting out this race, you gotta remember, low risk, high reward. You do not want to be too brave at the start. Every part of you's going to want to. You're going to be keen. You know, you're going to be keen to basically fire the trigger and go. Oh, GT4, huge ass, they're off the road. Huge ass black is taking the scenic route and they are in the grass mowing. Vermilion Motorsports capitalised on that with Torque Freak as well. They're going, thank you very much. Is that DX Droids having a sniff as well? They're certainly keen. Huge ass black having to go on the defensive. Potentially those cold tyres there really biting them. So the team tactic now, they're not necessarily going to be able to play that. They're going to have to work hard to catch up to the first place GT4 car. If we go back to the LMP3 cars here, wow, I've got quite a big mouth, but at this point I'm wishing I had a second one. I'm probably the only person on the planet who does. Wow, so as you can see, as he goes through the S's here, well, sorry, through Skyline and into the S's. So hard to get the braking done here, certainly when I was test driving myself, but Eagle Speed Academy Esports, they're chasing there the huge ass blue car. Certainly in the draft, with only about 4 or 5 attempts in it. If they lose the draft, that's going to be huge, especially going down the Codmore Straight. My apologies. I got to try and stay hydrated as well, and I'm also shaking a little bit. You know? It's hard to drive the car. You can imagine the adrenaline. You can imagine the adrenaline of driving the car in such a race. Even more so, the longer the race, I find the more the adrenaline is. Because with a 4-hour race like this, you've got to try and maintain that adrenaline. You know, manage it. But with a sprint race, it's just boom, go. You know, fire off that gun. But we're taking a quick look at the GT3s now. That is a Ferrari, and then a Porsche, but they're all bottled up behind this AMG here. And looks like we've got a freeway fight going on. I'm looking at, if I can understand correctly, that FTR Esports Gold I'm looking at, I'd say so. Looking at the timing, excuse me. You're going to get a lot of hiccups in this broadcast as well. I do apologize, it's not intentional. It's excitement, let's go with that. Hopefully you guys can share the excitement I'm getting as he gets a clean pass there. The FTR Esports Gold makes a pass past the back marker Razzle Dazzle. Personally, my favourite team name, just because Razzle Dazzle just sounds so, you know, classy, fun, but with a little bit, you know, saucy at the same time. But the battle is not over yet, even though he got past him in Hell Corner. Clean pass at that, you know, it was almost angelic. He's got that draft going down the mountain straight, you can see there, right up the rear bump of the 122 here of the FTR Esports Gold. I've just understood now why I've got 2 things lit or green. It's because he's highlighting them for me. My director, he's so kind to me. He's sympathetic. He's understanding. Oh, dear. It's a good job there's not a camera on him because he'd blush. I know, but I certainly could do. But fascinating motorsports now, the Porsche car. Now, driving the Porsche GT3s, I always found that they could be much later on the brakes. Certainly, you know, as the fuel load comes off, it tends to understeer a bit more. I can't say I've driven the newest Ferrari yet, though, but I've been hearing good reports. I don't know how fast the GT3s are going through there. I wonder perhaps, I'm remembering, I have the Simmons too. Let's have a quick peek. I'm going to have a quick peek in my own sim here. I want to know how fast the GT3s go through Skyline. If I can find one. Give me 1 second here. Let's go for Brabham Esports. That's a GT3. Take a quick look at a chase cam, and I'll try and keep an eye on that in the next race round. Just going to move some screens around here. There we go. Got 3 screens on the go, and I'm a man, so I'll be honest, multitasking does not come naturally to me. I'm blonde as well, so, you know, if you believe in stereotypes, at that point, I am absolutely pooched. So, just going to give it the best I can as we're here with the GT3 field. LMP3s now, huge ass, they're still doing pretty good, but Goyo Autosport, they're running away a little bit. They've got a 1.4 second gap. As we look at 6th and 7th, though, a lot closer battle going on. We've got like a pack of 4 going on there. And maximise this, there we go, can see it a bit clearer now. Eyesight's not always what it has been, but the long shot racing team, it looks like they number 8, the 8th place car is falling back a little bit. You know, it'd be great to work as a team, but if you lose that draft, you know, you can't lose the draft with the guy ahead of him. You know, as much as you want to help your team, that long shot, the 57 car, is going to have to stay close to the bumper. Oh! And the GT3 amateur car, I believe that's turn 1. That could be Hell Corner. He took a slide off and potentially a little bit of damage there. Definitely not the technique he had in mind, but the car does still appear to be drivable. Not the preferred line, of course, but hopefully not enough that, you know, it ruins the rest of his race. Because sometimes, while you want to have a car that's in great condition, the repairs, I know when we did Daytona 2023, we ended up getting in a bit of an incident with a master class car. 14 minutes and change of repairs, and the guys wanted to throw in the town. I'm like, realistically, we're a couple of seconds down, we still got like 18 hours to go, and it was actually quicker to not take the repairs. Well, in a 4-hour race, to make those repairs pay off, to get the return of your investment, they've got to be short repairs, or it's got to be a huge detriment to the car. But I don't think that's going to be the only incident we're going to see here today on the mountain. I think this is going to be worse than a Billy Cyrus concert. I think there's going to be a couple of fights potentially, you know. I think there's going to be some battles. Somebody's going to get hurt, and as I say that now, there's another GT3 gone sideways. It looks like they may have just dodged the wall, but Skyline are potentially getting a little bit light under braking. Not what they had in mind, but potentially a good recovery. As you can see here as they go through Let's have a quick look at the replay here. I want to see what happened. The Skyline can be unforgiving, especially under braking there. No, that's Hell Bend. Oh, 3 wide. Something's got to go wrong. Okay, no, now they're heading towards Hell Bend. Going down the start-finish straight right now. A beautiful staggered formation. Oh, the Lamborghini goes deep. Doesn't just hit one car, collides with the other as well. Landon Patmore, the 132, he definitely got the bad end of the stick on that one. Going to try and work out which Lamborghini that was. Not to shame them, but just to see if they're going to... We might even see it in the race control. They may flag that. I'm just going to have a quick check here. These guys do have race stewards here in the same 3D sports car series, and I do see a highlight in the steward's announcement. Nothing for that incident though. It's currently clean. Looks like a GT3's past a GT4, so getting past the slower class car, and that is a perfect space to do it. You definitely want to do it on the straight. Don't compromise your corner, but we can see here that already the classes are starting to intertwine. It's a bit like, you know, a bit like DNA, and the race is just one big body, and we have the pleasure of... I'm going to rephrase that. I don't want to say that, but it's a movie, you know. We've got different elements of the movie, and while I'm definitely not Brad Pitt, I'm definitely not Ryan Reynolds today. You know what? In Deadpool, he's still better looking than I am. You know, we do get to watch the shows. We can see here that is a GT4 on a GT3. I don't think we're going to get a battle with this one, but you know what? Huge ass gold. They're pretty smart. They're using that GT3 to try and pull away a little bit, try and get a bigger gap, and this currently seems to be working for him. He's pulled a 1.6 second gap over Vermilion Motorsports. Great way to start a race. Eagle Speed Academy currently having a freeway battle with Huge Ass Blue and Longshot Racing. These guys have been going at it for a little while now, as it looks like it's the same order as well. I'm not seeing too much moving around. Right, look at my standings here. Yeah, it all seems to be pretty similar. 4, 5, 6 and 4, 5, 6. These guys are holding formation. I say that now. We've got... It looks like the huge ass car is defending. She's trying to break the draft of the guy behind, but losing the draft in the process, you know. It's a tough battle, but now he's side by side, and he's going to be on the outside going into this corner. Yeah, he's had to give up the outside, and that's the position it's got. You know, he's going to be stuck behind the Eagle 1. Let's have a quick look at that replay. Let me catch up with myself here. Beautiful camera work from our director there. Oh, this is a replay of the incident involving the Lamborghini. I'm going to say, yeah, he's locked the fronts on the braking. Yeah, locked up the fronts, the back end's got light, and he has ricocheted off the wall. Completely understand how that can happen. I sympathise. The Lambo I've always found has been pretty harsh on the brakes, trying to keep it in a straight line as well. I'm currently trying to watch two screens at once because I do have a GT3 car heading towards Skyline. I want to get a speed trap. LMP3 is currently now, and we are on board with Rick Lamar with the 84 car, the Belgian driver as well. Belgium, home of one of the greatest racetracks in the world, Spa-de-Francorchamps. Personally would love to be there. Lived in the UK, never had the ideals to go and, you know, travel, so that's a mistake on me. But this guy's still battling, you know, there's still a fight going on. Something must have happened there, because Goya Autosport, he'd pulled away like a 1.6 second lead. And the Sim Racing Phoenix, he's got him down to like 3-4 tenths. Potentially, I want him to lap traffic had slowed him up. And this is what I was saying earlier. You can see the Goya Autosport car, he is flashing. He is in a hurry. He wants by Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, just absolutely sending it in. And these guys know they're not going to get in the way. They know that these guys are in a hurry. They can see that there's a battle going on for the lead of the race. And as you can see, the Goya Autosport car paying the price as Sim Racing Grid Phoenix is riding that rear wing. Only 2 tenths behind, but if he's going to make a pass, he's running out of time to do it. As you can see, that looks like a huge ass car ahead of him. I'm guessing huge ass. It's not gold. And I mean, I know it's an AMG, but it's not. It's the team that's saying it's a huge ass, not the car. I mean, it's got curves, but that's not, you know, cars don't do it for me, not in that sense, but not in that sense anyway, you know. But as you can see here, more lap traffic, not a place I'd want to pass. I mean, they've got the speed differential, as you can see there. The Goya Autosport car gets through. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix close behind now as they're going through now. Oh, tension is not a place you want to break as they're going into Skyline. I feel so much sympathy for that GT4 right now. I certainly, you know, he's going to have things certainly tightly squeezed and, you know, trying to keep things all in the relevant places. Oh my gosh, they're going for a pass there. They're going into Forest Elbow. That is a very tight place to pass. I'm hoping that GT4, thankfully he doesn't understeer. That could have been a race-ending mistake if he had. You know, these guys are absolutely sending it. And you can see here, there's a Goya Autosport. He's tucked behind a huge-ass gold car. Absolutely just trying to get that little lick of draft, trying to keep going. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix close behind him. And you can see there, they have opened up a huge gap between the Datetime racing cars in third and fourth, like 8 seconds and like 11 seconds respectively. But these guys are absolutely running away with it, running away. Just, you know, it is a full-on cause tribute right now. They would run away. I mean, I don't think it's the couple they had in mind, but they're certainly giving us a good show in the process. There's more GT4 cars there. So we're going back, having a look at Eagle Spade Academy Esports. They are in a battle with Longshot Racing, and I believe there's one more in the battle as well. Who's behind them? Let me have a quick peek. That would be another Longshot Racing. So the Longshot Racing cars are together again, and it looks like as well, is that huge ass white behind them? Do we have 4 LMP3s having a fight now? That LMP3 is really getting caught up in the traffic. My apologies, it's huge ass blue, I believe, getting in that fight as well. Huge ass blue, that might be the GT4, I'm not too sure. Either way, we've got 4 LMP3 cars relatively close, 3 of them mainly in a tight back, but they've got to work their way through the traffic. And even though they're making these GT4s look like taking candy from a baby, which is very cruel, but at least these babies, they know it's coming. You know, they accepted it, you know, it's happening. It's going to be even more tough when we get the GT3s and the LMP3 start to go at it, because certainly I'm not the best driver, but when I had to go in the LMP3 cars, my best time was the GT3's quickest. And that is the second place, new second place there for FTR Esports Gold in that Ferrari. He has absolutely stole it from the AMG. I say that now, he's going to have a draft, but it is a Ferrari, Mercedes, Ferrari sandwich. And while these guys aren't on the same team, I don't think the manufacturers are really going to come into it. But ironically, as you say that, we've got Mercedes, Ferrari, and then Porsche sneaking up in 5th place. But this battle is not over yet, for sure. We've got a couple of good battles going on. I feel like I'm just pointing anywhere on the track and it's just ricocheting. Battles are everywhere, you know. This is like a absolute war going on, and they're not all on the same team. There's definitely a few different diplomacies going on, but oh, Ferrari, BMW, I haven't seen much of them too much today, but as you can see there, they're going into this infield section, and I'm looking forward to it. I don't think anybody is going to have the stones, or I say the stones, the foolishness, you know, it depends on how you judge it. If it pays off, it's the stones. If you wreck the car, it's the foolishness of trying to pass in this mountain section. Potentially, could you send it into this skyline section here? Yes, you could. Would I recommend it? Hell no! Would not suggest it. So hard to get the car stopped there, such a demanding track. While you physically can fit 2 cars through there, would I suggest it? Absolutely not. Definitely not on my repertoire. You're gonna have to give me a second here. I need a bit of fluid nourishment here. There's just so much action. It is you could call me Cottonmouth for the moment. We're gonna take a quick break here. We can enjoy some lovely commercials, and I'll be back in a few moments. Oh, I apologize, no commercials. So this is an opportunity. If you would like to sponsor Sim 3D series, I'm sure there's some people who would definitely like to hear from you. But give me just 1 second here. You know what? The racing's too good. Goya Autosport is still going at it. Sim Racing Phoenix right on their tail. These guys do not let up, and they're keeping the cars clean as well. I say that. We'll see how many laps before we get a major incident. You're welcome. I don't have a magic wand. If so, I'd be in Harry Potter. I've got the accent and everything. Damn it, I've even got a couple of scars, but racing is where it's at right now. It's certainly not no mythical creatures, but I do wonder as well, has Goya Autosport got the outright pace? If they can break that draft again and get away from Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, can they break a lead? It all depends on how the lap traffic goes, but we're back with FTR Esports Gold. RPM Racing still not happy that they took that position. They want it back. That Mercedes is not done yet. I mean, don't get me wrong. The Ferrari looks like a pretty delicate chocolate right now, and you can see the jaws on that Mercedes. It's wide open, and it's ready to eat some Ferrari Rocher. It's definitely a snack. It's on the menu. It's the tortoise chasing the hare, potentially. He needs an Acme kit, like the old Acme rocket here, just to try and blast down that next straight, see if he can get the draft working for him. I believe it was the Mountain Straight, but I am going to double check. My memory's not always the best. It's the Conrod Straight, and there you go, ladies and gentlemen. This is why I have a track map. FTR Esports Gold. Lovely paint job as well. I love the fact that the gold is actually gold on the car. It makes it easier for me. RPM Racing, they've got to make a move now. They've got the draft. They're under a 10th behind him. Is he going to send it on the inside going into this little kink here, or is he going to go on the inside on the next corner? Is he just going to try and maintain momentum? No, he's going to stay behind as they both send it past the GT4 Cayman there. The other Ferrari as well trying to just catch on as well. You can see there that the GT4, even though he was out of the way, off the line, it still did spread him out a little bit. RPM Racing only 4 tenths back. Certainly going to try and carry as much momentum as possible. Have a quick replay here. Let's have a quick peek. Give it a few moments. These guys are still going at it. 3 tenths in it. They're going to go down the straight. I don't know if the draft will be enough, but certainly, you know, he's had closer opportunities. Is he going to get it? Maybe he's not going for the pass. I mean, this is a whole psychological aspect I love to get into as well. You know, is the FTR Esports car, is he just going to save fuel for the RPM Racing car? Is that a tactic they're doing? You just occasionally just going to put a little nose in. Just, you know, not going to give away the game plan, because if you sit behind for too long, you know, they'll cotton on and they'll either sandbag it and go, you know what, I can, you know, I'm 11 seconds behind the next guy, I can sandbag it. Or is he going to just go, you know what, this guy's saving fuel, I'm going to let him pass, I'm going to lift, you know, I'm going to save fuel myself, you know. The old punching in doesn't seem to work anymore. You can only save fuel with throttle position. Still so close. Let's take a quick look at the replay. What have we got to look at here? Okay, we got a Ferrari on the inside. That is a beautiful pass. It looks clean, side by side, still side by side. Oh, and there's contact. Oh, hopefully we stay on that Ferrari. Is he going to reset? Looks like he's got the clear track space. Gentlemen. Ooh, De Vries, buy yourself a lottery ticket. Your career was almost as long as Nick De Vries in Formula 1. You could have been out of there so fast you wouldn't have even lasted the lap, let alone a season, let alone half a season. Like, how long did De Vries last? He was booted. Liam Lawson, on the other hand, he's somebody who I'd like to see more in Formula 1, but that's a different argument. We got Danny Ricciardo back in the seat again, which is a great thing for anybody who's a fan of this track. Obviously, Australia. Contrary to popular belief, I am not Australian, South African, Scottish, Irish. I'm actually British. I'm sorry to say, somebody had to claim me. At the time, it was the Queen. Now we got a new guy in charge, but, you know, I'm out in Canada, so different people, different problems, right? As we're looking on with Landon Patmore now, the 132, the American driver. BMW on BMW action. That's contact. It's a nudge. He keeps it on the track. I've got to say, well held there. I don't think it's intentional. And you know what? That is fantastic sportsmanship there. Landon Patmore. Who's behind him, that is? Hang on a second. That's 132. Who we got behind him? Let me have a quick peek. The Robin Minot, if I'm not mistaken. Tom Minot. My apologies. Tom Minot behind. You know what, Tom? That was beautiful display of sportsmanship there. You know what? That's what you want to see in a race, because don't get me wrong, some races, you know, you do see a little bit of bump to pass. We're going to leave that for a minute. We got bigger fish to fry, and you know what? We got a full chip shop going at this point. This is a lot of cars together on track, and I think it's mixed class as well. We got the GT3s there, and I think we got a GT4s sneaking in there as well. The AMG's a little bit harder to decipher between a GT3 and a GT4. Thankfully, the BMW, I think that is the M3 that's a GT4, and the M4 that's a GT4. Which is actually backwards, come to think of it, if you've, you know, mixed up. Anyway, we're on board with Chris Van Gook, the Belgian driver, as we've got a place here in the GT4. Huge ass gold. They're being challenged now. They ran away with it earlier. They had the full. They've taken the lead now. Oh, I'm sorry, Vermilion took the lead earlier. That's right. They were running away like Miss Piggy in a slaughterhouse. I'm sorry. I've been saving that one for a month, and I've been so keen to use it. I want to get my money's worth out of it, but I don't think the battle's out of it yet. Ben Faulkner here in the AMG GT4 for Vermilion Motorsports. Potentially, you know what? Is he going to make the pass? You know, is he going to try and save fuel? LMP3 here. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix has took the lead from Goya Autosport, and not by a little bit, by a lot. He's pulled away an 11-second gap. I'm thinking it may be a little bit early for a pit. Sounds like a crash has occurred. Definitely not what you want when you're leading the race. I'm wondering if it was an unforced incident. Was there contact? Was it a little bit of, whoops, there's another car there that happens to be in another class? Because the LMP3s, they're pretty heavy spread out, and it's a good job that they did have that gap. Because even though there's been an incident, it seems, the Goya Autosport car has managed to maintain second. Let's take a quick peek, see if we can see what happened here. Okay, so here we got the Goya Autosport car. He's in the lead. That is a GT3 ahead of him. Going through Skyline there. Oh, he's just locked up, clipped the wall. Oh, but you know what? He clipped the GT3 as well. You know what? That could have been a lot worse. The best part about that scenario, I know it's not what he had in mind. So the best part, let's take a positive from a negative. Let's do the full Silver Linings playbook. He had the time, he had the space, he had the track. What's the word I'm looking for? He had the racetrack space to turn that car around and get back going again. So potentially some damage there. We'll have to keep an eye on his lap times later on in the race. But we're back here with the GT3s as he is grazing the wall. That's got to be a 0x. He's certainly, you know what, in theory, you're supposed to use as much of the race car as you can. I'm not sure paint is part of that. It's more tires than fuel, but you know what, weight saving is weight saving. Power to you there, Mr. Landon Patmore. It's from the Sim Racing Grid Phantom team, the 132 car, but he is hot in pursuit, chasing the Arctic Racing there. Looks like I've got a couple of cars fighting. Lovely paint as well, love the multicolors. Yeah, he's fallen back a little bit. He's got a second, but he will still be in the draft. Is it going to be enough? I do wonder, can we potentially get the amateur battle now for first place, I believe? And they got lap traffic in there as well. That is a GT4 ahead of them. Certainly, if I'm in Glenn's shoes right now, I'm going to want past that GT4 as quick as possible. The 9, no, he's going in the pits, potentially an undercut here. That seems very early to pit for a GT3. Very early. I think that may be a tactical decision. I am having a quick look. The 233 car, the Digitrack Sim Racing team, they've been black flagged. I'm not too sure why. We'll follow up. We'll follow up with that later. 233. Have a quick look. Landon Patmore sounds like he's been in another incident. Oh, I see Carnage ahead of him. Oh, yeah, I think what's happened is he's got fixated on the 911 ahead of him, and he's followed off. Easily done, but thankfully no damage there. But I am going to check in quickly with the... I wonder if we got anything in the... yeah, there was an incident. I'm just having a quick read here. There's 2 incidents, actually. There's something going on between 132, the Sim Racing Grid Phantom, and the 184 Eagle Speed Academy under investigation. And that will be reviewed after the event due to the retirement of an involved party. And then we have a drive-through penalty. That's what the black flag was for the Digitrack Sim Racing Team 233. And I'm reading in the stewards, they said drive-through penalty for causing contact with competitor. So they have been put in the sin bin. That is not something you want to do. Don't get me wrong, it happens, but you've got to weigh up the risk versus the reward. And the stewards looked at it and said, you know what, you took too big a risk. The reward wasn't worth it, and we want to work you. And there you go, he was pulled into the pits for a quick chat, quick negotiation, and a little slap on the wrist there. As we are live with Richard Rosado, the Rosado Motorsports Apex team. GT4, he's currently sitting in 11th right now. As I look at the timing, I'm going to try to anyway. I do believe I've got the cars in order here. Let me have a look. He's always off the track. Come on, Richard. The 310 car, hopefully. Oh, a safe rejoin. LMP3's in there as well. I think that was the Goya Autosport, potentially very, very nervous as he went past. But let's have a look at De Vries here in 10th. We got a whole field of cars together, and it's a mixed bag. It looks like a GT4 Hang on, we've got two GT3s fighting, trying to get over. There's a GT4 in the way. He goes to make a pass, and he's greeted with the rear end of that AMG. The 911's in it as well. The Ferrari really lost out there. What a sneaky move from that 911. The 911 just punished, and then he's got the LMP3. He's there. He wants by as well. Don't get me wrong, they don't have to let him pass, but I certainly wouldn't get in the way. It's not the place to make an argument. Pick a battle with a guy in your own weight class, and really suffered there. Oh, the Art Sim Racing now. He is... We're at the GT3 Pro? No, I'm on with De Vries here. We're at the 144. I'm looking at two screens here. 144, Alice De Vries. He is hot on the trail of Arctic Sim Racing. Let's have a look here. Arctic Sim Racing. Yep, Arctic Sim Racing currently driven. Good, good impression there. Good impression there. A little bit twitchy there. Good impression of the guy who was in Bruce Almighty. I can't remember his name. Evan Baxter. There you go. I do not have Jim Carrey controlling me. If I did, I'd be over the moon and see him. I'd love to have a beer with the guy. But as you can see here, De Vries, he is hot on the tail of Jasper Schoenakers. Hot on the tail of that 911. I'm thinking I've got the right car. 220? Is that 220 ahead of us? I tell you what, De Vries, you get a bit closer and I will be able to confirm that. There is your incentive there. Yes, that is a 220 car. All right. Looks like we're back with the 145. Who's this now? 237, 337. I feel like an auctioneer at times. And we've got a 337 now. Sven Demo in the Hudas Gold GT4 class. And he's currently in second place. Gonna get a first now. First, he's making a run for it. I understand if nobody wants to hire me to be an auctioneer. I get it. Believe me. You know, if I could sell ice cubes to Eskimos, perhaps I wouldn't be commentating. But he is hot on the tail of Familiar Motorsports. These guys have had a bit of a battle going on for a few laps now. Currently 36, 37 minutes in. I do sense I'm going to sneeze in a minute. I apologise if that does happen to occur. As they're going into the infield track, looks like we've got another person going in the battle. They've got GT3s wanting by as well. Just what you want in the middle of a battle. I believe that is, if I look at that, I think that's GT4, GT3, GT4, and then GT3s. So yeah, Sven Demel, he caves, he lets the GT3 get out of the way. Potentially, can he get on the draft, have him pulling through the mountain section of the track? Very fast bit. I didn't do any testing in the GT4s here, but they certainly do not have the same grip levels as the 3s. And then the LMP3s, even more grip yet again. Love that camera angle, don't get me wrong, I wouldn't want to be a guy holding the camera there. Thankfully, we have drones and stuff like that, but quick look there. FTR Esports White, which the car number got? Paul Hendricks, a 223 there. FTR Esports White. He is surrounded by cars. Absolutely surrounded. These guys have got a full-on chain going on. It's like a conga line. I don't know what tune's got playing. A little bit of a lock up there from the Ferrari up front. Definitely would make me nervous. Oh, these guys are following so closely together as I see a GT3 Pro there setting the fastest lap. Well done, 202.5. Excellent, but we're there with Paul Hendricks. I tell you what, could we potentially get on board with one of these guys? That would be sweet. I certainly would want to see the view. Who are we on board with? De Vries here, the 144. Excellent view. Look at the traffic ahead of him. He's in the GT3 there. Oh, I don't know who put that number thing in the way, potentially interfering with his field of view. You can see the mirror looks pretty clean. That's good at least, but you can see he's trying to get all the draft there as he's going down the Conrod Straight. That's a GT4 on his left. The GT4's bailing out early. He's behind a 911. No! The GT4 stayed in it. Oh, De Vries will not be happy with that. I'm sure that is a GT4. Oh, definitely not to help, definitely not to make friends and influence people. But the beautiful part of this as well, Art Sim Racing, do they have cars in other classes? I know if you're a huge ass team, you've got cars in multiple classes, you could potentially, you know, defend in line a bit more and actually be in the innocent doing it, you know. It's not just sportsmanship, it's just playing the field, it's playing the rule book, and sometimes that's what you've got to do to get the advantage here. But as you can see, De Vries, he's still in hot pursuit. Tom Minot, he's hot in pursuit of the FTR Esports white car. FTR Esports, again, multiple cars in the field. Hopefully they can bring in some points, but it's not just that, they are individual teams as well. Well, they'll be rooting for each other. They don't share the points. But Track Limit Racing here, they must be pretty happy with Tom Minot, the 248 car, in fourth. He is hot in pursuit of the Esports white car. Only 3-4 tenths behind. Gonna have a quick replay here. I don't know what's going on, but we're about to find out. Surprise for me and you. That is Ben Faulkner in an AMG, the 365 car. The British driver here. GT3. Oh, that's unlucky. The 911 there, just getting too close to the wall. Huge ass involved as well. The LMP3 looked like they managed to dodge it. I don't know if they managed to recover from that. As I say again, that Brabham Esports GT3, they set the last lap last round. They did it again. I've got a yellow flag. Everybody is slowing down. It's on the mountain part of the track. It's a full course yellow by the look of that. Oh dear. Chaos, panic, and disorder. And that's thrown because of the incident that we saw. That's good. You know, a yellow flag. So anybody who had made a really big lead, well, guess what? You're about to lose a good portion of that. So Goya Autosport, they may potentially recover from this. Is this a time where you can just send it in the pits? I don't know. Certainly, I'm going to be keeping a close eye on my closest competitor. Oh, so busy, so busy. I'm wondering here, you know, yellow flag, potentially the equalizer. A lot of people are going to bunch up. A lot of people are going to pits. Beautiful thing about a yellow flag, if you had a pit strategy, only one guy pit. Wow. David Flanagan, he is going for the undercut of the century by the look of that, or at least maybe the other guys have got a plan, you know. Don't get me wrong, if it didn't affect your race, you know, stay in it. But you know what, if it was me, I think I would be going for the pits. You're not able to do a full lap time, so that cost of pitting, that time increment, that is sufficiently reduced. Evo has completely closed up now, the stage 1 racing car. You can see the grid really compacting as well, and if I remember rightly as well, these guys, they don't separate the classes again. I believe it goes mixed class, but please don't hold me to it again. So my director, he's agreeing with me, you know. That's good. In for a pound, in for a penny. I don't mind what currency you go for. The pound's actually worth a bit. The Canadian dollar, not worth a lot. So, you know what? I'll go in for a quid. At least it's got value at this point. Whole different battle. Anyway, I'm not getting into Brexit. Not my problem. But as you see, the field is bunching up there. You know, I love to leave debate topics out and then not have an opinion. You know, just poke the bear and run away. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, put your hands together, raise your glasses. The crowd is going wild. The man, the legend, the one and only David Christie is joining us. Welcome, David. Good to have you on board.
What the hell? I'm loving that. Right, every broadcast from now on, Daniel, you are here. That is the most amazing welcome I've had. I love it. Thank you so much. Yeah, sorry I'm late, everyone. I am here. I'm fresh from doing another broadcast. I had to join in this 4 hours of Bathurst, and look at that, how convenient they take a pause right as I join. That's like, they're so considerate here at FTR events, what can I say? But yeah, the Sim 3D Sportscar series, great to be back alongside yourself, Zippy. What a stint you did there, my friend, all by yourself. It is no mean feat being by yourself, because it is, you get to the point where you're just like, I hate my own voice. But yeah, it's so good to be working alongside you again tonight here. Give me all of the juicy gossip. What have we seen in the past 35 minutes then?
So, in all fairness, David, it's been pretty peaceful. You know, I'm just going to wipe back the odds here. I might unplug the camera just so the director doesn't get it for his blooper reel. But, you know, it looks like we got a lead change for LMP3. No, Sim Racing Grid Phoenix asked it. I'm sorry. We had a lead change for LMP3 there. I'm briefing David right now, Mr. Christie himself. We got to play catch up for him, and that's okay.
What happens is, you see, Zippy was doing a great job there of giving us an update on what happens, and our broadcast director was trying to give him a little bit of a nudge, trying to give him a little bit of a help there to remind him what happened, but ended up actually losing his train of thought and catching him out. So don't worry about it. I usually just mute our broadcast director because, like, he never says anything useful anyway, so it's absolutely fine. Obviously, I'm joking because we love our Daniel. Ironically, I mean, it's bad enough. We've got 2 Daniels, both of them from South Africa, and both of them on the stream tonight. We've got Daniel.
Hey.
Sorry, I forgot.
That's
Okay.
enough out of you. I do not have the sheer elegance, class, or manliness to be from
we'll
South
come back to that.
Africa. We're
Yeah, I
going
was gonna
green.
say.
David Christie, take it away.
Here we go then, Dan McFarlane. Well, we are going green, but everyone's in pit lane, so it's absolutely fine. We're not going green because the safety car is still going round. What it was the pit lane was opening, so we are able to get cars into the pit stop. So unfortunately, we're having so much banter that we got ourselves a little bit mixed up there. So safety car still out on track, but it is absolute madness out there on the track at the moment, and that is a lot of cars, Zippy, in pit lane at the moment.
Oh, definitely. Like at the minute, if there was a rental market, you just up the rent. You have a product that is in demand. The mechanics, they've been on a strike realistically for the past 38 minutes, but all of a sudden that union memo hit and they are out in force. And it looks like at the minute, if we're on board here with I'm not going to try and pronounce his name. I'm definitely going to hash that up. But the Digitrax racing team, they came. Yes, Glenn. I got that bit. They came under heat from the stewards earlier, getting a penalty there. So I understand why they're staying out. They've already been in the pits frequently, and definitely it wasn't a nudge that they got. And certainly, it was a bit more than a nudge. They got a full-on slap. But I am reading as well. There is another incident that the stewards have got their eyes on. Incident between car 211 and 310. So that's 11 Temps Racing and Versado Motorsports Apex will be investigated after the safety car period. I'm not sure what's happening there. Potentially we'll catch up with Versado Motorsports potentially a bit later. I certainly enjoyed having them in the booth, and maybe they can give us their side of it later. But certainly, it's been a busy race. Goyo Autosport was in the lead for a good portion of it, and then he had a bit of an incident going over the mountain, David. Huge Ass Gold were doing really well in GT4. It's been a pretty clean race. We've not been seeing too many battles. We've seen a lot of nose to tail. A couple of attempts here, but the biggest thing has been the multi-class carnage, the action. These guys are getting, uncomfortably close. Personal space is not something that they necessarily get in on the racetrack.
I think the thing with that as well, though, Daniel, is the fact that these LMP3 cars are not cars that you would normally see here at Bathurst. It's been a fantastic addition to this multi-class championship here to see these cars here. And I'm surprised at the top of Skyline that the cars don't launch themselves into space. Right, I'm getting a gasp of breath here from our broadcast producer here. This is under yellow. So this is on the run down to turn 2 then, and this is the 145 Porsche of Chris Van Gucht, and it's way too hot, and bang, that is one way to destroy your front left suspension. Loses what looks like a couple of places there, but the thing is that car is, that front suspension will be absolutely toasted on that car. He will have a significant amount of damage there. And also, how the hell do you explain that one to your teammates? How do you explain to your team that you absolutely nailed the wall under a safety car? And also then what happens is you're likely to then have the race control having a look at you because you're not in control of your car under a yellow flag. It's all about safety. It's all about, and yes, it might only be sim racing, but still they have very, very strict rules that they have to keep to.
Oh, absolutely, David. Certainly, if there's a marshal on track, they'd be certainly looking like, is he doing like a drink and drive campaign on how not to do it? It's a yellow flag. You got to keep that stuff in check, maybe potentially a loss of concentration. Let's go for a benefit of doubt. Maybe he had a hardware issue, but he certainly managed to get back on track. Maybe potentially later we can get on board with him. I want to see if his steering wheel is bent to the side because I've got a feeling he's going to be at least 30 degrees to the left, but I'm hearing there's other things going on afoot. What we got here? We've got Alex King.
Replay, yeah.
Mr. Christie, please carry on, sir.
Oh, sorry, no, it was just poked up the behind rather rudely by the 121 GT3. And, well, listen, under safety car conditions, that is going to be a huge slap across the wrists for that 121 car, because that's unforgivable to do that under safety car conditions there. Yeah, but saying that, if the car was trying to get past, then that's one thing. As we see Digitrax Sim Racing from GT3 AM into the pits, it looks like, Daniel, here our lights are off.
Oh, definitely. I've got very little tolerance, and certainly I'm sure the race stewards have even less tolerance as well for incidents under a safety car. Like, you can't be doing that. But I'm looking at the GT4 field quickly. If I look at that, Mercedes is currently dominating that. But getting a little bit sidetracked here. We're going to be going green very shortly. I'm just going to step away from the mic for just a moment, as you guys are aware. I've been rocking solo, bit of Lone Ranger for a few minutes. I say that. The director was there keeping me company, but I'm going to step away for a moment, leave you in the capable hands of Mr. David Christie.
Thank
and
you
hopefully be back
very
by the time
much,
the race
Daniel.
gets away.
Look forward to seeing you back here very, very shortly indeed, as the cars making their way up through the remainder of the course, through Quarry Bends, through Reed Park then, as we are making our way round on lap number 20 here for the FTR events Sim 3D Sports Car Series Season 5 Round 2. 4 hours of Bathurst. If you are around, get yourself in the YouTube chat. We've got a couple of minutes so we can fill it. Get yourself in there and we can get yourself involved. It's not the last lap of safety car. I didn't think so, because normally what has to happen is the cars have to get themselves all into order. So I can see there's a couple of GT4 cars and a couple of GT3 cars that will all need waved round, and then we will go green. Yes, it might be frustrating to watch, but rules are rules. We've got to get the cars all sorted out. It will only take a couple of minutes, and it still counts as part of the 4-hour race. So it's all good from our point into this as well. Now, again, it's not like this is a new thing. It's not like we don't see lengthy yellow flags in multi-class sports car racing. This is just sort of part of the fun. This is part of the action here. So thankfully, just the 11 minutes that we've been under yellow so far. So as I said, if you are around, get into the YouTube chat. Let us know who you're supporting tonight. Let us know who you are cheering on. If you're a driver and you're supporting a team, let us know who you're driving on behalf of. If there's anybody you want to give a shout out to, then let us know as well, and we will do our very, very best to get that sorted out. Now, I'm seeing those GT4 cars and those GT3 cars still not sorting themselves out. I've seen a LMP3 disappear off into the space of ether and time. I've got a feeling that might have been a connection issue there, as all the cars trying to bunch up and trying to get them way around here and not really sure what they're doing. It's the joy of these yellow flag safety cars. Again, it's a fantastic system, because it's really only iRacing that. I mean, yes, R Factor 2 does have it, but in terms of popular online sims, you'd have to say iRacing is the most popular one, with those safety cars and those full course yellows that actually implements them as well. So again, these drivers will be well used to these situations where the cars having to make their way around and having to sort themselves out just now. So, as we said, we are just waiting for the final cars to get themselves sorted out. We are still under safety car conditions here. It is a very warm welcome back to Zippy. Welcome back, my friends. So again, we're still under safety car. I don't think we're going to be going green this lap either, because we've got a lot of cars that do look like they need to get themselves sorted out here. But again, I would imagine pit lane will close this lap by, and meaning that it's pretty much good to go at this point here. But for a lot of these drivers, you've got to think that this is going to be, quite a stressful, anxiety-inducing kind of situation for them just now.
Oh, for sure, David. Certainly, I don't know about yourself. Maybe you're a coffee guy, maybe you're a tea guy, but the kettle is on and that water is starting to boil. Certainly, at this point, you just want to get on with it. Maybe a bit of milk and sugar in these guys' tires and fuel. But certainly, that whole time that you're waiting, the suspense, the anxiety, the determination, it's for some drivers, it just, it escalates, and then all of a sudden, when they let out the cannon, boom, and the tires are a bit colder as well. They're not going to be quite at that full operating temperature, perhaps. But for others, it's more like, sweet, I can regather myself, I can regather my thoughts, and potentially that was what the instant, where they just maybe relax a little bit too much and just like, oh, yeah, I'm driving here.
Yeah. I'm slightly taken aback here. I am loving the quality of this slow zoom in to the sign on the hillside here at Bathurst of Mount Panorama. That is some quality quality broadcast TV right there. Some beautiful scenic shots as the cars making their way around. We're looking at all the different parts of the circuit, but what we need to find out is what is happening with that safety car. Do we still have the lights on the safety car, or are we going to be going round for one more lap, or is this going to be the last lap under the safety car? I'm going to hazard a guess to say the lights are still on. Yep, so we are going to have at least one more lap here. And as I said, Zippy, with the cars coming close now, I think, to the first pit stops. LMP3s will have had their first round of pit stops. We've had pit stops under the safety car. How much of a dent do you think that makes into the terms of strategy? It's a 4-hour race. And we've already, maybe for the GT3 cars, maybe had a pit stop about 10 minutes early.
I'm not too sure at this point because it's so early. I think it can go anywhere. I've not seen too many cars dive in the pits yet, certainly not intentionally. I think there was just a one GT3 Porsche that did, but I don't know. Like, at this point, I think it's still very up in the air. Like, the yellow flag adds such a wild card to your tactic, because all of a sudden your fuel calculations, they're completely out the window. I wonder if the teams potentially, because a lot of these guys, they take it very seriously, and I can't fault them for that, but they may have actually done some yellow flag practice laps just to see how much fuel do we use for every yellow flag lap, and then maybe they're doing calculations from there. I'm not too sure, but I do love this particular camera shot because you can just see the huge elevation change as you go up and over the mountain.
Yeah, for sure. And the great thing about that is that it really gives you an idea, especially this shot here, just how long that Conrod straight is. It is a wonderful, wonderful straight, but it's not like a straight. It's not like just a straight piece of tarmac. You see how many times that hill goes down and then up and then down and then up and then down again. It is just a fantastic section of road. What we don't see, of course, from this angle is the fact that the chase is in there as well. One of the fastest corners in motorsport. A terrifying right-hander that then leads to a chicane. But we are coming up to the start-finish line. So again, we have a look, and again, we've still got cars that look to be out of position. We got the leader of LMP3 jumping into pit lane. Now, I'm not sure if that's out of sequence. That's the only person to pit, given that we've had all of our pit stops about sort of 5 minutes ago here. And again, I wonder if we have got a reason for that. We'll see if he actually stops here, because he's going straight through just now. Yeah, he is going into the pits. So he does have damage on that car from what I'm hearing earlier, Zippy, from an earlier incident. But again, given that everybody went into the pits about 5-10 minutes ago when that yellow flag came out, that must just be well, he's taken on tyres just now, but again, a little bit of damage repair possibly.
I'm wondering, because at this point, as you can see, Dan McFarlane, he retakes the lead there. Well, actually, no, retakes the lead. He actually moves into the lead. No, he does take the lead. I think it's because I'm used to seeing the guy's name, but I'm not associating the name with the car. That's what's happening. But I'm thinking that as well. If I'm Goya Autosport, you know what? If I'm at the very start of the queue, that's great. I've got clean air. I've got clean traffic. But if my car's damaged, I'm just going to get eaten up very quickly by, as you can see, the Dan McFarlane in the Sim Racing Grid car. And then he's got even more LMP3s behind him. So, you know what? I think what he's done is, okay, I've got damage. I'm going to pit now. I'm going to get it out of the way. And then hopefully I can come out into clean air afterwards. I think that's what his plan is. And you know what? That's the better strategy, because they're still under a yellow flag. That pit stop is not going to cost them as dearly as when the race goes hot.
Yeah, it's a discounted pit stop for sure. As we're seeing some cars still making their way through to get themselves into the order here. Now, this is the frustrating thing for the drivers as well, is how long these restart situations can take, and obviously the cars all sorting themselves out. I believe this is now the GT3 cars getting to unlock themselves just now. And indeed, there we go. So all the GT3s, they'll be working their way around. It's a little bit scary. Thank goodness the safety car is a virtual safety car because it doesn't actually exist. It looks like it does, but it's not actually a physical object on the track. They're just... I'm a little bit... I mean, obviously we would like to see those cars unlapping themselves a couple of laps ago, but... it is what it is. So we'll get this race. I think if this is the GT3s unlapping themselves now, I can imagine we're probably going to be another 2 laps away from going green here, Daniel.
Well, the best thing about it, David, is although it's not ideal, you know, that these guys are basically doing a glorified parade lap right now, the spectators, as you can see, they are cheering. A couple of them have gone away to get refreshments. I think that guy's just gone to the hot dog stand in the corner. Yeah, make sure you get it with HP sauce. But anyway, you know, the good thing is when these guys get back and the race goes hot, the field's going to be back together again. It's going to be tight, and I think that's actually going to make for even better racing here at the Sim3D Sports Car Series.
There's still more spectators watching this than FP2 at F1 too soon. Dear me. But either way, I couldn't resist getting the boot in. I'm sorry. It's just,
wait, I got one. Hang on. You see that, David? That's a straight, and the manhole covers are secured.
Well,
that was dark.
Well, that was. It's all I'm going to say is I am going to be up very, very late tonight anyway, but it's fine. You were saying about, am I a coffee person or a tea person? At this rate, I'm going to be opening the coffee liqueur bottle that is at the side of my desk. That'll be possibly being used to fuel the next 3 hours of this race. So again, if you have just joined us, a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the FTR event Sim3D Sports Car Series Season 5 Round 2. My full 4 hours of Bathurst, quarter of which has been taken up already by the safety car just now on this pace lap just now, but the car's still unlapping themselves, so I can guarantee that we have got another lap to go under safety car just now as GT3 Pro looks like the position has changed for lead. Not quite sure how that's managed to do that under yellow. But either way, Brabham Esports now in the lead of GT4 just now, and speeding away at quite a distance as into the pit lane comes ART Sim Racing. I get the feeling that's going to have been unlapping themselves, as that is their second pit stop for ART Sim Racing 2. Kevin Pone behind the wheel of that one. 5 minutes left to go behind the hour here, with 3 hours left to go, and again, I wonder how the drivers in this situation managed to hold their concentration here. Now, our broadcast director's getting very excited here because the safety car lights are off. However, I recall 4 laps ago when I got excited, I got giddy looking at the safety car lights because they were off, and then they went on by the time they were at the top of Skyline just now. So we'll keep an eye on this. This could be very, very exciting indeed. And again, it's that whole thing for the drivers thinking, is it, will it, won't it? Especially for Dan McFarlane just now. I guess he's just waiting because he'll obviously be in a very, very good opportunity here, Zippy.
Oh, it's working out pretty good for him at this point, and we know the guy can drive. Like, we saw him last month at Daytona. Like, he was on it, absolutely on it. He's proficient in the car, but Daytona and Bathurst, well, Mount Panorama, depends on, you know, which tongue you want to use, but very, very different cars, very different tracks even, you know, there's a lot going on. But I'm actually just reading the steward discussion right now. It sounds like a few cars will be getting penalised by iRacing for unsafe entry on the pits, but not only that, I did see that one of the cars was penalised, I think, for pitting when the pit lane was closed. Perhaps that was that Porsche.
That could
I'm
be
not
a great
entirely
point.
sure.
That could be a good point, but safety cars start to ratchet up the pace here, so I get the feeling that this could be what we are about to see. We could be about to see the start of this race here. There, So again, getting things restarted after a lengthy safety car. Tyres are going to be cold. Drivers' brains are going to be cold here. The audience is going to be cold after a long start here. But again, with Sim Racing Grid Phoenix and Dan McFarlane poised, ready to go, Zippy, why don't you take us up to the line here?
Oh, I think it's going to be good. But as you can see there, he's got no LMP3s, like even in that shot. Like as you look, there's a few further back, but he's absolutely in the most opportunistic scenario where he can just put the hammer down. He's got no one ahead of him. I'm not going to count the pace car because that guy's going to bail. But he can just basically put his hammer down, not worry about what's behind him, because the slower class cars are going to clog up any competition he does have. But he's just going to be able to focus on his lines, just do clean stint. And all right, he's going to catch up on the slower class cars eventually, but he's got that whole like space of free air, which I think is really, really going to help him like open up his race.
Here we go then. Cars coming down to the pit lane then. Pace car is leading them all off as we get ready to restart the race here. Into the pit lane then comes the safety car as Dan McFarlane comes out of the final corner to restart the race then. FTR event Sim 3D Sports Car Series gets back underway, and it's a brilliant start there from third row of the grid there. Stage 1 Racing number 83 absolutely sent it from 2 weeks back there. Hans Blankart, just an amazing start to that then. He's on the run as they go down that straight for the first time since the restart here. We've got a little bit of action further back, and that is going to be for 6th and 7th position as well. Sorry, 5th and 6th there. That is a move up the inside. Beautiful job done there, and that is absolutely ballsy racing there, Daniel.
Oh, absolutely. Like, here's me thinking Dan McFarlane's going to get a chance to run away. I stand corrected. Like, these guys, I don't know what they had in their coffee, but I don't think it was liquor. I think it was Red Bull or some other energy drink. These guys absolutely just smashing that gas pedal, absolutely going for it, like, insane amount of moves. And we're not even through the first lap yet, David. Oh, come on!
Like Lamal facing the wrong way, and thankfully all of the cars avoiding him. I hope that doesn't bring out another safety car. Lloyd should be able to turn round and get that car going again, so that is great news to see Lloyd Lamal. Unfortunate to have that issue there, but thankfully doesn't bring out another safety car, as we're watching Ryan Chevalier here for FTR Esports Gold in that GT3 Pro battle. This is for 7th position. You've got Art Sim Racing just up the front, and then you've also got 6th place up there as well. Fantastic start here. Great to see the action back thick and fast, and you get a feeling that this is all going to start getting a little bit physical very quickly. We jump to a replay, and this is like Lamal. It's clipping the inside there. He's going to hit that curb on the inside there, a little twitch there, and that is what happens. Sends it to the inside. Thankfully, absolutely minimal damage, so gets away with it, and I think he'll be able to recover quite quickly there, Zippy.
I gotta say as well, you know what? The recovery from the drivers around him, that was absolutely phenomenal. As soon as I seen that car sideways, I'm like, here we go, we got the yellow flag again. But that was phenomenal, like driving from everybody involved. Sadly, not the guy who spun it out, but I think that was just a case of gold tyres there. Tom Minot, he's taken the class lead for the GT3 amateurs now.
Yeah, so it's all changing track limit racing then up to the front as it's a move up the inside. That's what the GT4 cars getting out of the way, but you can see this fantastic little fight going on here. Tom Minot heads of backmarker racing orange just now, and again that gap now 1.5 seconds. You've got GT3 Pro cars also in the mix of this just now. It's a little bit further up. You've also got some GT3 Pro action as well. That's Art Sim Racing still trying to hold on to that position from FTR Gold. They're about 1.5 seconds behind as well. So that's actually who you can see with track limit racing just now. And it's just so chaotic in these first 10 minutes after the restart here, Zippy. You have to absolutely keep pushing on as hard as you can, but also trying to settle down and keep yourself out of trouble here.
Oh, absolutely. You got to try and keep things in order, but we got a replay popping up with the LMP3s going into Skyline. Is he going to get the car slowed down enough? No. No, so hard. Oh, ejecto bonnet. That's not in the manual.
Well,
Yeah, that's going to be a tow, I suspect, at that point, David.
I'm not sure that's going to buff out, I'll be honest with you, Zippy. That looks quite significant damages. That's going to be almost certainly contact then going into the elbow there, but not quite, thankfully, avoiding it as we go back to Trevor Anderson here. FTR Esports back onto the back of one of the LMP3 cars. I think it's safe to say that he is not going to be taking that LMP3. But here we go, this is coming down Conrod Strain, this is going to end in tears. Someone is about to get sent to the moon, but who is it? It's going to be Ryan Chevalier here for FTR Esports Gold. Tries to set it up in middle, and well, if only somebody had predicted like 15 seconds before. You hate to say it because it's so utterly predictable when you get these aggressive moves, you know, just 5 minutes after a safety car. You can't win the race an hour into the race. You can lose the race, but you cannot win the race here. As Chris Neesham decided to overtake pretty much everything in sight there.
Oh, he is a man on the mission, but you're saying that somebody's going to go to the moon. Well, I think he went to the moon and back. Like, Sandwich Garden just basically dropped out the shafts from the moon like that. Contact is not the way to do it, but it's certainly, you know, Chris Neesham, he's managing to get through pretty clean at the minute. You know, the backmarker racing orange car, well, at the minute, I wouldn't say he's a backmarker. He is in second place for the GT3 amateur class.
I'm a little bit shocked from honest. 5 years of doing commentary, that's the first time I've ever worked with someone. This made a Savage Garden reference, so congratulations, I guess. Maybe, sort of. I'm not sure, but what the hell is this? Good Lord Almighty! This is a GT3 Pro. Is it a melee? Is it a cauldron? Is it a soup of cars that are going on right now? Because it is just thick and fast right now. You've got a poor GT4 that's like, please don't punch me in the face. He's just trying to circulate as cleanly and as clearly as he possibly can. But down over Skyline then. And again, this is just an awesome. Can you imagine being part of this, Daniel? And you know, actually being one of these drivers right now and just trying to keep onto the back of all of this madness right now.
Oh, you'd definitely be sweating, but like I'm seeing the different ways you're describing it, and the way it's going at the minute, I think it's a mosh pit, David. Like, you gotta just try, have a good time, enjoy the party, and still like come out without injuries. I think that pretty much summarises where we're at right now.
How did we get from Savage Garden to a mosh pit? Explain that one to me, Daniel.
I must have ended like a grungy phase or something, you know, but.
Right,
dear.
picture, top left. Go and tell me who that is that we're watching.
I'm not going to pronounce his last name, but we'll say he's called Glenn. He's in third for the GT3 amateurs right now, and he's got the Squadra Veloce by Fastlane Motorsport right on his rear bumper. He is chasing hard. I think that might be the Porsche that was scrutinized earlier by the stewards for pitting when he wasn't supposed to. Not entirely sure. I guess we'll find out, but if you look on the right side though, I said it earlier, David, we got a conga line going, and I don't know what tune they're playing, but I'd say there's a couple of V8s in there singing a song right now.
It's Venga Boys We Like to Party, quite clearly going on down that, on the run up that straight right now, but yeah, they are having a proper little party just now, and coming up through the hill just now. With just over an hour gone, we are a quarter of the way through the race, 3 hours left to go, or 2 hours 54 minutes if you like me, and like to be precise. But we're watching picture-in-picture Raf Reinders and Kevin Poen for Art Sim Racing just now. Now they cannot possibly go both in Art Sim Racing 2, so he is in 6th position. So that's actually that must be Rosando Motorsport, I believe that is that we were watching there. But that is Art Sim Racing just now in the 144. And oh, that is a camera angle and a half as the car comes sliding down. The S is there, and again, it's on the run out of that elbow there. on the run down Conrod Straight, that is where it is all going to go horribly, horribly wrong as the GT4s come down over Skyline here.
We've lost so many different directions with that shot. Thank goodness we got iRacing now. You know, it was the insurance for the event was just getting to be too much. You know, I mean, and then finding somebody who'd stand there with the camera, like, oh, these guys. It's so hard to get the braking done down in the forest elbow. Like certainly when I drove the LMP3s yesterday, I actually hung out with practice with these guys and never drove the car, but certainly the GT4s as well. I've always had a hard time getting them stopped. So I really have a lot of respect for the guys who are not just able to get through cleanly, but get through a lot quicker than I could as well. I mean, like, these guys are on it. And if we look there, Ben Faulkner, the British driver from Vermilion Motorsports, he's dropped through the field quite a lot. Like, I'm sure he was in first or second earlier. He was putting up an absolutely fantastic race. So something's gone on, potentially pitch strategy, but looking at where he is right now, while he may be in 10th in class, he doesn't seem to agree with that position. He is challenging it, just absolutely sending it through the field as he's making another move there. It's clean. He's through. He had a shave on the way past, for all I could tell. And he has pitted 3 times as well. David.
Is it just me, or does that car look absolutely mangled at the front? I mean, right, so I'm looking at the car behind him, which is obviously another Merc GT4, but then you look at the front of this car and it looks like it's hit a telegraph pole. It's just got one of those like V-shaped dents in the front of it. It caves in at the front. Now that could be netcode, that could be a damage model issue, that it's not syncing up properly, but yeah, the way he was just able to drive past that car like he wasn't even standing is something else entirely. We're back to watching Christian Newsham here for back marker racing orange just now. It's the battle for second, third and fourth. You've got Digitrack Sim Racing Team just behind, and then Squadra Veloce by Fastly Motorsport in the Porsche behind them as well, out of that the corner, and then onto the Conrod Straight here. Again, that Porsche too far back, but Digitrack might be close enough to actually do something here to see if anything happens with Glenn Grondelars. They come down this back straight just now, not quite close enough. And again, you know, an hour into a 4-hour race here, as this is all getting a little bit sketchy. GT3s and an LMP3, what a glorious, glorious combination.
Oh, that was a lucky save. I thought that was going to be a lot worse there. He just held onto it. I'll keep an eye on the stewards. I see there is an announcement, and now I'm going to catch up with that in a moment. But more action there as we go with Ryan Chevalier. But Chevalier. Oh, the GT3's absolutely just going for it. But I had a point in my head, and the small attention pan I had, it's gone. It was beautiful, but it's gone. Venga Boys has now popped in my head. Thank you for that, David. And certainly we have a party going on here.
Nothing more. Yep, exactly. Now that is going to be going through your head for the next 3 hours, so you are very, very welcome to that one. Like Moldo here for Eagle Speed Academy Esports just now, making his way up the hill. He's got one of the GT3s ahead of him, as we, I believe, have got a replay ready to have a look at. Here is some action from earlier on. Now this is Kenneth Duncan in the Eagle Speed Academy Esports machine, come down through the S's, and again, that's a little bit of a contact onto the back, and well, there goes your no pound bonus on that one. And it's safe to say, I think that other Merc is not going to be getting a Christmas card from them this year.
Definitely was a cosmetically challenged car there. I remember how fond you were of that description when we was at Daytona. That's what I was trying to remember. Attention span of a goldfish. But here we go. We're back on live with Sven Demmel. He's been driving a lot today. I don't think anyone else has actually been able to have the wheel of the 337 huge-ass gold car yet. He's been doing great in the car, and I can see why I wouldn't want to be keen to get out of it either. But he is currently hot on the tail of Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab. Actually, TFR, Torque Freak Racing, so I guess it's Torque Freak Racing by Torque Freak Racing Lab, potentially. I don't know. It could be a different acronym, but as you can see there, as they're going to Forest Elbow, definitely need to get the car slowed down enough, just because you need all the momentum you can get on your exit speed, and especially where he's 3-4 tenths behind, he is going to be feeling the draft. That AMG Mercedes is going to be punching a nice little hole in the air for this BMW to try and slipstream through, but I don't think it's going to be enough. He's certainly going to give it a go. They're going down the Conrod Straight, through the chase, up to Murray's, closing in a little bit tighter. Could we potentially see it? Nope, I've got the wrong corner here. Now he's heading into Murray's. Could we potentially see a passing opportunity going into Murray's?
No. There you go.
Nope.
That's the answer you want. It's nice and early. The thing is that he's playing a bit of a game here as Sven Demo at the moment. We've seen this through previous rounds of previous championships as well. Sven knows the pace that he's got in the car underneath him just now, so at the moment he's doing everything that he needs to do. He's got the car in front of him in sight. He's got Georg Gruber for Torque Freak Racing in his sight. He knows exactly what he needs to do. He's applying that pressure, ratcheting it up, turn by turn by turn. He doesn't need to make a move right now. He just needs to keep applying that pressure and waiting for Georg to try and overdrive that car and make a mistake. Now, what he doesn't need to do is Sven doesn't need to overdrive the car himself. He also doesn't need to be held up at the moment because he's going to have to watch out for Austin Diltz in that WBM racing car. That's just 2 seconds behind him, and that was about 0.4 of a second slower than the pair of them on that last lap there. So the GT4s are starting to get a little bit of daylight here just now, and that gap has gone up a little bit there as well by about 0.3 of a second just on these corners here as we get a beautifully artistic shot here from inside the cockpit there. It's focused out, and you can see the focus is on the outside of the car, and the inside of the car's all out of focus. Looks very, very slick and professional, very much liking this. But Sven Demo here coming through it down the hill towards Forest Elbow here, and then onto that Conrod Straight. It's all about the exit here. What you see is that Georg gets a good run, but it's a much better run this time now. The gap just 0.2 of a second. This is going to be it for Sven Demo. Now the question is, does he make a move? Because he might not necessarily actually push it here. He might be happy to sit behind, but if he makes a move, it's going to be now or never. Moves to the inside then as they come down the Conrod Straight through the chase then for lap number 31 and gives it to him. Georg Gruber there. He knew what was at stake there, knew what was at risk, and that was a very, very measured performance there from Torque Freak Racing to just stick in behind Sven Demo and let them tow him around here.
Absolutely, David. I mean, at this point in the race as well, we're only an hour and 15 minutes in. I'm not going to be fighting for the lead. If I've got a car next to me, I think he is a similar pace, well, thank you very much. You can have the lead. You can stroke your ego. I'm going to save fuel behind you. And I think I have seen a couple of cars lifting on the Conrod Straight, because I've not so much I've seen it, but I've been more hearing the revs, and I've just got the sim in the background just slightly, and it doesn't follow that smooth curve. But we're here with Aubrey Kundle from Longshot Racing right now. He is currently third in LMP3s, and it's fair to say that we got a little bit more of a battle going on. These guys are close together, but you see we've got Longshot Racing and Longshot Racing in third and fourth, so these guys hopefully work together. I mean, if you've got one of them that is faster than the other, change the positions over, pull your friend along, give him a tow, support your teammates.
For sure, especially as you've got just up in front of you, you've got Hans Blankert for Stage 1 Racing in the 83 car just now, just up in front. So the two of them will be wanting to try and get past that car very, very quickly, especially coming over some lap traffic just now. Hans Blankert in some real trouble, can't get past, and here comes the two Longshot Racing cars. This is going to be potentially massive coming down Forest Elbow then. Can't quite make it happen for that car in fourth position. Still holding on there just now though. So Jamie Southwell not getting the same rub of luck as Aubrey Kundle. But this is going to almost certainly result in a challenge going out of the Forest Elbow onto that Conrod Straight here, especially as on the apex you've got another lapped car there. Oh, that's a big puff of smoke there from that LMP3 car of Aubrey Kundle. I wonder if he just clipped the inside wall there. Didn't look to take any damage off, but again losing quite a bit of time coming out of that corner here as they come through the chase then on the run down to that left and that right hander there. Aubrey not quite close enough. And again, they're going to have to regroup and think better of that there. Is just up the inside. Goes the LMP3. That's wide for Hans Blankert. Through in towards the final section of the corner here. Into the course. Into Murray's corner here. But again, can't quite make it happen. Unbelievable action here. As across the start-finish line, they go then into turn one. And is it going to be a move up the mountain straight here for Aubrey Condell? Hans Blanker in that Stage 1 Racing 83 car. It'd be interesting actually if we can go perhaps on board with the third place car just now. Also noticing that Jamie Southall not able to make a move there. That's presumably because he's playing the team game there and just easing off. Certainly he was right in the slipstream of that third place car just now, but not able to make anything happen. Prime position for watching this battle though unfold in front of us just now. Let's take you on board with a lap here through Mount Panorama then as we go up through Reed Park. Then it's the sweeping left-hander at Solman Park, then the left-hander at McPhilly Park. It's like a roller coaster this track just now as we come towards Skyline then just under here, cresting over the hill. You get that beautiful view of New South Wales here, down through the S's and then into the Dipper again. And that's another moment there for Stage 1 Racing's 83's Hans Blanker. I wonder if there was any contact with the wall there, because that car is under huge pressure right now, and the right tyre locking up there. This is surely going to be a move then. They go onto the Conrod straight. The gap now just 1/10 of a second. He moves over to the right hand side, back to the middle of the circuit. It's now going to be neck and neck as he tries to go around the outside. Here comes Aubrey Condell to try and take second place. It's a run down that left-hander, battling late breakers there, but it's going to be, Aubrey sends it then, tries to take the position. Hans Blanker on the inside then, and this could be Aubrey Condell's move to Murray's Corner unless Hans can close that off there. What happens here? Great defensive driving there. Unbelievable stuff. But Zippy, that was a fantastic little battle there.
I've got to say that was an excellent bit of driving by the Stage 1 Racing car by Hans. I honestly thought he was a sitting duck. Absolutely thought he was a sitting duck. But certainly you've got not just one car behind you, you've got two cars behind you fighting, both trying to get you. It's like being in a slap battle, and the problem is you don't get the fight back. You've got two people just taking it in turns, right cheek, right cheek, you know. Like you just say, you're getting beaten up, and they did an outstanding job holding on to that position. Outstanding, like excellent bit of defence work.
For sure. And the battle goes on just now because here comes the LMP3s up the hill. It's another bit of lap traffic that's going to cause a huge delay. They're almost going to be side by side coming up the hill here, but it is going to be a great job from Aubrey Condell to get that position from the GT3 car, getting the lap traffic out of the way here, as Hans Blanker then coming down through the S's, and again it's the same position, it's the same point in the track every damn lap for poor Hans Blanker, where he's losing that time just now. But either way, we come out of Forest Elbow then. But again, it's much further back here for Aubrey Condell, 0.4 of a second. I don't think he's going to be able to make a move on this time by.
Well, then even then, if he does, like at this point, does he want to try and have his teammate try and catch up a little bit to him again as well? You know, just try and get you both past the guy. Like, that's a question as well. But I do wonder as well. So we're about an hour and 20 minutes in. Potentially, I wonder if the track's heated up, because I'm starting to see maybe potentially a little bit of marbling going on as well. It's certainly starting to get a grippier line. But we've got the GT3 amateur battle going on right now. So we look at, we've got Digitrack's racing team, hopefully staying away from the stewards at this point.
Yeah, they're in no man's land at the moment. Is Glenn Grundlewald at the moment 8 seconds behind Track Limit Racing, your leader for the GT3 AM, a second and a half ahead of Squadre Veloce by Fastlane Motorsport. But it's the third place battle that's actually hotted up in GT3 AM just now, because Sim Racing Grid Phantom trying to take that position from them just now, but again come down through Skyline here. This is going to be very interesting indeed. There is the BMW then of Landon Patmore as they come through the Dipper and through the S's respectively on their way down to Forest Elbow. But again, that gap opening up now half a second, and I wonder if Squadra Veloce by Fastlane have actually just got past that car. They've given the gap that is very quickly opening up indeed. Longshot Racing trying to catch up to Stage 1 Racing, and that is going to be a huge moment for Hans Blanker. They're going to be side by side for that LMP3 battle there, but can't quite hold on to that. That was a little bit of an off-track moment there for Hans Blankert. The only reason I know that is I saw the little off-track symbol come up there. So again, that gap coming right back down. But Daniel, it's all very well Hans having these moments and getting nudged off track, but if behind can't take advantage, we'll come to a replay here of what happened with Hans Blankert here, coming across some GT4 traffic there. Oh, and that's a huge, sorry, this is a GT3 car, huge damage into the wall there. So that's a clip of the curb, and wow, that is, I'm not sure how that is, that's going to happen there.
Definitely an unlucky thing, but it's one of those things as well where, it doesn't take much to unsettle the car. I mean, I'm not experienced with the LMP3, but I did take it for some laps, and I found the thing was so rigid, and I'm starting to see a couple of the guys that are fighting, certainly the two long shot racing cars, they're having a good scrap as well with the Stage 1 racing. And you're starting to see a little bit of smoke coming up, especially through Forest Elbow. Now, I wonder if they're potentially overdriving the car, maybe there's a bit of dust on the track, but maybe they're just, powering on a little bit too much. But at this point, I'm wondering how much they're going to get away with that. And we are now starting to see like a couple of mistakes. Like we're starting to see little cars starting to test the limits of the walls. Definitely want to avoid that. So maybe, at this point, I'm hoping we don't have an incident that results in a safety car. But I'm kind of wondering if it's going to happen.
Sounds like you're wishing for things. I'm not going to wish for any of that, given the hell that we just had with that 25-minute safety car period there. I think it was only 20 minutes, but either way, it felt like about half an hour here. I think that we're going to be clear for the remainder of this hour, at least here with this, at least with this LMP battle. That's what I want to see. I want to see this resolved out there on track, because Hans Blankert again getting held up by the GT3 traffic here. That is the 211 Porsche that is just in front of him. But that's worked out now for Hans Blankert now as they come through the S's and through the dipper. That's a big gap starting to open up, 1.6 seconds here, and that is no way past for Aubrey Kundal. That's the rub of the green that Hans Blankert has been looking for, and that gap now just about 3 seconds.
Oh, it definitely worked out in Hans' favour. As you can see, no fault with the Porsche, it's just where he was on the track, and he doesn't have to like dive bomb it and get out of the way. If anything, that would cause a bigger accident. But at least the good thing about it is the long shot racing cars, they are together, and I think they are working together as a team. Even though they'll be scored, I think, independently. Independently. I'm not. By all means, correct me if I'm wrong, because I know we got several people who have several cars, like Huge Ass Blue, Huge Ass Black, for example, but they are working together as a team, and hopefully they can catch up to the Stage 1 Racing 83.
Let's have a look at a replay then of an incident that happened just a couple of months ago. This is Austin Diltz in the WBM racing machine, and that is contact, I believe. Is that not the orange car? That's the Brabham car, the 162, causing contact there up the inside. Diltz heavy into the wall on the front left, heavy into the wall on the rear there, and that is almost certainly going to be back to the pits for the 358, and that, of course, remember, is in the GT4 battle, as Diltz is disconnected from the server. I think that is going to be all they wrote for WBM Racing. You hate to see it, as we go back to a huge fight here for GT4 then. Huge Ass Blue and Vermilion Motorsports here around the outside, side by side on the Conrod Straight here. And I may have oversold that. I may have overhyped that excitement there. I saw them side by side. They were side by side. They were about 3/100ths of a second, but not quite close enough for Ben Faulkner. I think he will try and do that again, but again, yeah, it's one thing getting right up to them and alongside them, but unless you can get past it, kind of doesn't really mean anything here. As Ryan Chevalier here in the FTR Esports Gold sends it up the inside, and that is going to be up to P8 then, splitting up those two ART Sim Racing teams. Now, that is a little bit confusing, I don't know about you, Daniel, but having two ART Sim Racing 2s in GT3 Pro.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's the same where we got LMP3 with two long shot racings, but like there's a couple of teams, but generally, I think it's pretty good. I'm hoping we're going to see more of the teams come into play. Like you can see, there's some very similar liveries and stuff like that as we look throughout the field. Especially that one at the front, that Ferrari. There's a few of them kicking around on track for sure. But certainly, you know, the team tactics can be a big benefit here. Certainly, long shot racing. I think the only way they're going to catch stage 1 racing at this point is if they work as a team. You know, okay, they can try and fight each other and pass each other on the straights, but I don't think you can really bump draft in an LMP3, and I don't think I'd experiment with it in a race scenario. But if they work together, you know, if they work out, okay, who's quicker kind of deal. If not, the car behind can save fuel. Regardless, they have potential to do well out of this.
Well, that is exactly what we are going to be watching over the next 2.5 hours here at Bathurst, aka Mount Panorama, as we are watching this fight for second position. Digitrax Racing now have been caught by Sim Racing Grid's Phantoms Landon Patmore just now, and they are also bringing other cars around about with them at the moment. But again, it's all of these little battles here that just kind of ebb and flow, and you get these little natural fights that go on for usually about a stint before they kind of sort themselves out here. But is Landon Patmore onto the back then of that second place GT3 AM car. That's Glenn Grondelars behind the wheel of that one as they come down towards the chase. Is it going to be a move? It's just 1/10 of a second between the two of them. Moves to the inside, it's going to be on to the brakes. The BMW slides up the inside, late for the Ferrari as well, and that is going to be job done. Great defensive run there for the Ferrari, and Glenn doing a fantastic job letting that, also that GT3 Pro car, I believe that is, just up on the outside. You've got some LMP3 cars as Gorio Autosport have entered the fray. Now, we didn't see this here, Daniel. Remember that Longshot Racing were 2 and 3, chasing down Stage 1 Racing. Now, they were 2.3 seconds behind, but the LMP3 class has been changed about a bit. Akram Zanoun, for that Gorio Autosport car, chased them all down and has actually stolen that 4th position away.
He's definitely become the butter between them pieces of bread there, David, and hopefully, you know, we'll see what happens. I mean, Gorio Autosport was spending a good time with this race on the pole position spot, and they were very happy to be doing so, but obviously where they had that little bit of an incident, I'm hoping that they can move back up. But while they were maintaining like and setting the pace for quite a while, you know, they still got to be able to catch up to Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. And Dan McFarlane, I don't know if he's going to do it. Then not only that, Hans Blanker, but I'm actually reading in the steward's announcement there was a warning to the number 83 car, Hans Blanker, for backing up the field on restart. So he's going to have to be careful. He's called the attention of the stewards, and certainly, you know, I'd be on my best behavior at that point. There's some people you don't want to upset. God, you know, your mother, partner, and race stewards.
all at the same time. That'd be quite impressive to do that one. Right, back to this little fight then for second place in GT3 AM right now, because at the front of that little fight in second position there, as I'll come back to that in a second, as Jamie Southall then gets that position back from Akram Zanoun and jumps back up into P4 in the LMP battle. And that's obviously been a bit of a mistake there for Gorio Autosport, because that car now 2 seconds behind, and I'll be very curious. However, what we're seeing there in the GT3 AM battle with you know, that fantastic fight with Glenn Grondelars and Landon Patmore, we were also seeing Thomas van den Bosch getting brought into that for the Squadra Veloce team in that fourth position fight as well. Now, he's dropped off significantly, caught behind one of the GT4 cars at the moment, but it's still 0.3 of a second, as now right on to the back of another one of the GT3 cars comes Jamie Southall. But again, you know, an hour and a half gone in this race, and I think it's safe to say now the drivers have, you know, they've settled down into a rhythm, haven't they? They've got themselves into a state of flow, and they're able to properly decide what is going on around them.
Oh, certainly, and I'm gonna try and see if I can break another record for you. I think at the minute they've got a bit of meatloaf playing, David. Like, it's about out of hell. Like, these guys are putting the hammer down a lot more than they were earlier. It was all very civilized, but certainly since that yellow flag, we are seeing more and more battles happening on track. I mean, before we had a lot of stuff going where just, trying to get past the overclass car as well. And at the minute, like, we're seeing fights for position. Like, as we look at the GT3 Pros as well, like, there's 3 cars all close together there, podium positions. RPM Racing here, they look like they're in the 4th position right now. Patrick Gannon, the American driver there. So we're looking at, see, 1, 2, 3 GT3s, and then they've got an LMP3 behind him as well. He's going to want pass. So the good thing about multi-class racing is, you can sometimes use these cars to your advantage. And okay, the LMP3 is going past now, but if I was him, I'm going to try and tuck behind one of those 2 cars as quickly as possible. And you can see there, the AMG, he's definitely listening to the memo. He's behind that LMP3, trying to get any little help that he can to try and like have a little bit of draft himself. The Ferrari will be getting a draft from the AMG. The AMG will be getting a draft from the LMP3. And if you don't have one, you're kind of the guy that's, sat in a circle, everybody else has got a beer and you're the one that's not even got a drink. It's just awkward and you're not going to have as much of a fun time.
No, 100%. And we were watching that little fight there with the GT3 Pro battle. That was Patrick Gannon for RPM Racing, getting his way ahead of the Ferrari of Trevor Anderson in that FTR Esports Black Machine fighting for that final podium position. Looks like we've lost Ryan Chevalier then from FTR Esports Gold. He is into the pits and has been for the best part of a lap, and also looks like he has disconnected from the race, so it could be an F already for that team there just now. But again, watching Patrick Gannon here just now in third place, he's trying to chase down that second place car, Jonathan Germain for Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle FTR. But again, 1.3 seconds. Now, it can be done. It definitely can be done, but whether it will be done is another matter altogether, especially as we have a look at Ryan Chevalier there into pit lane. As I said, I think that car is gone. He is still in pit lane, shown as in pit lane. He's been in there for 43 well, actually, no, 43 seconds. He might not be gone, actually. He might just be in for a scheduled pit stop. I just realised, because, of course, we had our first round of pit stops there, Daniel, about 50 minutes ago with that with a safety car. So that might actually change here.
Well, you say about the FTR Esports Gold. I was just reading in the stewards' announcements, and car 122 FTR Esports Gold. Are we on about the same car here? Because they're in a racing incident. Excuse me, with no further action with the 198 of Art Sim Racing 2. So something obviously went on, and there is also another incident under investigation as well, involving the 384 Eagle Speed Academy Esports. Now that would be an LMP3 car, I believe. And that's tied with the 365 of Vermilion Motorsports. I'm pretty sure that's a GT4, yeah, the 4th place GT4. So something would have happened there. So different classes at least, but the thing is with multi-class as well, you've got to get by cleanly. I mean, I wondered if potentially, that's the one where we saw like a bit of a wiggle going up through the hill, but Bathurst is a very, very cruel mistress. You treat her nice, yes, miss, no miss, be the most respectful, because as soon as you cross that line, those walls have no forgiveness. Like none. They do not bend, they do not give. And some of these guys have really definitely been testing the limits there, but so we've taken a quick look then. Robert Lancaster.
Yeah, just out the pits, was in the pits for around about 15 minutes then, so the car repaired. Great to see that back out on the track there, but again, I guess it's just a case of making sure that you actually finish the race. Now, 16 minutes for this one. This was Roy Mass for Stage 1 Racing. Again, you have to applaud them getting back out here, but again, it's just a case of finishing the race, and I guess that's the whole spirit of endurance racing, isn't it?
Oh, for sure. Like, it's not over until it's over. Like, it's one of those things where, although damage sucks, sometimes it's definitely, especially at a track like Bathurst, like it's so unforgiving that you can rely on attrition to certainly help you to a certain point. It won't do all the work for you. Then obviously the best way is to keep the car out of the wall, but sometimes it's just the way it goes. As we're on board here with Gio Verstraeten for Squadra Veloce by Fastlane Motorsport, Belgian driver. He looks like he's got a car on his tail. Nope, that is a GT4 behind him. So we've got a little bit of a Porsche party going on right now. get me wrong, a nice little wave to the crowd as he goes by. Where RPM Racing Blue, they are fighting for position. Robert Lancaster at the wheel. This is the one that was in the pits recently as well. So even though they were in the outsider class, oh damn, shame. Oh, who have we got that's really close on track right now?
Well,
Pick a number,
that's
David.
it. I was going to say, because we're going into that pit stop strategy here, this is obviously LMP3, but these are teammates, so they're not going to be fighting for position just now. GT3 and both in the pits at the same time. I'm also looking at the fight for third position, as that's exactly what our broadcast director has turned their attention to just now. The fight for third position with RPM Racing up there just now. Now that is going to be Patrick Gannon, and this is Trevor Anderson. Now we saw Patrick Gannon just taking that position away from the Ferrari a couple of laps ago, but Gannon not really letting that position drop just now. So Trevor Anderson, hot on the heels, you've got to say, in that FTR Esports Black Machine, as GT3 AM cars making their way out of pit lane. And it looks like Sim Racing Grid Phantom getting the jump very, very slightly on Digitrack Sim Racing team.
Oh, for sure. But certainly, if I'm Trevor Anderson, he's just had the RPM Racing car behind him for a little while. You know what? If I could stick behind him and save some fuel, I would. I'm almost convinced that some people have been lifting on the Conrad straight a little bit. And I mean, I understand, but if you can, lift for a couple of seconds each lap and just save that little bit of fuel, how much further can you gain? I mean, myself, I've never done great at fuel saving. It's more all or nothing approach at that point. Don't get me wrong, I'll feather the throttle, but it's more of when I need it, I want it, and make it happen kind of deal. You can see these guys coming into some traffic now. Same classic car as well. There's GT3s surrounding it. We've got a chain of 5 of them now. But actually, there's a GT4. That blue and white AMG, I think, is a GT4 off the top of my head. It's so similar looking at the cars, it's hard to tell at times, but Trevor Anderson, he is falling away a little bit from the RPM Racing car, so if he's going to save fuel, he's got to get closer. You've got to be right under that rear bumper. As it looks like Longshot Racing has gone in the pits. Stage 1 Racing in the pits as well. And the other Longshot Racing car has stayed out. They are the new race leader with Goyo Autosport, only 1.4 seconds behind them, so we've got a new race leader now. Okay. Goyo Autosport definitely making a good recovery here. We saw them drop back through the field earlier. Things were getting a little bit hot for them. They had a little bit of contact, definitely some incidents. But right now, I wouldn't say they're in clear air. They've got a GT4 ahead, but the GT4, the speed differential is enough that they will be able to do something with it. As we're looking here at Hans Blankart, he's in the pits, hopefully planned. I know he was under investigation earlier with the stewards, where they were saying about, how it would be reviewed, but hang on a second, hang on. We've got another announcement from the race stewards. Let's have a quick look here. Stewards' decision, 30 seconds stop and hold for the 233 car of Digitrack Sim Racing team. So that's got to be the GT3 Amateur. They're in the doghouse. Okay, so that's why they pit. I mean, all sorts of pit stops happening right now, but these guys are definitely going to be in there for a bit longer than planned. Another incident I'm seeing multiple incidents under investigation at this point. 183 Prismatic Motorsports, Athena, and Torque Freak Racing, they're under investigation. Race stewards right now, they're going to need strong beverages to try and get caught up, and certainly as they tell us their results, we'll certainly try and get you in the loop now. But Jamie Southwell, Longshot Racing, he's out of the pits. He's stuck behind a GT3 car, just trying to get his way past them. I'm sure it won't be too long before we see the race leading Longshot 3 car. There you go, as if by command, the Longshot Racing. Yep, they've literally just gone in the pits. Aubrey's just gone in the pits with the Goyo Autosport car right behind him. Potentially, I'm wondering if we're going to get a driver change as well at this point. I'm not too sure how many drivers these guys are running, but we're starting to approach the halfway. But then after that yellow flag as well, I mean, it's not really a full stint, it's a bit more lethargic. And if you've got a driver who is, got a little bit of an edge at this track, you're going to want them in the car more so than the others, It's all tactics as well, right? If you've got a guy who's quick and clean air, send him out, so let him do what he needs to do. If you've got a guy who's good at, race traffic, well, you know what? Keep them in the traffic. You know, it all depends where you're going to be on track. You know, different strategies. But right now we're looking at the Brabham Esports GT3. They're currently leading the pro class. Now, I'm not sure they started that way, but that's definitely a good thing for them. If I have a quick look here, let me find them. I can hear carnage on track. I can't see it, but I can definitely hear it. Something's just gone wrong. Oh no. Yeah, we're gonna...
Oof, I think is the word for that one, Zippy. Oof, indeed. Yeah, it's horrible when you can hear there's a car stricken out there on the track, but you just don't know what on earth has happened. As into the pit lane is Brabham Esports GT3 car from the leads of GT3 Pro. I get the feel. Do we want to see this, Danny? Do we want to see what on earth happened to this car? Morgan Smith for WBM Racing. This was for the GT4 class. Oh, you hate to see it. Absolutely destroyed there by you've got to say, an impatient GT3 car.
That's definitely, you know, I would expect a lot better from the GT3. I really would. Like, you know that you're going to have more closing speed. You're in this tight part of the track. You can't pass them if you want to anyway. Just stick behind them. Keep a sensible gap. Don't get me wrong, going through Forest Elbow, all right, you know, get right on that bumper and try and use, you know, get yourself a bit of slipstream. But at the end of the day, you've got the Conrod straight. Why go so close? You know, low risk, high reward, David. That is the way to win an endurance race.
Absolutely, absolutely. However, it's usually a case of brain failure for the majority of these drivers, and I know I've been in that position myself, especially here on iRacing, where you think, oh, I'm just going to go for it. I'm just gonna. It's my right to get past blue flag and all that sort of stuff, and you're like, yeah. Honestly, when you actually read up on the whole blue flag thing, that was the big turn up for the books for me. I will go into that more in a minute, because I believe we've got, and I'm sure this is from the GT3 AM battle, but Zippy, I believe you're going to have a chat with Landon Patmore.
I believe so. Let's have a look. Come on in there, Landon. There we go. Landon Patmore. What's been happening in your race, sir? I mean, we've been seeing you on the screen a little bit. Tell us what's going on.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, guys. Oh, there we are. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, guys. It was a crazy start. We didn't qualify too hot. Just with the position we had, we got backed up, and then just wasn't a great qualifying. And then we got into a 3 wide going into T1, just got taken out, and that wasn't great. And then we got taken out in the chase. And then I tapped somebody and we spun, but that safety car really helped us. We got all the damage fixed and we're back on the lead lap. So can't really complain from our end right now.
Well, that's definitely like the safety car as well. Like, even though it went on for a little bit longer than certainly you desire, it did actually really like spice up the racing as well. And certainly it seems like any earlier mishaps have therefore been forgiven, as it were. And it certainly seems to be working out for you right now. As I say that, we can see a parked car on the track. So we'll get to that in a few minutes, but I got to ask as well, like, I tried driving the LMP3 around here myself, and to be honest, there's a reason I'm not on the grid and I'm in the booth, and I'm sure you could work out why it's the timings, but can you tell me a little bit about, like, so when I found it, certainly going through like the chase and like the S's especially, trying to get the car stopped and into Forest Elbow, the braking, it almost feels as if the car is so rigid that like the wheels aren't necessarily all contacting at the same time. Is this like something that I've had in the setup, or is this, can you expand on that a little bit for me?
So you're talking to the other sim racing grid team. We're the GT3 team. Our P3 team is Dan and Colin right now.
Epic fail on my part.
We have 3. They both have 3 in the name, man. It's all good.
Yeah, well, the good thing is, can you then, as a GT3, can you use your teammates in the other cars? Have you been able to get any benefit from them?
I think they've honestly gotten a benefit from us. You know, we're obviously, you know, in the same channel. We're all talking to each other. We're making sure, you know, we're out of the way of them. so we don't back them up. But honestly, if I was going to say anything, I think the GT4s have been really helping us, setting some picks and leaving somebody behind, coming up the mountain or coming down the mountain. They've been really helpful. GT3's a little aggressive, not going to lie. Haven't really been super cooperative. Got dove on a couple times and just people blocking for no reason. And then the P3s, they're really fast around the corners. Other than that, they're kind of just following you behind on the mountain if they don't get ahead of you. So, and they don't have the top speed. So actually, I've had to lift on the back stretch a couple times.
Interesting. Certainly, when I drove the LMP3, I was like, my times in an LMP3 were comparable to a GT3. As in, like, my LMP3 time was so slow that the GT3 fast guys were matching it. That's where I was at. So, you know what? I don't blame you for driving the GT3 there. It certainly seems to be working out for you at the minute. You are leading the amateur class right now with Mark DeBurr. So we're going to leave you to it. Thank you very much for popping in, and hopefully you guys can keep it nice and clean. Certainly, I imagine the yellow flag certainly messed with the pit strategy, I'm sure.
Yeah. Also, just another side note, we've been promoted to pro. We're not NAM anymore.
Oh, well, congratulations. I mean, it's also sorry to hear that in some ways, but you know what
I mean, when you're going up against Brabham Esports, yeah, it's a little. I feel sorry for myself.
You, sir, have been put up a weight class. Have a fight with Mike Tyson. Good luck.
Pretty much. Well, I appreciate you guys having us, and we're going to go put our heads back down and see if we can gain some more positions. Appreciate it.
For sure. Thanks for popping in, Landon, and good luck with the rest of your race.
Anytime. Have a good day, guys.
And that was me there, just making a complete fudge of an interview. You're welcome. You see, the good thing is we provide comedy as well as race commentary here in the Sim 3D Sportscar series. Hopefully my colleague David Christie can potentially redeem us a little bit. David, what's going on at the minute?
Firstly, have you ever heard one of my interviews, mate? Because they ain't getting much better than that, trust me. You at least were able to make a cohesive sentence. Mine's are usually, sorry, could you repeat that, please? It's it's my dulcet Scottish tones. So with them, yeah. So again, that we weren't aware that they'd been moved up to GT3 Pro. Now with that, I believe if that's what they're saying, that would put them, I think, around about P7 in GT3 Pro. Again, it's changed about a little bit because Collie Hopkins isn't properly, so he's in the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix car just now, so you can ignore the time screen just now because Sim Racing Grid Phoenix are actually in the LMP3 class just now. So once that's sorted out, our time screens will change and all that sort of good stuff as well. You can see in a second that Sim Racing Grid popped into their rightful place, and it's actually into P7. So there we go, P8 for our GT3 Pro. So yeah, there we go. Coming up for halfway through this race then, Zippy, and it's it's been an awesome race.
Oh, we've definitely had no shortage of action. Certainly that yellow flag, to me, that was like the start of the race. Like, it was, in fact, it was even better. Like, don't get me wrong, yellow flags normally mean something gone wrong, but for our entertainment purposes, this was the catalyst that absolutely set everything off. Chaos, panic, disorder, people fighting for positions, it's a full-on, it's like trying to get the last TV in a Black Friday sale, that's what was happening right now, and that position is what they're after. Everybody wants to move up in the field.
They certainly do. We're watching Chris Tapio for RPM Racing in that GT3 Pro class. Now that is actually second place in the GT3 class because Sim Racing Grid Phoenix aren't actually in GT3 Pro. So they're second place just now. And again, with 10 minutes to go until that halfway point, again, now we get to a little bit of a lull in the action because all of the cars just kind of spreading themselves out a little bit. GT4 has changed a little bit as FTR Esports into the pits, their GT4 team. That is going to be Chris Sewell that is behind the wheel of that one, possibly handing that over. Now that means that Huge Ass Gold are going to be chasing them down. In the likes of Sven Demmel. That gap is also opened up. If you remember, Sven Demmel taking that position from George Gruber, and the gap now 19 seconds between them just now. But it is the FTR event, Sim 3D Sportscar Series, Sim Season 5, Round 2 here, the 4 Hours of Bathurst, live on Sim Sport Solutions. So, let's have a look then. As we see that, I'm just noticing that from the leads of the GT3 Pro class, that was Taylor Barnard into the pits again. Now, we were actually asked about that. That it was what happened to Brabham in GT3 Pro. They just pitted for a second time from the leads. And Jessica Martin from Prismatic Motorsport answering that for us. 30-second stop and hold, and presumably that was for the contact that they made that they happened on earlier on. So, as we watch all of the action ongoing here. As there we go then. So we've got everything all sorted out, or close enough to it. We'll get that Sim Racing Grid Phoenix car up into the LMP3s. And Daniel, it's a fun time, especially for a broadcast producer, because I feel the pain right now, because I haven't done this and haven't done the work behind the scenes on the timing systems. All I'm going to say is I used to have a luscious head of thick black hair on my head, and it's all grey now because of that.
It's just become seasoned, David. Now, the question is, like, if you have steak, for instance, do you want the plain, bland steak? Or do you want the nice seasoned salt and pepper, maybe a little bit of spice on there? The steak's going to be better. So, you're not grey and old and, aging. You're just becoming more and more seasoned, David. It's experience, sir. And if you're worried, just shave it off and go bald. I mean, it worked for Vin Diesel, right? But
I think the word you're looking for, Daniel, is salty. Salty is the word you're looking for, not seasoned. That's, if you've ever seen me taking part in any of these racing, salty is the only words that we can use right here. However, we have got a proper little battle going on in the lead of GT3 Pro, because Backmarker Racing, Razzle Dazzle and RPM Racing. Oh, there was a car into the wall at the top
GT4.
of the mountain. McPhillamy Park claims another victim, and that was a hard hit there, and I have a feeling that might have been, was that possibly huge ass blue that went into the wall at the top of the mountain there.
It was definitely a GT4 car, BMW GT4, but I'm looking, our stewards announcement box, these guys are very busy, so, oh my gosh, so we got, and I got to put $1 in the pot because I said, oh my gosh, my director's
Good luck with this.
That's just made his day, but I'm looking, they're already on to 12 incidents at this point. There's been a couple of 30-second stop and holds. The 381, Talk Freak Racing, they've been warned for moving twice under braking, so they're definitely under investigation. But there's a lot going on. I mean, I sympathize for the stewards as well. There's so much to try and manage, and obviously they're trying to go through the race, find the exact corner, the exact incident, a behavior, and then adjudicate that. Like, you tell me that you work behind, like, the scenes doing the directing, which rather you than me, like, I'd get you right back to 1864 if I did it properly, sponsored by Marty McFly. But certainly, have you ever had to be like a race steward kind of role there, David?
Once, and I've never been asked to do it again. It was for an exhibition race on F121, and let's just say I might have been a little bit too strict. I see it was for a community, and I thought we were live streaming it, and I thought, let's take this seriously. And there was a lot of really stupid moves. So it was at Silverstone, and for instance, two cars along the hangar straight, one decides to drive the other one off the track, and I'm like, this is an exhibition race. You're supposed to be like promoting your community. You're supposed to be showing how awesome the racing is here, and you're embarrassing yourselves. So I just instantly DQ'd the one driver that ran them off the track, just straight away. DQ'd them from the race. Looking back, might have been a little bit harsh, but I don't care. I stand by it, and get everyone the banhammer. Let's just have 5 cars finishing the race. It's fine.
You see, attrition is a thing. It certainly helps if you pay off the race steward,
surviving my ego is a massive thing.
Oh dear. I've never been asked to be a race steward, and I'm very much okay with that. Certainly in the booth, I have more than enough to keep my hands full.
I wasn't asked either. I just volunteered. It was like,
oh dear.
I'll do it. Yeah.
Oh dear. Oh dear. We should probably get back to the racing. We've got the GT3 battle going on right now, and thankfully David Christie isn't stewarding right now, because certainly there's 12 incidents been reviewed. But oh, cheeky! LMP3 just sneaking up the inside there. I think that potentially caught the RPM racing car by surprise. I know it certainly gave me a scare, and it's putting a little bit of a gap now between the RPM racing and the back marker racing. Razzle dazzle. Now, if ever there was a car that needed like plastic diamonds putting on it, that's got to be the one. You know, David. When I see that, I'm thinking, that's exactly what I'm thinking. You know, it needs a bit of glam. But the LMP3 has now made it past, and that's put these guys back together about half a second in it. As we got LMP3's battling the way out, and this time with long shot racing is having to go to Goyo Autosport. The tables have been reversed.
Yeah, this fight has been going on for laps and laps and laps here between Goyo Autosport and Longshot Racing. Remember, Longshot Racing were running 3 and 4, trying to chase down, I think it was Hans Blankar in that Stage 1 Racing 83 car. Lost that position, the number 57 car, to Goyo Autosport, and again, it's been toing and froing ever since on that one. Jamie Southall behind the wheel of the Longshot Racing in 3rd position. Will Coffey, though, has got behind the wheel of the Longshot Racing 57 car, and it's Daniel White behind the wheel of the number 39 Goyo Autosport car. So I think this move was actually done in pit lane, because if you look at the gap there, that LMP3, the 57 car, just doesn't have the pace to hold on to that 4th place car right now.
Yeah, he's definitely certainly put in a good fight. But we know that the Goyo Autosport team, they've been really quick. You know, they've been out there, they've been putting in good laps, they've been leading the race at times as well. But we switched drivers as well, so we kind of get to reset a little bit. You see, there's a lot of, I think that's dust. It's got to be dust being kicked up in certain parts of the track. So I'm wondering as well, you know, I would expect there to be like a more, you know, stable line popping up. But at the minute, you know, it looks like there's a bit of debris almost, you know. And saying that, we've got LMP3s, and it looks like a GT3 there. That's, if I remember rightly, that is the Brabham car there. It's just tucked in behind them. But Longshot Racing, they're still not done with having to go at the Goyo Autosport. The GT3 potentially, you know, closing that gap for them again. And certainly the Longshot Racing car, the 57, is going to get a nice tow all the way up through the mountain. But is it going to be enough that they can potentially get a good exit from Forest Elbow and make a move in the combo straight? Well, I guess we'll find out. There is another GT4 ahead of them. And oh, that was brave. Don't know if I would have gone for it. And certainly the Longshot Racing, he's like, well, you let him go, you got to let me go as well. And the GT3, if you see the look at the top of your screen there, right on his rear bumper, that could have been absolute carnage. And Goyo Autosport just running away with it. So I'm going to say you missed the first two, David, but he is running away like Miss Piggy in a slaughterhouse, just trying to absolutely beeline it away from Longshot Racing.
He certainly is, and Taylor Bernard, that was behind the wheel of that Brabham Esports GT3 car, thinking, come on then, let's go boys. Not able to make anything happen as these LMPs scamper off into the distance there, but as you said, I mean, lap traffic is a huge issue here, as we've got a battle for the GT3 Pro lead then as we hit the halfway point. This is for position. We've got RPM Racing in 2nd place, Chris Tapio just behind the wheel in the number 110 car just now as they come across the start-finish line just now. That is onto the back, Stephen Jones behind the wheel of the backmarker racing Razzle Dazzle machine. And again, it's the run up the mountain straight, that beautiful long straight here at Mount Panorama in New South Wales. As the two cars here fighting for position. So we've got 2 lead battles going on just now, because we've also got a GT3 AM battle happening at the moment. Squadron Veloci by Fastlane Motorsport here, Daniel, starting to close that gap. It was about 2 seconds. That's starting to come down again. Yelver Stratton behind the wheel of that car there, chasing down Tom Minot. But here we go up the hill then, and this is where RPM Racing make up all of the time here as they go through the right-hander, then the left-hander through Solomon Park. Then it's going to be through the left-hander, through the Jink, and then through into McPhillamate Park as well. And then it is that world-famous drop over Skyline any second now here through the S's. And again, it's just too close to call between the Ferrari and between the Mercedes right now of who is going to take this.
Oh, they're definitely, you know, he's certainly keeping close, but he's been pretty smart as well, the RPM Racing car, where I've often done it before, and I shouldn't have done, where I've been too close to the guy in front, thinking, okay, this is closer, I'm going to get past. But all that happens is you lose track of your braking markers, and especially going through the mountain section, and especially where you go over Skyline, the car is so light. You really need to be aware of where you are on the track. There is not the room for error, and certainly you want the best exit you can get out of Forest Elbows, and just go through the little kink here of the chase. Is that right? I think that was the chase. That was the chase. Yeah, I'm sticking to it. I'm committing. Now they're through the chase and they're heading to Murray's. Booyah, got it.
Nailed it, mate. Nailed it.
Yeah.
Like a ball.
Yeah, like I've got 4 hours to get these track names perfectly. You can see the AMG definitely exploring the track limits there, and he's keen. He's not been able to make a move yet, but I do wonder perhaps a bit later on we'll try and get an on board with one of these guys, because I don't think they're necessarily pushing as hard as we think they are. I think some of them are very intentionally lifting and coasting behind good competition on the straights. I mean, saving fuel, David, it's a long race where that is something that can come into play.
Yeah, that is a great point here, given that car's about a tenth of a second away here. As let's look up the inside there for RPM Racing. Can't quite make it happen just now, but it's very, very close indeed, as we've got picture-in-picture here. You can see in the bottom right, that is the fight for first and second position in the GT3 and battle. In the top left, that's the fight for the GT3 Pros, separated by just 0.2 of a second in the top left and just 0.8 of a second in the bottom right as well. The cars at the moment on the top left making their way up through the hill, up through the mountain, and Yelva Straighten, who we're on board with at the bottom right, just making his way down to the final corner here. As Chris Peel comes down through Skyline just now. And it's a big moment there. And down through the S's, down through the dip. And that's a huge send into the elbow there. Can't quite make it. I think that might have been an opportunistic move there that's actually cost a lot of time for that RPM Racing car.
It was definitely brave, don't get me wrong. Like, if he's not managing to get it done going down the straights, I get trying to force the issue, but of all the corners to pick, that definitely wouldn't be my first choice. So hard to get the car stopped there. As you see the Cayman GT4. Oh, the GT4's cut across the GT3, the AMG of RPM Racing, Chris Tapio. He will not be happy about that. That is going to certainly push him back and increase that gap for who he's chasing there.
Absolutely is. This is the fight still then back to LMP3's Gorio Autosport ahead of Long Shot Racing. The fight for P4 right now. 2 hours and 5 minutes gone in this race here just now. So again, the LMP3 battle at the leads. 12 seconds is the gap for Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. But here we go. Will Coffey behind the wheel for Long Shot Racing. This is going to be a move into one. It just holds behind that car, and again I think you might be spot on here, because the amount of fuel saving that Will be able to do behind the wheel of that Long Shot Racing car and behind that Gorio Autosport car as well just now will be significant, given that he could make a move here. Now if he takes it, fantastic, he'll be up into P4, but the gains that you're going to be able to make are going to be very, very limited indeed, and I think that might have just been gifted by the Gorio Autosport driver, by Daniel White, to possibly try and save a little bit of fuel here.
Definitely wouldn't be a bad plan. Plus, not only that, you know, it's hard to concentrate if you've got a car riding a bumper. Like, we've not really talked about it too much today, but driver psychology can be a really crucial part of any endurance race, you know. So, can you make the guy start sweating profusely if you're riding his bumper? Yeah. Are you taxing yourself more by doing so? Well, it depends on how comfortable you are with the track. You can give me Bathurst and ask me to ride a guy's bumper. I'm probably going to take him out, send him into outer space, maybe even to the moon and back, David. But if he wants me to do it at Spa or Watkins Glen's, the odds are much, much better. So certainly if it was me, I don't know if I'd want a car behind me that close. You know, I think I'd sooner be the following car, just because that way I'm in control of my own destiny at that point. You know, I'm not got to worry about getting rear-ended if they have a little lock-up or if they just understeer a little bit. I hold the cards. And not only that, I'm going to save fuel, as you said, as well. You know, it's a win-win scenario.
It certainly is, and there is something to be said about being the master of your own destiny. It makes it a little bit easier. Unfortunately, from experience, I don't tend to deal with pressure very, very well in sim racing. And, you know, I'll make a lot of jokes at my own expense about my own abilities in sim racing. I'm actually not that bad. I'm not fast, so I'm definitely not up there with the aliens, but I can win races. I can compete. But yeah, it's that whole thing of endurance racing. It's the pressure that I really don't deal with very, very well. That and racing in the dark, it kind of gets to me. Especially, I think it's because I race in VR and it makes it quite difficult. But the pressure of having a car constantly behind you, I do tend to crumble very, very quickly indeed. I've probably just given away my game plan on that one.
That's all right. You consider yourself you're not as flattering from that view, and you'd rather that
Yes.
you were behind them. That's got to be
Wait,
it.
I'm not sure where you're going with that comment there, Daniel, but I'm going to agree with you anyway, just in case.
Well, you think that I knew where I was going with that comment? I did actually watch some of your sim racing videos the other day. Open Wheel. I enjoyed it.
Oh, yeah. Did you watch the one I did with the trucks and the go-karts? That was so much fun.
We did.
That was I did. So you know how they do truck racing they've got it in Automobilista too. So I did. I was racing in a little a supercar around. I think it was Brands Hatch, and I had 12 or 15 Formula trucks, and they're the big, like massive trucks. And in VR, it was the most petrifying thing that you can imagine, because you're going about maybe 35 miles an hour in these little things, and yeah, it was an experience. There was lots of swear words in it. That's all we'll say on that.
To be honest, it sounds awesome, especially if you have to have a drink every time like one of the faster class passes you. But it reminds me, so I'm an admin on a Ragfest server. Anything goes in there, and sometimes we'll get lawnmowers going, and you'll have like full-size school buses going, battle buses, combine harvesters, and the other cars as well. But you know, it just makes for a really fun, albeit scary race, especially if you're just trying to survive at that point. But you know, as we're looking at the Goyo Autosport car, Daniel White coming in the pits now.
Yeah, so that is again a planned stop for Daniel White. Well, no, actually, that surely can't be. That's very early actually for that car. So that's about 10 minutes early. I wonder if there's maybe been a little bit of damage here, because if you remember, he was fighting with Long Shot Racing, then did drop a little bit back there. So we'll keep an eye on that. This is the GT4 leader just now, though, Chris Sewell. I'm not going to say a battle because he's considerably in the lead just now, sending the timing screens a little bit skew at the moment. In fact, yeah, so Chris Sewell showing as the only car on his lap right now. He's in FTR Esports GT4, but he's a lap and a half ahead of everyone right now.
That's definitely a good position to be in. Our director's groaning. I'm wondering what's going on.
Yeah, it's usually something bad.
A little bit of a bow chicka wow wow there. You know, he's getting the right cheek out and just absolutely grinding it along the wall there, Stephen Jones. But back marker Razzle Dazzle. Obviously, he's razzling dazzling, and he's leaving some of that glamour over on the track limits there on the wall on the exit of Forest Elbow. But he's certainly, you know what, if you're in first place, Stephen Jones, you know, that's a good place to be. Obviously, no one ever complains about being in first place, but myself, you know, the traffic makes it more interesting. So he's got a GT3 ahead of him. Potentially, he can get behind that and get a tow, but I don't know what pace they're doing. You know, if the guy ahead is doing a similar pace, and great, you know, they could save on the fuel. If not, you know, okay, I need to get past this guy. Passing here is just so difficult, so challenging, but especially if you're in the same class car. I mean, the GT4 trying to pass here, oh, it'd be so much hard work.
It certainly would. Just noticed as well on our comments there, Paul EL saying, has RPM Racing had a problem? They've been dropping off for the past couple of laps. Now, that's a great point, because they were about a second behind backmarker Razzle Dazzle, for the lead of GT3 Pro, but they're lapping consistently about 0.7 of a second slower than Stephen Jones just now, so they're losing a significant amount of time. Remember, they got caught out by that GT4 traffic just a couple of laps ago live on stream. So again, also Jamie Jessica Martin from Prismatic Motorsports commenting that the track has got a little bit hotter and it's going to have a little bit less stability just now. On that note then, air temperature 22.3 degrees Celsius, track temperature 47.7 degrees. It is quite toasty out there for these GT3 cars and for these LMP3s just now. So we've got a little bit of a replay of a moment that just happened a short while ago. This is Jamie Southwell for Long Shot Racing down into the Dipper. And has a bit of a slide. Does he keep it out of the wall? I think he might do. Tiny little bit of contact with the back there, and I think that he will just get away with it. Very sensitive aero packages on these things right now. Again, I am just having a quick look here. So if that was Jamie Southwell, that is your third place car. He didn't get away with that, Daniel, because he is getting caught up quite quickly by Will Coffey in that fourth place car just now. We'll keep an eye on what he did coming round. It was a 2:06 last time round here, and Will Coffey doing a 2:02. So it's not going to cost him massively, but still, you can't be, you can't be taking your luck on that one too often through the course of this race.
Oh, definitely. It's not ideal. You definitely won't want to get in the wall, but I mean, they may just get away with it. We'll see. Yeah, at least it's his teammate behind him, right? So if he does catch up, it's not going to be a fight. It's not going to be just like trying to hold on to the last piece of wood. The boat's gone down kind of deal. It's not going to be one of those, as we can see here. The field is really spreading out a little bit. I think at the minute we're here with RPM Racing, Chris Pio. Apologise. Prismatic Motorsports, Athena. Now we spoke to them a little bit at Daytona, and certainly they got, I think, a couple of cars in the race. At least they did at Daytona, and they are hot on the heels of RPM Racing. I mean, as you were saying, David, somebody's wondering if something's going on. These guys are all over the bumper, absolutely all over the bumper.
Yeah, and knowing that Jamie Jessica Martin's in the YouTube chat, I'm gonna incur a wrath. Yeah, they're terrible. So they're so slow. Of course, of course I say that. I'm absolutely joking. It's just so I get shouted at. What can I say? Listen, the pace that they have is bloody ridiculous. It's like, and it's consistency as well. And there'll be races where you don't see a lot from them, but they'll start in like 6th place and then suddenly they're fighting for 2nd, which is like what we're seeing here. Looking at the pace from our driver behind the wheel of that Prismatic Motorsport Athena, Emily Howe, 204.846. Right, get this. 206.4 last lap round for Krista Tapio, and then Stephen Jones, your leader, at 208.451, and that's it done. Position change, Prismatic Motorsport Athena say thank you very much and take 2nd place in GT3 Pro. Let's see if we can try and get a little bit of a replay there, but that was as cool, calm and collected as you like, and RPM Racing losing a ton, and I mean a ton of time here.
Absolutely. I mean, I was just looking at the lap time, so about 1.6 seconds down per lap. That's a lot to lose. That is a lot. Now, I don't think it's a driver, Chris Tapio. He's like 4,000 IR, 4,100 if you round it accurately. And this guy would basically eat me for breakfast. I wouldn't even stand a chance. Like, he could full 3 courses. He wouldn't even need the 3 courses. I'm not even the napkin at this point. That's how quick these guys are. And I'm wondering if he's got something going on with the car, if there's an alternative. Like, even if you're saving fuel, you are not going to send your lap time that far to save fuel. There's got to be something going on.
Oh yeah, for sure, especially given that we're already in the crunch stage of the race here. We're into the final 2 hours of the race, just an hour and 45 minutes left to go here. So at this point in the time, even during these 4-hour races, it's not like it's a 12-hour race. I don't think you sandbag anything at all. This is 4 one-hour sprint races for these drivers here. Fuel saving, I don't think has that much of a benefit here. given how short the race is in comparison. So if you notice that RPM Racing are already 3 seconds behind here, I mean, that is a lot of time to be losing. And also, my question is, can we see Emily Howe chasing down backmarker Razzle Dazzle? Because that gap is starting to come down very, very slightly. I wouldn't put it past her to see whether Emily can actually chase down that leader.
He's definitely pushing hard. I mean, there's still got a ways to go yet. You know, it's not definitely not a given. But RPM Racing, well, they already are. They're under attack from the Brabham Esports GT3 next. But we're having a look here at Tom Minot. He's currently in the GT3 amateur class, and you know, things seem to be going pretty well for him. He's got a good 6-second gap over the Squatre Veloce by Fastlane Motorsport team. You know, everything's going pretty well. He seems to be keeping out of trouble. You know, this is a good place to be. As yeah, Brabham Esports GT3, they've sailed past RPM Racing as well.
Yeah, so this is starting to go from bad to worse then for Chris Appeal. I do wonder then that car must be struggling with some sort of damage or something not right with the car. Meanwhile, here is Tom Minot for Track Limit Racing in the lead of the GT3 AM class as we're coming down through towards the chase. As I think what we'll do is we'll actually go on board with Tom Minot, and while we do, Daniel, why don't you give us a little tour round Bathurst Mount Panorama when you come into that final corner?
Okay, so that lane on the left, that's the pit lane. That's where I could frequently spend a lot of time. It doesn't have the refreshments I'm after though. I'm feeling McDonald's at the minute. That would do me nicely. As we see the LMP3 go past, so he's going down the front straight, and he's actually turning into hell. Not literally, it's not on fire. That is the name of the corner as he heads onto the mountain straight there. And this guy here, Tom Minot, is coming in the BMW. He's having a nice tidy race. Not really anyone around him, so you know we're not going to put him off too much. Not that you can hear us in this case, but he is absolutely flying down the mountain straight, going into the Griffins now. It's a second geared corner, I'd say, in the BMW. My experience driving it, braking around the 70 yard marker. Nice tight into the apex, fair on the throttle, and you can really use a lot of the track there, as Tom Minot demonstrates for it like perfectly. You know, really using the track limit. Double left-hander here, the cutting, and then it goes into Reed Park. I find, especially, you want to try and carry as much momentum as you can as you're going up towards Frog Hollow and heading into Sulman Park shortly. And certainly in the LMP3 you were flat. The GT3s, I always found I had to lift, but you're still going to be rocking like 130, 140 mile an hour going through this as he goes through McPhillamy Park and heads toward into Skyline. Now, I can imagine if you're driving this, the sheer weightlessness feeling as you hit that crest, you're going through the S's now, absolutely throwing the car like you were steering, and then it's almost as if the car lands and then grips and then pulls you over as he heads into Forest Elbow. Needs to get the car slowed down really good and really focus on that exit speed, which he does. I mean, obviously, he's leading the GT3 Pros. He knows how to drive this, and he is absolutely beelining it down the Conrad Straight.
Right, normally I am a seasoned professional. Normally I am prim and proper with my language, but Jesus Christ, the pace on Brabham Esports GT3 for GT3 Pro right now. What the hell is going on right there? That car is absolutely flying. 203.054 on the last lap round. Emily Howe's away to get eaten for breakfast, just 0.7 of a second as we go round the final corner with Tom Minot. But we need to go and have a look at this one, because this is about to be over very, very quickly for Brabham Esports GT3. This car is absolutely on pace right now on this stint to take over the lead. This is just huge stuff right now. Trapped behind one of the GT4 cars, but it's going to be down through the S's, down through the Dipper, and then it's all going to be about the run out of Forest Elbow just now here. But this is wild pace here from Brabham Esports here, Daniel. And again, you get the feeling that I mean, just the pace alone is unbelievable.
Oh, Taylor Bernard is definitely on it, and as I look at the statistics, I think I've worked out why. He has actually taken the award for the highest I rating I have ever actually seen. He has 10,118 IR.
Wow. That's...
Damn.
Okay.
Like, don't get me wrong, we've got people in here that are all way better than me. We got like a couple of 6,000s, 25s. You know, there's a lot of people who all universally would beat me. Like,
so
just going off the numbers.
what's your I rating?
A mystical number with 4 digits.
A mystical number. No, the reason I'm asking is because I'm going to go and log in and find out mine.
Okay.
Bear in mind, I've not raced since February this year.
Oh, that might have increased it actually for you, David. But I'm hovering.
Wow! How dare you? Oh my
I'm
god!
hovering. Mine's right around
It's fine.
2200.
It's fine. I didn't ask
okay.
anything. It's fine. I didn't.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. Let's just not ask that question.
I'm going to find out for
I've
sure
just seen
now.
it. No, don't. No.
You've poked the bear. Oh, I said 2200. I said
Yeah.
2200. I'm at 2199. It is the
Yeah.
second highest it's ever been for road. Funny thing is, my dirt road was for a long time higher than my normal road. I'm at 2158 for that. Apparently, take away the asphalt and I can drive.
Admission on this. I'm not into 4 digits on mine.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. Yeah. Okay.
Are you like the pace car or?
Well, yeah. Okay. I'm still in the C-class license, but yeah. Well, anyway, right back to what's going on. Let's have a replay of some of the action earlier on. This is Chris Neesham for Backmarker Racing Orange, a car that's been into the wars and is into the wars again, and is into the ambulance from the look of that one. 3 wheels on my wagon, straight back onto the track, and that's a scary moment. Oh, right in the middle of the track there, and that LMP definitely brushed the wall here. Oh my lord, that is Code Brown at the very extreme there.
You read my mind, and thankfully just my mind and not my shorts there. Certainly the shorts of the drivers involved, but yeah, funny thing about it, Dave, is it may not be Thanksgiving and I may not be a good cook, but damn it, I can roast.
Let him cook.
That was beautiful. I feel good about that.
That was right. Okay, so let's go and watch then. Back to Emily Howe. Right, let's see what happens here. This is Jonathan Ullsner for Rosado Motorsport Apex in the GT4 car. Doing a little bit of lawn mowing. That is very neat, very prim and proper. I'll give that a 4 out of 10.
It does seem to be a popular spot, David. You know, they're consistent. At least mow other bits of the grass. It's okay, you know. I do. It's funny. So sometimes you'll see paints where, you know, oh, okay, we got like a John Deere paint, and you know, thinking, okay, yeah, they mow the grass. Like, you get Guinness paint, like, okay, you know, they have a drink. And I've actually written to some companies that make some products before, just, you know, saying, look, you know, I would really like you to sponsor me for this race. And, you know, I just wanted to say that I had the best rubber on the grid, and I couldn't get them to take them up on it, you know. But, you know, there's always next year. Certainly Daytona 2024 is usually when I do the charity fundraiser for Cancer Research Institute. Done over $1,000 Canadian each time. So, you know, there's still next year, right?
So I'm thinking we need to get a Commentators League on the go as Longshot Racing comes into pit lane for Jamie Southwell, as our broadcast director frantically trying to search any closeness and action on the track, and Jamie has completely disappointed him. Oh, that was an LMP car facing the wrong way on the track, who is sitting sideways onto the track there. I get the feeling that might have been, that was early in the lap as well. Oh my goodness me! So who was that facing sideways? I think they've possibly gone and escaped back to the pits. They certainly got going again there. But that looked like a black car just sitting sideways on, as Glenn Grondelar's then into pit lane for Digitrack's Sim Racing team. That was a scary moment there, as Hugh Just Racing then come out of pit lane and back into that P4 position. So, with just an hour and a half somehow, I've got no idea, Daniel, how we blitzed through 2.5 hours here. But yeah, it's been a fantastic round 2 here for the FTR events Sim 3D Sportscar series. Let's jump to another replay here and see some more action that we didn't see earlier on. This is Ivo van der Linden coming out of 2. And what's he do here? What does he do? Is it going to be spinning the car round, clipping the carb on the inside there? Surely not. He's a seasoned professional. No. Okay. So he's still going. Clips the curb, and thankfully that's all that happened there for stage 1 racing at number 72 at the back of the field. And so Ivo van der Linden, I feel, might have done it again.
That's definitely not going to make him popular. At this point, you need a spotter who is on point. You need somebody watching over your car. At this point, I think he not just needs, a change of shorts, but he also needs a guardian angel if he's going to recover that vehicle without causing chaos.
This is not good, not good, not good. Go, 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 go. Oh no! It's a 16-point turn here for Ivo van der Linden. Right, go. It's fine. Come on, come on, come on. Go. You got it. Well done, mate. We didn't say anything. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. Right, David Johansson into the pits then for Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. As we're back watching who just wait. In fact, no, wait a minute. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix been into the pit lane then? Because they've just went down into second place. Last lap, pit 66. Yeah. So it's fine. Right, it's panicking there because I did notice them go down there, Daniel, but it was also that they didn't show us in pit lane, so they've just come out of pit lane.
Oh, it's one of those things, we say it's getting a little bit quiet, and then some people say we got the commentator's curse, we have that, but the directors, I think they have an orbital cannon, because it was almost on command. He parted the walls, he raised the curbs, and he just, hit that magic button of doom. Well, the LMP3 car sadly coming unstuck by that.
Certainly did. Well, listen, with an hour and a half to go and a bit of a lull in action, and the pit lane kind of sort itself out, I think we'll give everyone through the order, but what we'll do is we'll give it 5 minutes, I think, while we get everybody through the pit lane and to get themselves back into order. But this is your provisional leader at the moment, Will Coffey, who has to pit as well for Long Shot Racing just now. He is up in the lead there, 8 seconds now ahead of Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. And again, just giving you an idea of how big that lead is for Sim Racing Grid Phoenix just now. As also looking at GT3 Pro. We go for another replay though. This is Miguel Torres for Rosado Motorsports now. This is a car that's been in the wars all through the race, and again that is such an easy place to lose a GT3 BMW straight at the coming up to the top of the cutting, and it's so easy to do as we've got a lot of smoke in the background, and I get the feeling that might be somebody's engine that has decided to go in pit lane there.
I'm going to disagree, David. Maybe it's just because I'm hungry. I'm hoping it's barbecue. I could go for a couple of burgers right now. Sausage, Not only that, I don't want the fast food one. I want the burger that's like a good 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch thick. I want I want the full beef.
From experience, the closest I've been to that is trackside in South Africa at Killarney Raceway, where it's a very different atmosphere. Again, all I'd previously experienced is over here in the UK before that, and we're very sort of like, we'll just turn up to the race and we'll bring our deck chairs and we'll bring sandwiches and that sort of stuff. But over in South Africa, it's a completely different ballgame. You rock up with your table and your barbecue, or your braai, they call it over there, and all your finest meat that you've been preparing for the past 5 days, and your special marinades and sauces. They take their food very seriously over there. But it's like, honestly, I've never seen, even if you've got like a crowd of maybe say a couple of hundred, they will be the loudest and most supportive crowd that you have ever heard in your life. It is just, they know how to do motorsport over there, and it is a fantastic thing. As what the hell has happened here? Back marker Razzle Tazzle, we thought this was going to happen here, but Brabham Esports GT3 already onto the back of the fight here with just an hour and a half left to go. The pace has been unbelievable from Taylor Barnard in that Brabham Esports GT3. And surely now, this is a matter of time. The pit stops are going to be a thing. Pit stops are going to happen very, very shortly. And I don't think that they've been in just yet for pit stops at the moment. 45 and 46, so they still do have to go. They're just going to be side by side down the Conrod Straight. Are they surely not going to have this done before they get into the chase? They are. What a move, what a performance, and what a drive from Taylor Bernard here.
Well, the question is, David, I mean, we know the guy's fast, but can Stephen Jones, can he keep on that rear bumper? Because if he can, he's going to get absolutely slingshot through the field. As I say that, you know, he's already pulled 7 tenths and climbing like he's going in the pits. You know what? I don't blame you for following him there. Absolutely. But even then, he's still pulling away. Absolutely. Sending a huge drive. I mean, personally, the guy's quick. I think I could beat him if you put a hot dog in front of me. You know, hot dog, burger. I could go for some ribs as well. If you put that in front of me, I reckon I can beat the guy. He's quick, but I'm hungry.
Let's get that done. Let's get some ribs, maybe a little bit of steak, some burgers, get all that sort of stuff on the go. And as driver change is done, Bart Horston goes behind the wheel of the Brabham Esports GT3 car just now. Now the question is, what's going to happen to the Prismatic Motorsports Athena car as they are making their way around just now? Where are they going to factor in to this race just now? Because they pitted about they pitted last lap round. So Emily Howe on the exit of that lap there is going to be very, very interesting to see, because I think Bart Horston already on the go, so is Jonathan Germain. And again, it's going to be touch and go what actually happens towards the lead of this race here. Thrilling stuff, and I think this is going to be very, very close to call. Prismatic move up into P3, but they are going to be around about, I think, 10 seconds behind that fight for GT3 Pro. At the moment, 12 seconds between them two. So back marker Razzle Dazzle lose the lead on the aggregate. Bart Horston from Australia behind the wheel of the Brabham Esports GT3 machine, and that is going to be a very, very happy Brabham Esports team at the moment. Jonathan Germain behind the wheel of that 124 car. Again, with an hour and a half gone, the cars doing their thing for pit stops. Let's take you through all of the different classes at the moment then. And we'll start with the LMP3s just now. So in the lead of the LMP3s, David Johansson for Sim Racing Grid Phoenix in that number 23 Ligier car just now, ahead of Hans Blanker in the Stage 1 Racing 83 car. That gap separating them just now about 17.8 seconds. Simon Huber is in the last podium position, in third position for Long Shot Racing UK in that number 13. Will Kofi in the number 57 Long Shot Racing car in P4. Then it's Giovanni Romano for Jas White in the 37, 5th place. 6th place at the moment is Daniel White for Donio Autosport in that 39 PGA. And then it's Alex Byans in the Eagle Speed Academy Esports 84 in 7th place, with Ivo van der Linden chasing round the field in 8th position, but at least 8 laps down in that LMP3 car. Over to GT3 Pro, as we saw Brabham Esports sensationally taking the lead just about a lap and a half ago there, as Bart Horston takes behind the wheel after the pit stop there for the 162 car. It's Jonathan Germain behind the wheel of the 124 Ferrari in second place for backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle. Emily Howe is behind the wheel of the 183 Prismatic Motorsports Athena car in third position. Then it's Chris Tapio in the Mercedes for RPM Racing in fourth position. Kevin Pone for Art Sim Racing 2 in the Ferrari is fifth. Raf Riders and Art Sim Racing number 1 in 6th position. Then it's Sim Racing Grid Phantom in 7th, Rosado Motorsports in 8th, RPM Racing are a lap down, or 2 laps down rather, in 9th position. FTR Esports Black and FTR Esports Gold are 10th and 11th. And then Fastlane Motorsport, Chris Van Gook is 12th position at the moment. Eagle Speed Academy Esports, Jens Guzens in the 184 Lamborghini, rounding out the GT3 Pro field. Moving on to GT3 and then Track Limit Racing, currently in the lead of the class then, and they are a decent chunk ahead just now Tom Minor behind the wheel of that one, about 6 seconds ahead of Yelver Straighten for the Squadra Veloci by Fastlane Motorsports. 246 Porsche in second position. Third place is Yannick Willems in the Digitrax Racing Team 233 Ferrari. Again, they're about 50 seconds behind, but pit stops are still going on at the moment. I believe, though, they have all done that. So yeah, GT3 AMs have all completed their last or latest pit stop. Gianluca Elia for 1110's Racing Team in the 211 Porsche is in 4th position. FTR Esports White in 5th position. Backmarker Racing Orange in 6th position. And then it's Arctic Racing at the back of the field, who are 25 laps down and no longer in this race. Then, if we move on to our GT4s as well, them, it is Sven Demel behind the wheel of the Hugh Jass Gold machine. That 337 just now, doing a rather grand job there. And then just beside him is going to be, let me just check, that's Alexander Bueller behind the wheel of the Hugh Jass Racing machine as well. Now, Alexander Bueller is in a different Hugh Jass Racing there, I have to say that there. I'll go and actually double check that just now. Because he is in the 338 machine, so that is obviously not the Hugh Jass Gold machine. It'll be in a sister car, I would imagine. They've got, let's see, they've got black, blue, gold, and white. So I will have to find out what team he is racing in for that just now. But in 3rd position, David Barraclough for TFR Lab, Top Freak Racing in the 381 Mercedes. Then it's Brooke Clayton for Hugh Jass Blue in 4th position. Samsung GT4 in 5th. DX-Droid Racing by Litroom in 6th position. Sapphire Simsport Alpha in 7th. Eagle Speed Academy Esports in 8th position. And then Rosado Motorsports Apex with Johnston Ulsner behind the wheel of the 310 BMW. Twin Turn Sim Racing are out of the race. FTR Esports GT4 are out of the race. And so is WBM Racing out of the race. Alexander Bueller from the lead of the race into the pits for GT4, and that is to run through all of your field there, Zippy. They've got an hour and 20 minutes left to go. As we are watching Sven Zemmel behind the wheel of the GT4 Class 4 just now then. Again, making his way down towards Skyline. Over the hill there, and at which point now you've got to say a lot of these drivers, a lot of these cars, a lot of these teams just in their sort of rhythm. They're doing their own thing, they're happy with what is going on here, they're happy with the pace that they've got, they're happy with the routine that they've got here, and it is now about counting down the laps. For a lot of these drivers, they've done all the positions that they're going to be changing. For example here, Alex Baines for Eagle Speed Academy, a couple of laps off the lead lap here just now. So again, it's going to be a case of just trying to circulate and just trying to make sure that anything they do does actually work out for the best here. And comes up that mountain stretch. But again, 17 seconds is the gap between your LMP3 leader here at Bathurst and these LMP3 cars. Really a sight that I didn't think that I would have gone too well here at Bathurst, but you know, it's definitely proved me wrong. They've definitely been an enjoyable sight going around the track here, and I can imagine the drivers really happy to have a little bit of fun with all the downforce that's on offer behind the wheel of these cars. Now, a couple of the comments on YouTube were pointing out about the track temperature. Now, I remember it was about an hour that we last commented on it. The air temperature has risen to 22.6, but the track temperature now 50.56 degrees. So I think that's up around about 3 degrees since we last updated. But we're watching Sim Racing Grid Phantoms. This is Landon Patwell, who was in the lead of this class just now. This is not, I believe, not for position. And this is a different class car. You can tell with the banners that are there. So you've got the red banner on the car in front, and then the blue banner, I believe that's a GT3 AM car that is just in front of Landon Patmore just now for Sim Racing Grid Phantom. In fact, that is Landon Patmore we're watching. it's a GT3 AM car that is just behind us at the moment. But as I said, just over an hour and 15 minutes left to go here, with all of the cars now in their kind of final holding phase. We'll probably get one more pit stop, I would imagine, for all of these teams. That will very likely come with just about half an hour to go. They want to carry as little fuel as they possibly can, so some cars might try and do a splash and dash. I think a lot of them will just happily set it to one final full stint for these drivers here. And again, the drop off in the time is around about 2 seconds from our fastest lap here, as you can see in the background there. That's the two long shot racing cars. Now, they were happy to stay behind each other just now, but that's kind of changed here just now, as that is going to be side by side coming down through the chase there and very, very close to hitting into each other. But that is a change, I believe, for position, or it might not actually. I think Simon Huber might have just backed out of that there, but that was a little bit of a sketchy moment there for the teammates in that LMP3 class just now, because they have got a GT3 car right in the way, and it just decides to plump itself right in the way of Simon Huber just now. Plump, of course, being the technical term, the worldly accepted technical term for setting yourself right in the middle. Just a reminder, if you do have anybody that you are here supporting today for the FTR events, Sim 3D Sportscar Series Season 5, Round 2 here, the 4 hours of Bathurst, get in on the YouTube chat, come keep us company, and come and let us see exactly what you have got to say. We want to see who you are supporting today, and we will oblige all of your wishes, and that includes our wonderful broadcast producer here, Chris Sewell in the pits for FTR Esports White. That is from 5th position, already a lap down in that car. Again, it's about circulating. At this point, it's about getting home at this point in the race. David Johansson in the race lead for Sim Racing Greg Phoenix just now. 16 seconds is the gap to Stage 1 Racing 83. That stayed fairly consistent over the past half an hour, 40 minutes. As he goes past the 111 Porsche. And that is, of course, David Flanagan in the RPM Racing Blue, who is 5 laps down at this point in time. As my goodness me, that is quite the train coming up the straight there. That is your two long shot racing LMPs just now, and they are just carving their way through the field as we speak. Notice the gap between GT3 Pro, Brabant Esports GT3 and Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle. That's now up to 3 seconds at the moment. And again, at this point in time, you get the feeling with just an hour and 15 minutes left to go, the racing for the most part is done, with maybe some certain circumstances accepted, but it does look like that this is just a run to the finish. So this is the fight for P3 just now. It's up into turn 2. Simon Huber coming up to the back of the 337. That's your race leader for GT4 class just now. So the gap up to a second. And what I would say is my poor broadcast director was getting all excited because the gap was half a second, but we've got to remember that these two are teammates, and unless they're swapping for team position, I'll guarantee there's not going to be any actual fighting between those two, which would make sense. It's the wise thing to do. If one car feels they're faster, absolutely swap them round and go for it, but you do not fight. You don't want to fight your teammate. It's going to end in tears. I've seen that happen with quite a few of the FTR team. So that was a nice little slide up the outside and then inside there. There we go, down through the dipper, down through the S's. And again, just watching their way around here with just, a number of laps left to go here. And again, it's simply a case of rattling down the laps here. So, another replay. Some more sponsored lawnmower action here. This is Daniel White for Gorio Autosport. Late on the brakes, and it's so uneventful, just the way that car bounces over there. That's quality streaming action. I wonder if the downforce actually helps that car cut a little bit more grass, maybe a little bit more value for money for the ground staff here at Bathurst. Got asked by a broadcast producer what my favourite lawnmower is, and fortunately I am not that stage of middle age yet that I have a favourite lawnmower, mostly because I don't have a garden. My favourite would probably have to be back when I was living up in Inverness, and I had one of those, or rather I had access to one of those sit-on lawnmowers. That was mad fun, because of course, me being the responsible adult, I almost flipped it over at least twice, and that was while it was not cutting grass, so you can only imagine what I was getting up to. I promise I wasn't trying to build ramps or anything like that, although that was around about the stage that I was absolutely obsessed with Nitro Circus. So, yes. Right, Zippy, when you're finished smearing food all over your face, I believe you're telling me that lawnmower stuff is your cup of tea.
Oh, absolutely there, David. Honestly, I've been hungry for a little bit, so I've now got some buffalo chicken sandwiches in front of me that our poor director will get a front row seat of me absolutely polishing off. But certainly, like, lawnmowers, you know, I get what it is to mow a lawn, but we got a ride-on lawnmower here, and it's just fantastic. But, you know, it's kind of scary at the same time, because you'll be going down the side of the hill, and like you wish that you had lower ride height, you know, or you could maybe do like a staggered setup, because as you go down, like, it just wants to kind of tip down the hill, and you've not got enough you can turn and go up and down the hill. But I mean, it's a lot of fun. But then we have to plow here in the winter as well, you know, and then you got like after the driveway, there's a bit of a ditch, and you know, you can park in the ditch. It's happened a few times, not me. Okay, maybe once, but you know.
I'm hearing a little bit too much protesting right there. Yeah. Yep. Do you want to talk about it there, Zippy? What? I mean, there's a story there.
Oh, it's just, you know, you get a bit of snow and ice, and sometimes what you try to do is try and push the snow back, get it like off the driveway. And if you push it too far, you know, you just sometimes the gator goes with it. But let's have a look what we got happening here. RPM Racing. They're still falling back with the field, and their Art Sim Racing 2 is absolutely all over them. The same way I'm going to be all over this sandwich. David, fill us in.
Well, sounds like you're going to be doing enough filling in for the pair of us here, but you'll forgive me because this is about the only action that we've been able to enjoy for the past 10 minutes here. So this is awesome stuff here as Kevin Cohen for Art Sim Racing 2 onto the back then of that RPM Sim Racing car of Chris Tapio. Again, 206, 204, so 0.7 of a second slower for that Merc in front here. That car just does not have pace right now, and in front of that is another GT3 car just now. I'm going to try and get an idea of exactly what that car is, and I bet I'll be able to find that in a second. Yep, that's Chris Sofer in the FTR Esports White 223. Let's go, boom, that's what I love, being able to do things like that. Right, here we go. Down the Conrod straight. Does Kevin Cohen have anything left in the tank? He looks to the left, looks to the right. Is it going to be a move up the inside? No. Oh, a little bit of contact there. That was a little bit unnerving for both of those drivers there, as Kevin Cohen onto the back of Chris Tapio. Surely this is going to be a case of cars marked here. It's going to be a dive up the inside into Murray's corner. No, trying to make Tapio break a little bit later here. The Zippy, I was expecting to see I was expecting to see a move down the Conrod straight there, down into the chase, but just not obliging us.
Well, I guess if you know that you've got the car ahead of you that's got damage, alright, you can send it if you have to, but realistically, you're already one half the battle, you're in the head, but that doesn't mean, I don't think RPM Racing got the memo. They're trying to use that Ferrari and certainly get a little bit of a drop, while still, you know, they're defending. I mean, it's an honest move, but they're really not leaving any extra space available, just fighting, clinging, desperate to hold on. Wow, they must have been in the diffuser at that point. That was tight.
That was tight, my goodness me. I'm pretty sure they actually actually hit there. My goodness me, unbelievable action going up the hill. And the thing is you just know that this is going to come to blows again, especially as they come up through Skyline. That gap was about a second just now, and it's going to immediately drop down. And this fight for fourth is going to carry on here at Mount Bathurst.
Definitely, if you're RPM racing now and you know you've got a damaged car, like, I don't know why you fought so hard. I mean, they've already dropped back so hard. It's almost a second already. You know, the car just doesn't have the goods to deliver at this point. You know, I'm wondering if it's damage, maybe it's a setup issue, but I'm going with damage just because they're falling back so hard. I think something's happened to the car, but certainly, you know, you could have been in a bit of hot chocolate there with the stewards, because not only that, if you had caused an incident and took out not only yourself, but the other competitor, like, you've got no defense, Dave. Like, you would have been an absolute sitting duck, and rightly so.
Yeah, absolutely would have, as we're seeing the Brabham Esports GT3, I believe, is that getting a lap putting on to our fourth place car? Surely not, no that's not, that's a different car there, but again, it just shows you how quickly this race can kind of go with swings and roundabouts, because, you know, on the one hand you're pushing really hard here, and in the next it just all goes pretty much well, I was going to use a word there, or a set of words, but I'm not actually going to use them because they're absolutely not appropriate here as we're watching Landon Patmore here for Sim Racing Grid Phantom. Do you remember when Sim Racing Grid Phantom were up towards the front of the GT3 Pro fight? It was you know, I think they were fighting for, what, third position? And we've just kind of not seen anything from them ever since. Right, another fascinating, intriguing replay from our broadcast director, from Jeffrey Rowlands for Eagle Speed Academy. I get the feeling that this car is way to fly like an eagle, straight into the wall. Yeah, ow. That is a lot of damage. And I mean, you're... Oh no. The fact this replay is still going... No, what are we doing? It always worries me, because, like, when the replay goes... Oh, right, okay, there we go. We transfer back to real-time action, but when the replay still goes, you get the feeling that it's something really bad is still yet to happen.
You're just on the edge of your seat, just holding on. I'm actually looking at how I'm sat, and I'm literally holding onto the seat, and I'm like, really? But, like, certainly, if you have an accident, it can happen. He's definitely shortened the wheelbase of that Mercedes there. I don't think it was intentional or an aerodynamic upgrade, but sometimes when you spin, it's all about the recovery as well. I mean, at Bathurst, there's not really any space to recover, but I was doing some laps in an F1600 at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park the other day. I span it, and I put it in reverse, and interesting lap record for you there, Mr. Christie. An F1600, you can do 2 minutes and 30 seconds around CTMP if you do it all in reverse.
Oh, wow. I don't know what to make with that information. I'll be honest with you, that kind of caught me out of the blue here. I'm just trying to think of Bathurst, right? What do you think then on iRacing? What would be like just an absolute riot to drive around here? What would be for absolute giggles to take? Wait a minute, hang on. What's just happened to our race leader? What's happened to David Johansson? Oh, he's in the pits, that's why. Oh my god, jeez! Oh, he just... Wait, actually, because he dropped right back down. So he's... No! So... Wait, that doesn't make sense. Has he crashed in Alt F4? Or went back to the pits? Because he's back to the... And the reason I'm saying that, and the reason I'm getting so hyperventilating, right? When you reset back to the pits, you go back to the start of the lap that you were on. So he was on lap 79 and was about to complete lap 79, and he's gone back to the start of lap 79. So he's got to return to pits. So let's see. I think we've got a replay coming of what happened to David Johansson for Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. He's gone back out, but I don't understand what has happened there. He's back into the pits.
Somebody get a paper bag and hand it to my co-commentator.
Really
I'm starting to worry about him. Anybody
so...
would like to adopt a kitten? I believe he's just had a full litter. You know, just Tag us
Right,
in the
here we
the
go.
YouTube channel.
Let's have a
Let's have a
replay.
quick look.
It could be that he's just went in the pits, but it doesn't make sense because he just disappeared halfway through a lap.
Put us out
So
of our
this
misery,
is David
What's going on?
Johansson. Oh no, there's traffic. Oh no. Oh wait, it's unreal. Oh! Oh, that's your
no.
race leader. Rip off to the skies. Godspeed, you glorious, glorious angel. David Johansson wrecks the car, and there goes the chances of Sim Racing Grid Phoenix into the wall. An unforced error with just over an hour to go. Have you seen drama like it?
Oh, that was more interesting than the reality series, David. I think the incident, it was definitely unfortunate. It's easily done, but personally, I got much more enjoyment out of your reaction. It was just a case of wind him up, let him go. Like, how far can we poke him? I mean, one of the jokes I make about myself.
To be fair, I was reacting to the situation because I thought I was getting the impression that I thought something was wrong. But you know when it's like you think, but you're kind of afraid that in case you make a mistake and it's just like something normal, like they've gone into the pits or something. But yeah, turned out I was absolutely spot on, boys. Absolutely spot
David, I sometimes mock myself, and I don't know if you've ever seen Open All Hours, but for a little bit there, you were doing a fantastic Mr. Arkwright impression.
Do you know the thing is, I'm old enough that I probably should have seen Open All Hours, but I've never seen an episode.
Oh my God, David! How? I think it's got David Frost in it. I can't remember the guy who plays Touch of Frost. Anyway,
Yeah, David Jason.
Yes, got him in it. And anyway, like you're there, and David Jason is like the shopkeeper's assistant, and the assistant was played by
Ronnie Barker, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was two Ronnies, but not they weren't both in this. I thought there's Ronnie Barker, and I think there's Ronnie Arkwright or something. Arkwright was the name of the storekeeper anyway, Mr. Arkwright. Anyway, it'd be like Grand, we'll fetch a cloth. I'm there thinking, okay, like we're gonna get the replay, and we just, I tease myself a bit some days, and I'm like, I'm doing my own Mr. Arkwright impersonation, and it's just beautiful to see the raw enthusiasm is how I'm going to describe it.
Well, now that we've lost 3/4 of our audience there, hello to the quarter that remain for the final hour of the FTR event Sim 3D Sports Car Series Season 5 Round 2, the 4 hours of Bathurst. If you're wondering why Daniel is laughing at my expense, it is because I've just absolutely melted with the fact we have just moments ago lost our race leader and leader of the LMP3 class, David Johansson, for Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. He decided to join the boards as, wow, that's a lot of damage. That is, I mean, it's so nice that they put up a modesty barrier just to hide how badly that thing is absolutely wrecked. I'd be proud of doing that one. And the thing is that it shows you, even after 3 hours, that it can still catch you out at the top of the mountain, coming over McPhillamy Park into Skyline, can catch anyone out at any time. And we've seen that here in sim racing, and we see that in real life racing as well.
Oh, absolutely, David. Absolutely. It's so tight, so difficult up there. And the LMP3s as well. I'm going to have a quick look at a replay here. Mr. Christie, please carry on.
I get the feeling you're still eating your buffalo sandwiches there, my friends, while we go to another replay here. Jonathan Ulsner going into McPhillamy. Oh, there's no, 3 wide, 3 wide. No! Oh, come on. I mean... Oh, poor Jonathan Ulsner has just been physically assaulted here at Bathurst. That is, man, you hate to see it. For me, again, personally, throw the book at that car in front. I think that might have been the, was that not the orange GT3 that was just up in front of it? Yeah, back marker racing orange. That might have been the 225. I think I'm saying might. I don't know if it was Alexei Piskunov involved in that. That car, the GT3, that just in front of us here, if that is the 225. I mean, that was unforgivable. To do that at the top of Skyline, one of the most dangerous corners out on the track. 3 wide anyway. Nah, sorry. That's get the book thrown at them for that, because yeah, you cannot be pulling stuff like that off. And It is what it is. What can you say? It's not Alexei Piskunov because he's actually in pit lane. So I will immediately apologise to Backmarker Racing Orange. They're not even on the track, and I'm blaming them for something.
Guilty.
Ejection. So that was who was that? That was a 248 that was there. So that's Tom Minor. It can't have been them. Track limit racing.
Here's one I never mastered.
What's that?
Sorry, Dave. Here's one I never mastered. Like, while we're doing these all puns with like the law and stuff, you have the right to remain silent. Just never mastered the ability, David. That's demonstrated just now.
Yes, I never stay silent. As we're on board then with Bart Horston in the lead of the GT3 Pro class for Brabham Esports GT3 at 6.6 seconds ahead of Jonathan Germain, but Emily Howe down into P3, so backmarker razzle dazzle then in that second position. I wondered if Emily was going to be able to bring that gap down a little bit, but tiny little bits, but not quite enough here. So we're going to stay on board with Bart Horston then. Let's take you on another lap round here at Mount Panorama then, into Hill Corner then, turn 1. You've got your pit exit on the left hand side there as we go along the iconic mountain straight. The Mercedes AMG GT3 roars in life and goes under the Pedders Bridge and then down into, or rather up into turn 2. Now this is Griffin's Mount, and it's mistakenly named on some circuit maps, but I can assure you this is Griffin's Mount because it's still climbing up. This is the cutting, the left-hander here, and then it's into Quarry Bend. Quarry Bend is that right-hander just coming up here, and then you have got Green Park as well, again avoiding the curb on the left-hand side there. You don't want to take that too much. A little bit of a run through Solomon Park here. It goes up, and it goes down, and it goes up again, making sure that car doesn't slide out to hit the wall on the right-hand side there. Through McPhillamy Park, where we saw the scene of the accident a couple of laps ago there. Down through Skyline, down through the S's. Again, this very fast, intense set of left, right, and then through the Dipper as well. Now this is my favourite corner of the track, through Forest Elbow. Again, not want to let the car drift out too far to the right hand side, and you're going to cause some severe damage. Then it's run down the Conrod straight here, up through the gears, pushing that car and the engine as hard as it'll go. If you've got a car in front of you, you get a nice little bit of tow, but if not, it's all by yourself as well. Through the chase, one of the fastest corners in motorsport, onto the brakes, through into the left-hander, and then through into the right as well. And then just one more corner to go under the Armour All Bridge. And there is your pit entry there, onto the brakes, into Murray's Corner, left-hander, easy as you like. It's not really easy because you can take a little bit of that curve on the left-hand side, launch over to the wall on the right, and that is a lap of Bathurst. And somehow, Zippy, we've only got 55 minutes left to go in this race. What's happened? Where has that time gone?
Oh, it's definitely flying. You know, we're seeing, I think as the people are getting more into the race and, you know, the drivers getting a little bit more worn down, you know, like some mistakes are starting to become a little bit more frequent. You know, it's hard to concentrate, especially such a demanding track. Like, and at least thank goodness that there's the mountain straight and the Conway straight, just so you can have that little moment just to like regather yourself. But like I've driven Bathurst here for endurance races myself, and it is like you just want to try and underdrive the car and just try and keep it in check, but you're constantly dancing on the line of grip, like dancing on the line of, okay, how much can I get away with it? I mean, it's basically a street circuit in some ways once you start heading up the hill. So once you go from Griffin's and all the way out to Forest Elbow, that half of the track pretty much is treated like a street circuit. There's no run-off, there's no forgiveness, and it's not just like you're playing on a level field either. The hills, like it's not something that's always necessarily fully understood from the sim, but the weight in the car is moving around under acceleration, braking, cornering, and then you're adding the different curvature of the groundwork as well, and it makes for a really interesting combination. I mean, isn't it in some places it called the roller coaster?
Absolutely, and you can see why with the changes in elevation, the very quick changes in elevation as well that you said, or rather you compared it to a street circuit, and of course these are public roads that they are, or part of it is public roads that they are on just now. For me, it's you know, it might be controversial. I don't like street circuits. I really just, I can't think of any off the top of my head that I actually enjoy. Like when I say street circuits, I mean like the proper like Monaco or Macau or you know any of the like custom-made F1 circuits or anything like that. It just I just don't get them, especially Macau. I really dislike just. I don't like when you've got like barriers where basically the grass is and there's almost no runoff whatsoever. It just I don't get it.
It's a little bit like guidance there, David. You know, instead of like a track, you know, say take Spa for instance, Watson's Glen is probably quite a decent example. There's a bit of runoff there, or even Alton Park. I find that can be quite forgiving as well. You know? The track limits are there, and it's more sort of guidance. You know, when you get to like Bathurst and Long Beach, actually, Long Beach is probably my favourite street circuit. But you know, I like it in some ways. I wouldn't want to do it every time, but I like it in some ways because then you've got an extra battle on your hands, and it's basically battle of the games kind of deal. You know, who's got the biggest set of stones to see how much of that track you can use. Now, I remember watching the Formula One some days, and there's literally like times, and you can see them. They are brushing the tire along the wall, like to go at such speed. Oh no! Oh, it's an LMP3. The hood's gone. The car's gone. Oh, look, synchronized wrecked parking. You know, we've now opened the breakers yard in the pit lane. It's not, seems to be specialised in the Liga LMP3s, but oh no. Yeah, I'll definitely take another crack at that. David, what do you think happened there?
For the benefit of my professional sim racing commentary career, I think it's best if I don't commentate on what happened on that. I think it's probably yeah, look, just because you're in a faster car and I don't know. We'll see a replay and I can make a definitive comment on that, but it didn't look good, if I'm being honest, for the LMP3. You know, and again, I don't always sort of hold back with this. Normally I'm like, oh yeah, that was terrible, they shouldn't have done that, but I'm going to reserve judgment for Roy Mass, only because they've had a bloody hard day. They're running already 10 laps behind the leader anyway for Stage 1 Racing 72, so it's not been an easy day. So let's wait for a replay and then I'll pass judgment on what happens. Right, okay, so coming over Skyline here, going into the corner. Oh yeah, no, it was an accident. That's all it is. It's just an accident. Clip the curb on the next side there. It's an error. That's all it is. We've seen him. It'll not be the last one we see. Absolutely nothing other than it was just a mistake. That's all that happened.
Could be the last one for his race, that's for sure. Like, I don't know how quickly the mechanics can fix that. And if so, I'm sure, you know, in real life, you can fix a car that quick. There's plenty of people who would love that skill set. I'm not one of them, but certainly, you know, it's a case of what can happen, especially, you know, you're so used to, like, not really passing as much, like going through Skyline. So all of a sudden, you're kind of offline, your brake points are kind of going. And like I said, like the weight balance and the curvature as well. That's a big set of variables changing in such a corner that have to be so precise, Dave.
Yeah, and it's a difficult one because, and again, the reason I was holding my breath on that one was because it did look like from the camera angle that we saw there that there might be in contact with that. I think it was a GT4 car that was at the top of the hill there, and then obviously straight into the wall there. But it wasn't involved, unrelated, and it was just overcooking it into the wall. Again, it's not going to be the last time we see a car doing that. But again, you know, it is what it is. Just noticing second place for GT3 Squadra Veloce by Fastlane Motorsport into the pit lane. That's going to be their final pit stop of the afternoon here, or evening. And I think as well, this is the point to kind of realise that this is going to be the final pit stops here for a lot of these cars. Stage 1 Racing 83 into the pit stop as well. Now, I don't think that's their final pit stop. I think they've got one more to go potentially after this one. But now, like I said, this is going to be a case of just getting yourself to the end of the race here.
Oh, for sure. Even then, with 50 minutes to go, like that's quite a bit to get round. You know, I'm wondering if they're going to have to fuel save a little bit if they're pitting at this point. Like, it's been a hot minute since I actually drove around Bathurst in an endurance setting. It's not one of my stronger tracks, and I'll be honest, David, I'm a little bit of a princess when it comes to choosing where I race. You know, I'm gonna try and put the odds in my favour, but certainly, you know, it's not the end yet. But I'm wondering if we're going to get some battle spice up, because as we get to the final stages of the race, you know, a lot of pit strategies are all going to start to come like together, kind of deal. You know, and we're going to see actually like who is really where. You know, as you can see, a couple of huge ass cars there. I think actually the huge ass people, they are got the best coverage over the course of the race. Like, they got a couple of GT4s there we can see, not just with the BMW, but also the Mercedes AMG in front as well. I believe they've got, yeah, they have an LMP3 car, and I believe they got a couple of GT3s as well.
Yeah, for sure. And again, we just, over or just under 50 minutes left to go here. Again, I always say this, I feel like for a lot of these drivers and a lot of these teams, that's the race done in terms of, you know, really pushing hard to get overtakes right now. Most of the gaps now are well over 5 to 10 seconds here. We've got Eagle Speed Academy Esports into the pit lane. Alex Byron's getting out of the car and handing things over to his teammate there. But, you know, with the final hour of the race here, Daniel, like I said, a lot of the fighting is done, a lot of the racing is done, and a lot of the time the drivers now just cycling through the laps and just getting to the end of the race here.
Well, potentially there, but I'm going to add another variable to it. So I find sometimes in a race, a guy can be 5-6 seconds ahead. So I'm looking right now, I'm looking at Digitrax 233. That's who I'm having a quick peek on, and just in terms of the timing, they're about 5 and a smidge seconds behind the Squadron Boloche team, assuming I'm reading that right. You know what? 5 seconds, 50 minutes, that's doable. You don't have to push yourself too far for that. It's definitely an achievable challenge, and that's when I find that sometimes you get the best racing, you know? It's one of those things where, you can just, you know, you can push hard, you can concentrate, but you got to try and keep things in check as well. But we'll copy here, we can see the long shot racing car definitely been a little bit up and down for them so far, you know, but it seems to be working right now pretty well. I mean, they're first and third row, so absolutely fantastic potential result for long shot racing. I'm going to try not to give them the commentator's curse. Goyo Autosport and Eagle Speed Academy earlier were looking pretty dominant, but, you know, long shot's just cleaning up at this point. Excuse me 1 second. Awkward thing about being a commentator and having a little snack to eat is sometimes, you know, you get a little bit of a burble tune on that. So thankfully everything's okay. But Giovanni Romano here in the huge ass white car. Again, this is what I'm saying about huge ass, you know, so well represented. Here's the LMP3 with the BMW right ahead of them. Another 2 cars there. Our director absolutely fantastic at spotting these guys out. I mean, it may be the yellow and blue paint scheme, but certainly, you know, you can find them on the track, which is good. It's again another huge ass car, which I promise I'm not being crude. It is the name of the team. If anybody who's just tuning in, they are called like huge ass, and you got different colors and stuff like that. But as I look through the track at the minute, I'm not really seeing anything in terms of an insane battle right now. You know, I'm plucking away. I'm trying to find something for you, but there has definitely been some incidents. You know, some potential, you know, race catastrophic ending incidents, but. The car we're looking at right now, the Giovanni Romano, they were getting a little bit of repairs on 16.5 minutes in the pits. I mean, that's definitely a little bit more than cleaning the windshield, you know, shining the tires and, you know, maybe giving it a quick polish. There was damage on that car, and certainly it seems to be doing okay now. If I have a quick look, Giovanni Romano, his last lap was a 201.9, so at the minute, definitely not setting any lap records by any means. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, that was actually holding the best lap. They had a 158 flat, but they're still in the pits right now. It's not looking good for them. And so is the Stage 1 racing car of the number 72. That's in the pits as well. So they've dropped right off the end of the standings right now. It looks like their race may indeed be over. As we can see, Romano just passing the GT4s with ease. You know, not really any challenge involved. You know, you've got such a speed difference. You can see another GT4 coming out the pits there, the AMG. I believe that one's been in a couple of battles itself as well. Certainly seen a few blue and white ones there, but pretty calm at the minute. Pretty clean race. Go a little replay here. Let's see what's going on. Okay, this is one of the long shot racing cars. He's there trying to get through some GT4, I'd say. GT4, potentially GT3. Doing it into Skyline. Oh, he's in a little bit of a lock up there. Oh, I can't. He did fair. That could have been a lot worse. Huge kudos to the GT4 that was ahead of him for absolutely phenomenal reflexes. But like I said before, you know, it's just so hard to get the car stopped. I mean, it doesn't have ABS either. At least if it does, I couldn't make it work for me. So, you know, it's definitely an even more where it's an aerodynamically, you know, biased car. You know, when you start going into them slower speeds, you know, the grip just goes less and less. Another replay, more carnage. I'm really disappointed that it's just grass down. Here's that GT4 we saw a few months ago. Isaac Barkley. Definitely seen him before. I know he can drive. That was GT3 trying to get past. And obviously Porsche was not a good combo for that corner as they go. The GT4 losing the rear wing in Forest Elbow. I think that may be an incident the stewards take a look at. I'm just going to have a quick peek here. There's probably going to be a contact stewards. I see there is definitely some disgruntlement just a moment ago. Landon Patmore, I believe he's in the GT3 because we spoke to him earlier. I'm just catching up on the stewards' inquiries now. These guys have been working really hard, so if ever you enter a race series like this, by all means, be appreciative to the people that organise it. Your race stewards, your race organisers, you know, the administration team, because this isn't just something you can set up in 5 minutes and go. It takes a lot of work, a lot of effort, and I certainly appreciate it in the booth. I hope you guys are at home, and certainly as well, you know, the more effort that goes into that, generally the better quality of racing you get here. Is Bart Horston in the Brabhams Esports GT3 just absolutely cleaning up in first position right now. Having a quick look at what the stewards have to say here. There was a 30-second stop issued to the 132 car. Sim Racing Grid Phantom basically made an overly optimistic attempt by the 132 to make it free wide into Skyline. That was the incident we saw earlier, where we saw the poor GT4, the BMW, just get absolutely just drop kicked off the track at that point. So that's why that's occurred. But I do wonder if we're going to see another one shortly popping up. I mean, I can see discussed, but I can't yet see another review. And we've got a safety car. Oh dear.
I was sitting quietly in the background scoffing my food, and I literally typed it in the chat, and I was like, yeah. So we had a safety car come out. Not sure what that was brought out for, but with what 40 minutes left to go, that is going to be wild for the finish of this race, because that is going to bring up the LMP3s right close to each other at the moment, given the fact that Hans Blankert in the Stage 1 racing car pitted 3 laps earlier than Longshot Racing and Will Coffey just now. A lot of fights going on with it. Now, I'm just seeing here Jonathan Germain is into pit lane now. I wonder if he's waited for the pit lane to open. I don't think so, but we'll wait and see, because that car is into pit lane, but it's not stopped yet. So we'll have a look. So this is after the yellow. This is Chase Small for Track Limit Racing, and again goes wide. Oh no, okay, so he's fine going down. You can see the yellow flags flying. Oh yeah, race controller not going to be happy with that. You can see the yellow flags flying. You can see the yellow. I'm not sure what was that going flying across into the barrier there, but yeah, that car's done. That car is absolutely ghosting. I think that might have been the GT3 that was involved in that 3 wide at Skyline for Track Limit Racing, and yeah, that car is absolutely smashed to pieces. Right, well, there we go. Safety car out with just 40 minutes left to go in this race here, Daniel, and I get the feeling that this is going to get wild towards the end.
Oh, I definitely think so. I'm actually glad there's a yellow flag at this point. And the beautiful thing about it being on the sim is that, you know, if a car wrecks, nobody gets hurt. Don't get me wrong, if you've got a direct drive wheel and you're not expecting it, yeah, you could break a finger, but generally it's pretty good. You know, I don't hear of it happening too often. I did once have a teammate. I did once have a teammate who gave me a little bit of a discussion when we was in practice, and I may have give him a bit of encouragement off the track when he wasn't expecting it, and this wheel just whoosh, and gave him a little bit of a scare. But yellow is currently out by the stewards. We're not quite sure why. We're hoping we're going to get a little bit of feedback from the commentating admin discussion here. I'm sure they'll fill us in very soon. But I'm actually glad that this is going to bunch back up now. Nobody's been hurt. And I've got to say as well, David, excuse me, and again, I've been trying to put away them two sandwiches for about 25 minutes now. I finally just did it, and you managed to woof a burger in 5. So I've got to say, power to you, sir. That must have been one hell of a burger.
Yes, it was. That's all I'm going to say on that one. So, now, this is what I'm saying. Remember, in GT3 Pro, there was a car came into pit lane while the cars were going round. Now pit lane is open, and this is when the cars can come in. I think there might be a penalty for that GT3 Pro car that came in there. But again, we'll wait and see here. But my goodness me, given how long it took for the last yellow flag to clear itself, it was about 15 minutes, 20 minutes. So this could take us up to about, what, 25 minutes to go? Yeah, I think all bets are off right now. I think there's some huge gains that could be made.
I'm actually just trying to get in contact with the 2 LMP3s that were pitted due to incident damage. Excuse me. Trying to reach David Johansson just to see if we can get like a little bit of a report on how much repairs they've got left to go. Because at this point, you know, I'm wondering if they can get back out on track. The safety car could potentially, you know, help them if they can get out. I don't know if they'll be able to lap themselves. I mean, they're a lap down right now. Giovanni Romano as well, he's showing a lap down, but it's going to rebunch the field. Like, you know, I want to try and get more cars back out on track because, you know, especially if they've got something to fight for.
Yeah, that's very, very true indeed, Emily. How back out onto the track then from pit lane. What I do have to say, Zippy, is do I need to burp you? Because I'm just, you know, I'm getting that impression, mate. We'll pat you gently on the back, and we'll sort that out for you. So this is going to be the last pit stop then for all of the drivers here. You know, we're going to finish this with, I would imagine, let's say about 25 minutes left to go here. A hell of a lot of sorting out cars to get past the pace car just now as well. And again, where we were saying, and again, this is where you can kind of disregard everything that I said about 10 minutes ago, where I'm saying, you know, oh, well, it's the final hour of the race and, you know, the gaps are well over like 5-10 seconds, so you can kind of just rattle down the laps here. Yeah, ignore that now, because it's now, you've now got the chance that you maybe didn't have previously, and you can properly send it and maybe kind of be brave. And that's what they say, isn't it? Fortune favours the brave. We'll just kind of have to see exactly how brave, because there is a thin line between being brave and being foolish.
Oh, definitely. And certainly, you know, going through the mountain, you know, cold tires, you know, you've just been all antsy waiting for the yellow flag to end, get the safety car. You know, it's going to be crazy, and you've got all that traffic around you as well. Like, the whole grid is going to be bunched back up again. So, you know, again, it comes down to risk versus reward. Now, myself, whenever I've run team races, I've always put myself in for the race starts. That's what I've always generally preferred. You give me traffic, I am primed, I'm ready. That is where I thrive. If you start getting the race spread out and it's just lap after lap and I don't have another car near me, I start getting sloppy. So we're going to see some drivers are going to come into their element. Others are going to maybe be, you know, a little bit more cautious. But I was taking a quick look. I think we maybe had a little bit of a reversal in the GT3 Pros. I think Jonathan Germain, he's got in the back marker Razzle Dazzle car. They're currently showing as the class leader. Then the Brabham Esports GT3, they've swapped back to Taylor Bernard. He's the 10,000 plus I-rating driver in, so obviously they've got a plan there. Razzle Dazzle, they haven't pitted, so they're going purely on track position.
That's not quite correct, actually, and I heard our broadcast actually pointing that out. That's not the case. They did pit. They pitted on lap 89. Remember, they're the ones that I'm saying to watch. I'm positive they're going to get a penalty from the stewards because they pitted as soon as that yellow came out, and they're not allowed to. I'm paraphrasing here. This is just what I saw, because when they come round, they have to go round with the pits with the safety car, and then you see them all filing in that big queue that you just saw that last lap there. They came in immediately as that yellow flag flew, and when the safety car comes out, the pit lane is closed. So Jonathan Germain, I think, and again, I'm not saying what is going to happen. I'm just saying this is my thought of what I've just seen. I think they came in a lap too early, and I think they're going to get penalised. They are up in the lead. They have pitted, but as I say, I think it'll have been that it turns out that the pit stop was closed because everyone else has pitted on lap lap 90. It's anyone that basically came in on lap 89, I think, is going to get into trouble there. We'll wait and see. I might be massively wrong on that one, but that's certainly what I think has happened on that one.
I do wonder as well, the RPM racing car that we've been watching fall back through the field, Charlie Nelson's now in it. I wonder if they, if they can pit, when they can pit, if they can maybe, try and get some repairs. But at this point, half an hour to go, I don't know if they're going to get the bang for buck out of them. It depends, Can you work the safety car to your advantage? It seems like some people have tried and may indeed come under fire for trying so, but I'm sure Taylor Bernard, he's going to be hot off the start. We've seen the pace that this guy has had in the GT3 car, and no one's been able to get near him. His current best is a 202.3. I'm trying to see somebody who can match that, because as I look through, he's the only guy in the 202s. Only guy in the 202s. Damn, that's quick. And it's not like that, he's 202.3. He's in there comfortably.
Exactly, and the pace that they've got there again just shows the absolute talent that team have got behind the wheel there. Also looking for the LMP3 cars, 158.5 is the fastest lap. In fact, no, it's not even faster, 158.0. That was David Johansson in that Sim Racing Grid Phoenix car that is now retired from the race. But again, that's one thing. What we have to do is play to the race that we've got at the moment, and again, it's going to be seeing how that all pans out. The lights on safety car still on at the moment, and I don't see that changing anytime soon because we've still got cars to unlap themselves at the moment. And there we go, car 1, 2, 4, yep. So let's have a quick look through the standings then at the moment then, while we've got a yellow flag at the moment. And let's do a change. How do you fancy taking us through the standings just now, Zippy?
Oh, I almost got the license plate as I seen the bus coming there, David. I'll tell you what, let's take a class apiece here. So for the LMP3s, I'm going to start with them. We've got Hans Blanca in the Stage 1 racing car, the 83. Will Coffey close behind, second in the long shot race, in the first of two cars in the long shot racing in there. Loic Lamol, he's in third for Eagle Speeds Academy Esports. And then Akram Zinoun, he's in the Goyo Autosport car in fourth, with Simon Huber in the long shot racing UK branch. He is in fifth. Then we're getting down. Those guys, they all seem to be quite close together looking at the timing screens. Then it takes a different kind of turn. Giovanni Romano in a huge ass white. He is currently showing as 1 lap down, I believe. Potentially 1 lap or 7 laps. One of the two. My apologies. 1 lap.
7.
Go. 7 laps. My apologies. We started at 1. Now we're at 7. There we go. That's why I'm trying to read the timing screen to my right. You see, this is why, I'm not designed to multitask here. Anyway, let's try this again. Huge ass white, Giovanni Romano. He's currently showing us 6 laps down right now. Then Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, we saw that car have a little bit of a whoops, and the same with Stage 1 Racing. They are 4 laps and 2 laps down respectively. So as the restart comes shortly, hopefully, we're going to see 5 LMP3s just absolutely going for a full-on battle. David, do you want to talk us through the GT3s?
Certainly do. Jonathan Germain then in the lead of the GT3 Pros for Backmarker Racing, Razzle Dazzle with a big cloud over the head. We wait to see whether that lead is going to be penalised for that pit stop. Brabham Esports GT3 in second place with Taylor Bernard, who has just been ridiculously fast. Emily Howe for the amazing Prismatic Motorsports Athena in third position. Ayala De Vries in the Ferrari 144 is in 4th position for Art Sim Racing. RPM Racing are in 5th position with Charlie Nielsen. Art Sim Racing 2 are in 6th position with Kaz Brinkhausen in the Ferrari. Landon Patmore's BMW for Sim Racing Grid Phantom down in P7. And then it's the 8th place for Rosado Motorsports, Miguel Torres in the BMW. 9th place goes to RPM Racing Blue and Robert Lancaster behind the wheel of the 111 Porsche. Just now we're watching 338 BMW in 10th position, a huge ass gold, and that is Alexander Bueller behind the wheel of that one. And I'm going to actually ignore that because that is a GT4 car. So Jack Niederbach is in 11th position there. GT3 and then Zippy.
Okay, so right now we've got first place is Squadra Veloce by Fastlane Motorsport with Digitrack Sim Racing Team about 4 seconds behind him. I know they were certainly in the sin bin with the stewards earlier, but obviously it hasn't ruined their race by any means. And the stewards as well, it's a tough job. I feel they've been very fair as well, certainly more fair, perhaps a little bit more understanding than my comrade appears to be the one time he was a race steward. 11 temps racing, currently about, well, 11 temps behind the car ahead, but what's going on here? Are we going to get going? Come on. No. And then it goes, and it's not quite as good then. A lot of the GT3 cars, they are out in the amateur class, so Track Limit Racing, FTR Esports White, Backmarker Racing Orange as well, and Arctic Racing. They're all in the pits. They are a DNF at this point.
They're all out of the race, and then moving on to the GT4s as well when we get them up. There we go, huge ass gold in the lead of that one, then ahead of Torque Freak Racing, TFR Lab, Samsung GT4 in 3rd, DX Droid Sim Racing by Letroom in 4th position. Then it's huge ass gold again in, well, it'll be the sister huge ass 338 team in 5th position, huge ass blue in 6th position, SimSport Alpha in the 392 car in 7th, Eagle Speed Academy Esports in 8th position, and then Rosado Motorsport Apex, Twin Ton Sim Racing, FTR Esports GT4 and WBM Racing all retired from this race. So the car's still trying to undo themselves just now. Remember that it's an automated system, so the cars will all be it'll be 1 lap for the GT3 Pros, 1 lap for the GT3 AMs, 1 lap for the GT4s as well. So again, I think are we going to go green at the end of this one? We'll wait and see. But again, it's going to be touch and go because we'll have 25 minutes at the end of this lap, or just over 25 minutes left to go at the end of this lap. And I think that certainly for Stage 1 Racing, the number 83 car, they will be very, very keen to get going. And in fact, there you go, there's confirmation because it is Hans Blankart that is behind the wheel of that one. And again, we still wait to hear about the GT3 Pro car and see what is happening there. Well, lights still on the safety car. And unfortunately, that means another lap round here. So another, 4 minutes going to be taken off the clock here.
Oh, for sure there, David. I'm looking at the standings as they stand right now, and certainly I think the LMP3 is probably going to be the biggest battle we're going to have seen. They're going to be 5 cars, and like I don't think we were really expecting it at the last restart, but like, they absolutely just they plowed through the field. Like the speed differential being obviously bigger than we realized, or maybe perhaps the other cars just didn't want to have them fighting through. They just wanted to try and broom them as quick as possible. But certainly Goya Autosport, they'll be keen to try and get back up higher in the grid. I mean, they were having a really good start to the race, and it's kind of fallen off the rails for them a little bit, but now is the chance for them to really, button down and shine. They've got the chance to do it. But certainly, Hans Blankart, we've seen him at Daytona. He can drive. There's a lot of people here who really can wheel it around, but on a restart as well, especially at Bathurst, you've got to try and keep it clean. You've got to remember those tyres are cold, David.
Yeah, they are. The brakes are cold, the tyres are cold, the driver's brain, for a certain extent, is cold as well. And it's a case of trying to keep yourself active, trying to keep yourself in the zone, and trying to keep yourself pushing on as much as you possibly can. But now we start to see cars unlapping themselves. Now we start to see the GT3 cars making their way through, some GT4s as well. So, you know, I don't think there's going to be enough time at the end of this lap to do it. But again, it's a difficult one for us because obviously we're enjoying what we're seeing. We want to get back to racing as soon as possible, but you know, the procedure has to be followed. And of course, with this fantastic automated service called Race Director as well, that takes care of these race situations where you want to throw a full course yellow and manage that. That is all taken care of by Race Director here. But as it stands then, it does look like we are getting the cars all unlapping themselves and they'll be unleashed, and I believe that usually happens the lap before we go lights out. So I would be expecting, as we see some GT3 cars making their way past the safety car just now, I would imagine that we will get lights out at the end of this lap with just 23 minutes left to go, maybe 22 minutes left to go in this race. So it is going to be certainly a dash for the cash. Any longer than that, and I think that it's going to be too risky, I think, for a lot of these cars, because in all honesty, it's going to be an absolute melee to be involved in this.
As you say that there, I see a little bit of smoke. One of the guys checking up as they're going in formation there, you know. Don't get me wrong, like it's nice, you kind of relax, you know, you're taking a breather at this point, but you still can't exactly switch off. You've got to be focused on what's happening around you, and you know, it's basically we're just lighting the fuse for some racing that's going to come. I mean, as soon as this yellow flag goes in the safety car, you know, he goes back to his relevant parking spot. Things are going to get hot, and I don't just mean, you know what, that's got a little bit of a ting to it. I mean, this, like, our mouths are going to be pure burning with the spice we're going to see on track.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And, you know, just watching everything unfold as the pace car coming through that final couple of corners just now, as your GT3 cars make their way through. So they're all unleashed. So as I say, I would imagine we are about to go lights out as soon as the car crosses. Let's have a look and see what happens. And we are still lights on, so that car is still going to be going round for another lap here. We'll wait though, because it can be manually switched off, but I haven't seen that actually happen yet so far in this championship, especially the fact that we've still got some cars there in the order. We have got cars that are still going through, and again, what I think will happen is the rest of the cars will have to make their way round to catch up to the back of that train. That'll happen by the end of this lap. Now, what we don't want is cars absolutely rocketing it through the rest of the circuit here, because how many times have we seen replays of cars having oopsie moments here, Daniel, coming through the circuit and deciding to rearrange the cosmetics on their car?
Oh, it definitely happens, and I mean, you understand why they want to try and get caught back up as quickly as possible, but I mean, we've got quite a few laps under the safety car at this point. I'm wondering if the safety car is going to need a pit stop, maybe get some more fuel, you know. I mean, the guy's been driving for a while, you know. He must be getting pretty worn out, you know, maybe just cool off the AI a little bit, but certainly I don't think it's quite as bad as that. It's too fine a point not to make it, but, you know, it's still... The longer the safety car goes on, like, I mean, I remember watching it one day. They said, "What, yellow flags cause yellow flags?" You know, and once they said that, and then watching, I'm like, "Yeah, you got a point." You know, like I can 100% believe this is gonna happen. I mean, the biggest battle I think is going to be in the LMP3s. Like, I'm looking at that, and even now on the pace lap, you got 6 temps, 5, 6 temps. You know, and then 4 seconds. That's okay. You know, that's nothing in the grand scheme of things for these guys. I think it's going to get hot, and backmarker razzle dazzle there.
Dropping down. I wonder if they've had to give up some positions. Remember, we said they were going to be under pressure. Either that, or they've maybe just had a bit of an accident. I can't see how, given that they're going about 20 miles an hour around the circuit here. But they've given up at least 2 positions there. And I wonder if they're going to have to go into pit lane to serve a penalty on this. So we'll double check on that. But yeah, that's a very, very unusual one to see them dropping down like that. But it's yeah, I'm really not too sure. Either way, we're watching Torque Freak Racing in the GT3. In fact, yeah, there you go. Jonathan Germain dropping down even further in that backmarker racing razzle dazzle car, now down to P4 at the moment. So P5 now. So they are going right to the back of the grid. I wonder if they've had a back of grid penalty for going into the pits while it was closed, or no, they can't have run out of fuel. That's not possible. Yeah, because they're slowing down, so it's they've been given a back of grid penalty, I think.
I'm actually looking through the stewards at the minute, trying to work out what's going on. There is somebody who's being told to go to the back. Stefan Jones. Let's see who he drives with right now. Who is he with there, David?
Yeah, well, we'll wait and see just now, but the car's making their way around. So while the GT4s and GT3s catch up, let's have a look at our pace car just now then, because as it goes across the line, I do wonder if that is going to be us for just now. It's going to have to get a move on right now, because as I say, we're now down to about 15 minutes left to go. It goes across the line, and well, it goes across the line now, and the lights are still on. So normally, as I say, normally the lights go immediately go off just now. So while we're doing that, let's go and have a look at our stand-ins just now then. This is pre-race, and have a little run through them just now. So this is how it was looking in the LMP3 class. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix in the lead with 35 points, ahead of Gorio Autosport on 25 points. Stage 1 Racing were in 3rd position with 20 points. Huge Ass White were in 4th with 16. Eagle Speed Academy Esports were in 14th. And Longshot Racing going to make some good headway in the championship. They were down in 6th and 7th at the start of this race. Stage 1 Racing 72 also going to make a huge effort with 8 points coming into this race weekend. Moving on to the GT3 Pros, and RPM Racing were in the lead of the championship by just 10 points over FTR Esports Black. Art Sim Racing 2 were in 3rd position. Rosado Motorsports were in 4th. 11 Tenths Racing Team were in 5th position, with Prismatic Motorsports Athena standing by and make some huge gains this weekend. They were down in 6th coming into the weekend. Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle, yeah, we'll wait and see what happens with that team, but they came into the weekend on 7th position. Fastlane Motorsport were in 8th. Arctic Racing in 9th. Squadra Veloce by Fastlane Motorsport in 10th. Eagle Speed Academy Esports B Team in 11th position. In GT3 Pro, FTR Esports White in 12th, with Arc Sim Racing 1 in 13th position. 14th was the 111 RPM Racing Blue Machine, and then it was 233 Digitrax Racing Team in 15th position. Sim Racing Grid Phantom in 132 in 16th position. Equipment Geek Racing in 17th, and then 18th place was Brabham Esports. They are going to be making some huge progress. And then Daniel, why don't you take us through GT3 AMs and GT4s?
Okay, so GT3 Amateurs, we currently have 11 Temps Racing in the lead with 35 points. With Arctic Racing, they're currently DNF, I believe. They're on 25 points, so we know that their total's not going to be moving too much. Sorry, guys. Squadron Veloci by Fastlane Motorsport currently in 3rd with 20th. FTR Esports White, 16. Digitrax Sim Racing Team, they're looking pretty handy at the minute. They are currently in 5th. Equipment Geek Racing 12. Prismatic Motorsport Minerva with 10 points. Don't think I've seen them out today. Track Limit Racing with 8, and Backmarket Racing Orange, I believe they're also a DNF with 7 points. And we're on to the GT4s now. We've got a few more of these guys hanging around. Huge Ass Gold currently in the lead with 35 points. Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab, 10 points behind in 2nd with the 25. Huge Ass Blue, you can see the Huge Ass going for 1st and 3rd right now in this class. They're currently in 3rd with 20 points. Samsung GT4 in 4th, and then the 326 of DX Droid Sim Racing by Let Room, 14 points for them in 5th. Eagle Speed Academy Esports, we've definitely seen them today. 12 points there in 6th. Rosado Motorsports Apex, not having the best day there with 10 points. Huge Ass Black, another GT4 car in the league, and they are there with 8 points with Sapphire Simsport Alpha, FTR Esports GT4, and then WBM Racing closing out the end of that.
Yep, so that is how the championship looked coming into this weekend, but we are counting down the laps as our safety car's got lights off, so we are getting ready to go racing then. Stage 1 racing, number 83. It's a dash to the cash, 14 minutes left to go, and my goodness me, this is about to get very, very crazy and very, very heated indeed. It did look like then Jonathan Germain getting punished for that mistake there. Backmarker racing razzle dazzle down P5. This is going to be a spicy, spicy meatball. Hans Blankert then takes the cars across the line, and we go green flag racing again here at Bathurst then. It's a move already. Gorio Oxford trying to fire it up the inside there, but the green flag had already dropped there, and it's a little bit of confusion because there's cars all over the place. Not sure what is going on with the restart for the LMP3s. There's a restart, a reminder of what happened on the restart picture in picture. But my goodness me, the LMP3s were caught napping. Will Coffey, Lloyd Clamol and Akram Zanoon caught absolutely asleep there by Hans Blankert. I wonder if he'll be under investigation for that restart. We've got a couple of LMP3s getting caught up by the GT3s just now, with Brabham Esports GT3 also being hunted down by Emily Howe. And if ever there was going to be a moment for Prismatic Motorsports Arena to seize the day, this is most definitely it. But here we go then. So we're hearing a couple of cars passed before the green flag dropped here. So that could be a huge issue for Gorio Autosport up into that 4th position there. But Long Shot Racing into 2nd place just now as we're watching a Crimson Noon, so that is almost certainly going to be a penalty for that car. Eagle Speed Academy up into P3. But Daniel, what a crazy, chaotic restart there, and catching Gorio Autosport out.
Oh, definitely. Like it's one of those things where the pressure cooker's been going, and now like finally they've let the cork out of the bottle, and absolute chaos has come. But the good thing is it doesn't look like anybody has particularly left the track, got damage or anything like that. I did see a GT3 look like he's trying to have a crack at one of the LMP3s. You know, power to you. Just, you know, it doesn't matter who they are, have a go, right? But I think this is where it's all going to get hot. We can see several battles here. The Gorio Autosport car, he's got the Eagle Speed Academy behind him, but we're currently watching 11 Temps Racing now. He's having a good crack. Who we got there? Juan-Luca Eliar in the 11 Temps Racing. He's currently in 3rd place. Looks like he's a couple of seconds behind, so I think they must be, this GT3 Amateur, he must be surrounded by GT3 Pros would be my best guess. But as you can see there on the left-hand side of the screen, it's about 1.6 seconds behind the GT Racing team.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is there. You've got a GT3 AM mixed in with those GT3 Pro mixed in with those GT3 AM cars, and despite everybody being nice and close and up close and personal for this restart, we've not really had too much action apart from the GT4s getting a little bit closer for comfort. But 10 minutes left to go here, and just about 4.5 or maybe 5 laps left to go in this race. Again, I think that it might be a case of just winding things through to the end here. But we've seen it more often than not that when we think things are quiet, when we think things are just going into a lull, that's when something pretty unexpected does tend to happen. So 10 minutes left to go here in the race, and a lot of questions I think left to be answered here.
Well, here's one I can answer for you there, David. So, Jonathan Germain in the 124 backmarker Razzle Dazzle Racing, they were actually criticised by the stewards. It was caught out that they pitted when the pits were closed, and they were told to go to the back of the line. So, quite a few people weren't happy about that. Well, were unhappy that they gained the advantage, and I'd say that that's been resolved. I mean, I can't imagine they're as keen at this point, but you know, you don't argue with race stewards there. It is their racetrack. You are purely a guest on that surface.
Yeah, absolutely. Cannot agree more on that note. But as we go then 10 minutes, just into the final 10 minutes of the race here. Lap 99, we're away to press into lap number 100 here at Bathurst, aka Mount Panorama, for the FTR event Sim 3D Sportscar Series Season 5, Round 2. The 4 hours of Bathurst reaches its conclusion as lap 100 is reached. David Christie in the commentary box along with Daniel Zippy Salmon with all of the action here. It's been an absolute privilege to bring you all of this action here. And Zippy, I mean, you know, 10 minutes left to go now. I think a lot of these drivers are just wanting to get this race over and done with now.
Oh, absolutely. It's certainly been a long haul, and while the yellow flags are a blessing in some ways, they're a bit of a curse in others. You know, I mean, you get a little bit tired from doing it, but we're here with the 338 car, huge ass gold. He is right on that. We've got a three-way fight here, David. We've got Samsung GT4 in the 399, huge ass gold in the 338 with DX Droid Sim Racing by Lettering right behind him in the 326 car. And you can see that there's another huge ass car ahead of them, so just slightly there. If I try and have a quick look, I can tell you which one it is, but I can tell you it's an AMG. So, oh, excellent exit speed and maybe a bit too much, a little bit of a nudge there.
Yes,
as they go down the mountain straight.
I was about to say coming up the mountain straight, it's actually Bruce Clayton, you were about to say, in the huge ass blue Merc just in front of them. So a 4-car fight for the final spot on the podium. They're about a second off of him, but it's Niels Duker, Alexander Buehler and Carlos Roca for Samsung GT4. Huge ass gold in DX Droid Sim Racing by Letroom just now. That's going to be a move to the outside. Surely that's not going to work here. They're going to try and outbrake each other up into turn 4 just now. Can't quite make it happen, but that's a great run back there from Alexander Buehler. There tries to get the cut back here as they run up the hill through Reed Park and then through Solomon Park any second. Now you can see them dropping off the DX Droids car just now. A little bit of twitch, a little bit of snapper oversteer. That is not what you want when you're coming up the hill here as you come across the left-hander through Solomon Park and then in towards Skyline just now. This is very, very close just now. What's he going to do? Buehler moves to the outside. Duker tries to hold on to the apex of the corner here just now. That also means that Carlos Roca trying to have a little look round, but surely it's going to have to be into Forest Elbow then. It's going to have to be on the exit of that corner onto the Conrod Straight. That is where the action is going to come. Back at your LMP3, we've also got a battle for second place because Gorio Autosport are going to try and take that position from Longshot Racing. But here comes Alexander Buehler then onto the tail of Niels Duker with just 5 and a bit minutes left to go, 6 and a bit minutes left to go, excuse me. The toe is on that Conrod Straight. A little bit of a nudge, a little bit of a bump draft there. Possibly actually trying to use that Samsung GT4 to catch onto Torque Freak Racing just a little bit further up. Sends up the inside. Buehler like candy from a baby. And that is going to be huge ass racing up to P3. Sorry, up to P4. Meanwhile, picture in picture, we can see this brilliant little battle then for second position. Longshot Racing ahead of Gorio Autosport. Haven't seen anything about a penalty for them for that that move under, or sorry, before the yellow flag went. Oh, that's chaos! That's your leader! That's Longshot Racing into the wall, I believe. Thomas van der Bosch, Will Kofi, I believe that was, into the wall. No, that was, that was Hans Blanker, who was in the lead in the Stage 1 Racing 83 car. So he is out of the race. Will Kofi in Longshot Racing now into the lead of the race. Gorio Autosport in second position. And this is now your default lead battle that is going on. We need to switch to the LMP3s just now. And it's a safety car. That's it. There's no way that safety car is going to go. Now, whether or not it goes into overtime, I don't believe it does. But, oh my God, that is...
Brave.
Not like this.
Oh, the race
man.
just got so good.
That is... again, just to bring you up on the rules, right? During the full safety car period, the stewards will not consider the race as ready to go until cars have caught or fully caught the train again. I don't know. Right, let's see what happens here. We need to find out what happened to your race leader for Hans Blanker, completely unassisted. Down through the dipper, catches the tail ends, and that is all she wrote. So very close there. to catching out your further cars. We've lost 2 leaders in the course of an hour here.
Ooh.
Oh, you hate to see it. Absolutely hate to see it.
Oh, then he pulled back onto the track. Like, you can't. You were leading the pack of everybody. There's no way you can pull back on the track. Like, you know, you can't be doing that. Whoever his spotter is, by all means, give him a thick ear for that one.
Yeah, that is, wow. Oh man, I honestly don't know what to say with that. That is trying to see how the finish of the race. It is possible for the race to finish under a safety car. Yeah, so that could be it done and dusted. So again, we wait for the cars to go around, but that might be it, Daniel. And if that's the case, Longshot Racing would have just taken the most unlikely race win I think you'd ever call.
Oh, definitely. You know what? If I'm Longshot Racing and Will Coffey, I'm going to be going like, yes, you know, I don't. As much as you want to go racing, he is very secure in a yellow flag. And I'm looking at the contact stewards chat at the minute, and one of the competitors, I'm not quite sure who he's racing with, or if he's just a supporter at this point, but Chris Neeson, he's saying that I, for one, say we order a beer for Richard and Jeff. And you know what? We got a lot of support. We got Jamie Jessica Martin. I think she is Prismatic Racing, if I remember. Prismatic Motorsports Athena, I believe. I think she is spotting for Emily Howe, if I remember rightly. She's saying fair play for trying to deal with this, lads. And then, you know, we've got Calvin Dent. I'm not sure who he's with. He might send me the PayPal link. I'll buy you a crate each. So hopefully Calvin Dent doesn't have a horse in the race. You know, as much as I'd like these guys to get beer, you know, people can be persuaded.
Yeah, for sure. So Jim Jessica Martin, good friends of the channel here at FTR Events, team principal for Prismatic Motorsports. So a heavy hat that they wear on their heads, but yeah, that is pretty much done and dusted then, ladies and gentlemen. From the looks of it, I believe we are going to finish under safety car conditions. Brabham Esports, what a performance by them to take the GT3 Pro race win just out. Again, we've still got 2 minutes, so we could still get a final lap in here. But again, it's just a case of whether we do. Squadra Veloce by Fastlane Motorsport in the lead of GT3 and then Hugh Jas Gold in the lead of GT4 just now. But it does look like that is it. Certainly if we get another safety car by the time we cross the line, that will be it done and dusted here. Daniel, your thoughts on what has been an eventful race, I think we'll say. I think we'll call it that.
Oh, it's definitely been a bit of a roller coaster, and to be fair, like, we've seen some really good battles, but I've not seen any move, like maybe the odd one, I think, with the GT3s, where I think there's the 2 GT3s and the GT4 where they tried to go free wide through Skyline. Excluding that, I've actually seen very professional standards of driving. You know, I've not seen anything where I've been like, what are you thinking? You know, there's not been anything that I couldn't empathize for or relate to and understand, but, you know, and it's good because they've respected, like, the track itself. You know, they've realized that, okay, my place to do the passing is on the straight, you know, and like, we didn't really get into it too much, but sometimes, you know, do you fight with the guy next to you, or do you try and just stay in the draft? And I think some of the guys were bump drafting, but I think more so we saw people trying to save fuel. I think they were trying to maybe delete a pit stop, but once you get the yellow flags out, you know, any pit strategy you had can instantly be removed.
For sure. Well, that is it then. That is going to be the white flag, I would imagine, coming out just now, because unless they go round again and finally get the white flag, but the light's still on safety car, I can't see this actually resuming. I would imagine that is it done and dusted there. So let's just remind you then, Will Coffey then taking the win, presumably for Longshot Racing. He's in the lead of the race after we lost Hans Blanker right at the last gas with just, 2 laps left to go. 5 minutes left to go in the race. We lost Hans Blanker, brought out the full course yellow, brought out the safety car again, and that is why we are under safety car conditions just now. Taylor Barnard behind the wheel of the Brabham Esports GT3 car. and that is in the leads of the GT3 Pro, GT3 AMS Thomas van den Bosch for Squadra Veloce by Fastlane Motorsports. Again, that's been up in the air, that GT3 AM battle, and then GT4 Sven Zemmel behind the wheel of the huge ass gold machine just now. But we've reached and breached 4 hours here of the FTR events Sim 3D Sports Car Series, and as we said, we're just waiting official announcement that is it going to be done and dusted, because of course we haven't had the white flag yet. So if the pace car is still out, we will have to do another final lap here under these conditions. So again, let's not get too hasty here, Daniel, but we'll just wait and see.
Oh, it's definitely not over yet. Until that, I see a checkered flag, it's still up in the air for me. And then even then, is there going to be incidents where after the race, where the stewards start looking in and stuff, start maybe adjusting some results? Like, there's nothing currently on my radar that I'm particularly worried about, but I wouldn't rule out the personality either. Possibility either. I knew what I was trying to say, but
confirmation, I mean, we don't have the white flag at the moment, so it's not counting as the last lap just now. We're still under safety car conditions, so as far as I believe, you do get the white flag certainly waved on that, but we'll find out in just a couple of seconds time as the cars make their way down the Conrod Straight for potentially the penultimate time, potentially the last time. So Barney does still have the yellow flag at the moment, not the white flag, so that would signal that this is indeed our second to last lap, and that will be the last lap next time by. Still, nice opportunity for the cars to get a little bit of a formation lap, a little bit of a parade, and to wave to all the virtual spectators here, and to a lot of the drivers. A little bit of frustration because they have to complete these laps because the race is still live. So if you drop out at this point here, Daniel, you lose your position.
Well, you know what? I think I'd rather, if I'm long shot racing, Brabham Esports GT3, Squadra Veloce by Fastlane Motorsport, or even Huge Ass Gold in GT4, I'm definitely not going to be pulling over for anything. I'm going to want to finish, get that first place, get those points. Certainly, we're only 1 event deep right now. In a couple of minutes, we're going to be 2 events deep, so the points will update. Don't know if we'll have them for you this race. Certainly, we'll be looking at them at the beginning of Donington Park Grand Prix circuit is where we're going to be heading to next. Now, Donington Park, let's just talk about that for a minute, David. It looks like we got the time. So, Donington Park, have you driven that circuit much yourself in the sim?
A little bit in the sim, but also in real life, believe it or not, as there is the checkered flag. We've done it. That's it then. Oh, well, happy days then. Right, okay. So, race over, everybody. Goodbye.
Yeah, drop the mic.
Yeah, so while the cars go round, we'll let them do their cool down lap. Yes, Donington, a track that I'm very, very familiar with. It is a fantastic circuit. Lots of sweeping undulation, lots of really, really high-speed corners and low-speed corners as well. And, it's a nice, fun track and really, really enjoyable nonetheless. So, well, there we go. That is it done and dusted. So I believe we'll give it a couple of minutes to have a chat with our drivers and see if we get any post-race interviews then. Daniel, what do you make of all that? Because that was a bit nuts towards the end.
It was definitely, it's a little bit anticlimactic for me. I was getting so excited with the action, and I'm like, yes, this is awesome. And then it's like somebody's just gone and pulled the power cord out, and I'm like, really? Come on, I'm having so much fun. It's a bit like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to set the best quarter mile in this car. You get the first 200 feet, and then somebody's gone and siphoned the gas tank. It doesn't feel complete to me. I mean, certainly, there's going to be some people who are going to be very happy about this. There's going to be others who definitely, they wanted them extra laps. They felt they had the chance, the opportunity, the strength to go and make it further in the grid. And I've had it myself in races, David, where, I've just needed a couple more laps. I know I've had the pace, like I was driving Radicals on Wednesday. And unfortunately for me, between the heat and the feature race, my sim crashed, and I didn't realize I had to start from the pits 15 seconds behind everybody, and I still managed to pull it back to 19th place in like a 40-50 car field. but I just needed more laps. And I'm sure there's going to be some people in the field where they're feeling kind of similar emotions, where, you know, they wasn't done with the battle. There's still more to be done.
Yeah. Let's go and have a look at the results then from tonight's race then, the 4 hours of Bathurst. Long Shot Racing confirmed as your LMP3 winners, with Gaudio Autosport in second position. Eagle Speed Academy Esports take third position, and Long Shot Racing UK finishing in fourth. It's absolute heartbreak for Stage 1 Racing 83, crashing out just 2 laps before the end of the race. Huge Ass Racing White in sixth position. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix also crashing out from the lead of the race, will finish in seventh position, and Stage 1 Racing 72 in eighth position. Moving on to the GT3 Pros then. Brabham Esports GT3 steal the crown ahead of Prismatic Motorsports Athena. Art Sim Racing 1 will take the final step on the podium, with RPM Racing in fourth position. Art Sim Racing 2 are in fifth position. Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle FTR down in sixth, finishing at the back of the grid because of that penalty on the previous safety car. Sim Racing Grid Phantom in 7th, Rosado Motorsports in 8th, RPM Racing in 9th, FTR Esports in black in 10th position, 11th place for the gold FTR Esports team, Fastlane Motorsport in 12th, and then Eagle Speed Academy Esports in 13th position. Daniel, GT3 AMS and the GT4s.
Yes, sir. In first place, we had Scrotcha Veloce by Fastlane Motorsports. They were up in, they won today, well, for GT3 amateurs. Second place, Digitrack's Sim Racing team in second, lap down behind them. Obviously, Scrotcha Veloce, very dominant day for them. 11 Temps Racing, they're there in third, and then the field really spread out a lot, David. Track Limit Racing in fourth, 14 laps down. FTR Esports White, fifth. Backmarker Racing Orange in sixth, and Arctic Racing in seventh. A couple of retirees in there. As we take a quick look at the GT4, Huge Ass Gold with a podium there. Absolutely great results for Huge Ass. Huge Ass Gold first there. First, Torque Freak Racing sneaking in second, with Huge Ass Blue in third, with Huge Ass Gold in fourth. I'm sure the results could have been very different another couple of laps. Samsung GT4 in fifth, with DX Sim Racing by Let Room in sixth. Sapphire Sim Sport Alpha, my apologies, in seventh, with Eagle Speed Academy Esports in eighth. The Rosado Motorsports Apex sadly not gone as well for them in the GT4 as it did in the GT3, in ninth position. Twin Turn Sim Racing in 10th, with FTR Esports GT4 and WM Racing, a couple of retirees, a few at the end, in 12th.
Well, that, ladies and gentlemen, is the sound of our brains melting out our ears. It's been a stressful, traumatic affair, as it always is here at Bathurst. Congratulations to all of the teams and drivers involved finishing in the podium positions. And a huge thank you to all of you watching at home. But that is all that we have time for tonight. A huge thank you to everyone involved, and a huge thank you as always to our broadcast team behind the scenes. I try my best to be a prim, proper professional, and I have this guy that I get to work with. A huge thank you to Daniel Salmon for holding the fort and for running things like an absolute boss. Daniel, any final words for tonight?
Oh dear, it's been a lot of fun, David. Thank you very much. I'm over the moon to have you back. I'm even more over the moon to have some of them stomachs I've just seen you. But absolutely chaotic. Great racing here. Thank you very much for everybody involved. We've got to give a shout out to our director as well. Not because we're polite, but because we're obliged to. But no, he's deserved it. He's been pretty great. Daniel Costello there, great work as a director. I'm glad David Christie came in as well. I'm going to give a special mention as well to the race stewards.